Chapter 1.
Oren, don't pout. Wave to them. Maddie elbowed him and waved to the crowds. Only 2 weeks had passed since one of the members of the ruling class of Day had tried to kidnap Daniel, Oren's best friend, and the hero of the magical fantasy world they'd been summoned to. Now, Oren and Madeline Catanzano, the only members of their party who remained, were stuck on an open-backed carriage, being paraded around as members of the hero's entourage. Daniel, in front, waved at everyone, smiling. Oren slunk down farther into his cape, trying to avoid the cheering. Maddie's father, Silas Catanzano, one of the Lords of Day, had been preparing this celebration since right after Lord Wendell's fall from grace. His argument had been that the people needed something positive to focus on. The fact that a hero was in Day had become common knowledge overnight. At first, the people revolted when they found out that a Lord of Day had been killed. It had taken a few days for the other lords to put down the looting and restore order. The news of what really happened had been circulated. Wendell had tried to attack the city, and the hero had saved them all. Nobody talked about the attempted kidnapping or the monster the younger Wendell had set loose on the city. Nobody talked about the dozens dead or maimed. Yet the entire city whispered for days before the parade, and almost everyone turned out to witness the event. Oren had tried to get out of this. He wanted to remain incognito. Silas had ignored him. Maddie had ignored him. Even Daniel hadn't fought too hard against the rising popularity. "Stop trying to hide," Maddie hissed. Oren groaned and leaned against the side of the carriage. They'd already been up and down 4 streets. The city guards were marching behind and in front, mostly wearing the Catanzano colors. The common folk cheered for the hero and his party. Flowers were thrown. Oren could have sworn he saw underwear tossed toward Daniel, too. Maddie had quickly shoved those under the bench. An hour passed, and when the driver waved, Oren leaned forward to hear his conversation with Daniel. "To go around again. The people are pushing and climbing over each other to see you. Is that okay?" Oren punched Daniel in the side at the lopsided grin on his face. "Don't you dare say yes," Daniel smirked. "Tell Lord Catanzano that we would love to make another pass for the people." Oren fell back and pulled his cape over his head again. This day was never going to end. 3 hours later, Oren pulled himself out of the bath. They'd traveled the streets of Day to let the people catch a glimpse of their savior, the hero. What nobody had told him was how much dirt would get kicked up by the carriage. When they rolled back into the Catanzano estate, Oren was covered in grime. Luckily, the staff had hot baths ready for them. Oren dried himself off and pulled on his backup outfit. He still had the basic clothes that Daniel had bought months ago when they'd first been summoned here. If you call being run over by a truck being summoned, Oren thought grimly. After waking up naked in a forest, the two friends had managed to learn a lot about the system that granted different stats like strength and intelligence, as well as magical abilities. Daniel had been given the class Hero along with quests for him to perform. Instead of being given a class, Oren had encountered multiple loading errors. He'd been granted the ability to create a class, Utility Warder, and had unlocked something called Administrator Access. He was still learning about that. Despite their best efforts, Daniel's status as a hero was quickly discovered. Their relationship with the Catanzanos had started off rocky, with a test to discover Daniel's powers turning deadly. Then Silas had tried to keep Oren and Daniel apart. He still thought Oren was a native of this world, as did everyone except the mind mage Tony. Oren had thwarted one kidnapping attempt targeting Daniel, and the two had decided to go on a mission to rescue the family members of a teammate. Oren had unwittingly helped release a monster on the city. The culprit behind the scenes had been unmasked, and the lords and lady of Day had an epic battle in the streets. Daniel's status as a hero became common knowledge, and already emissaries from Veskar and Odrana had arrived to give gifts and assurances that the hero was welcome and expected to make appearances before all the ruling members of the two countries. Oren looked at his status. In his efforts to rescue Daniel, he had used a new ability. By sacrificing a point of his own constitution, he had stolen 10 points from an opponent they'd had no chance of beating. He'd had to use that skill twice. Oren Utility Warder, level 13, 380 out of 4,000. AP, 14. HP, 70 out of 70. MP, 380 out of 380. Strength, 9. Constitution, 7. Dexterity, 9. Will, 28. Intelligence, 11. He had yet to figure out a way to gain Constitution with his Administrator Access skills. Of course, he hadn't had too much time to himself to experiment until recently. The only good thing about being thrust into the limelight was the leveling. Each of the Lords of Day had sent Oren, Daniel, and Maddie out with a full retinue of guards to take down monsters. Oren had been carried an entire level in only 3 days. The downside was that it was getting harder to go out. Everyone, from the local baker to the stable boy, wanted to witness the great hero Daniel take down a monster. They hadn't been able to go out for days now. Oren started working through his list of daily chores. He used Analyze on himself while cycling the smallest amount of mana he could muster. Just as Tony had promised, he was starting to see some results, including a new counter of how much daily mana he'd used. Mana use, 320/??. It was both exciting and disheartening to see the progress. He could expand his status screen to see a full rundown of useless information about himself, his age, height, and even his weight. However, he knew how far he still had to go. At least I'm making some progress with my project, he thought with a smirk. The mana ticker had only appeared 2 days ago and still gave no indications that it would eventually tell him anything more useful, but Oren had a good feeling that he was on the right path. Maybe he could even control how much mana he could cycle. Tony had theorized that he could work out his daily mana capacity like a muscle, pointing to mages from rich families who gained the ability to drink an extra potion a day. They usually had to drink their weight in mana potions to be able to do so. But they don't have my blood cycling. One of Oren's skills, blood mana, allowed him to exchange his health points, or HP, for mana points, or MP, on a 1-to-1 ratio. He also could heal himself for less than the difference, giving him a seemingly infinite mana glitch. Except using that much mana in 1 day would kill someone. Enter Oren's second skill, Mind Bastion. The system-given skill was a blessing and a curse. The ability made him more in control of his mind and thoughts, allowing him to analyze and process situations and outcomes without emotion. It also delayed the backlash of using too much mana, something he'd had to suffer through multiple times already. If he hadn't found Tony when he had. Overall, the 2 skills let him use spells without care of the cost. He'd already spammed his current spells to the maximum multiple times, something that took regular people years to do. Looking over the abilities, Oren started his internal debate again, the one that had kept him up at night more than the impending parade. I can't level anything, Oren muttered as he pushed his screen around. Should I get something new or just keep focused on what I'm doing? Using his math skills, Oren had figured out that he could stretch his 380 MP pool into a little over 1,000 total points a day without any side effects. He'd pushed himself daily, using his own increase intelligence skill to make spells cost less and his experience for each spell go further. In the end, Oren had been able to add over 17,000 points of experience across a few spells. Level 3, 5,740 out of 10,000. Level 3, 3,370 out of 10,000. Level 3, 5,950 out of 10,000. Level 3, 1,945 out of 10,000. Level 3, 1,945 out of 10,000. 3, 1,620 out of 10,000. Level 2, 2,210 out of 10,000. 150 out of 1,000. He had made good progress, but Oren knew it would be another few weeks before he was able to max out his spells, something most mages would take years to do. But still, he was pissed at his prodigious rate of growth. Oren heard talking from downstairs. Someone had worked Maddie up. With a sigh, Oren looked around the room to make sure he had everything packed away in his dimension hole. The ability to store everything he needed in a magical subspace was probably still the coolest thing to him. He'd annoyed Daniel more than once by just making things appear from his pockets. Oren opened the door and started down the hall. Maddie and Daniel were standing in the entryway with a young boy, a messenger, most likely, judging by the clothes he wore. "What does this mean? Why does the guildmaster think she has the right to demand Daniel's presence?" Maddie all but screamed at the poor teenager who had delivered the message. He stumbled back from the fury of the daughter of the Lord of Day. I just delivered the messages, ma'am," the boy said, clutching his satchel and backing toward the door. "I don't know what's in them." "What's going on?" Oren asked as he came down the steps. The boy squeezed through the open door as soon as Maddie turned her back. "Damn," Maddie spat. "He ran," Daniel chuckled. "I'd have run too." Maddie put her hand on her hip and tilted her head at Daniel. "You do realize that we have been lying low at your request. You're the one who asked for a break from all the politicking." Daniel's smile faded. "Can I see the letter?" Oren reached out a hand. Maddie practically threw it at him. The outside envelope was addressed to Daniel in the care of Lord Catanzano. The letter inside was written in a steady, flowing script. "To the hero, Daniel. Too long have we gone without meeting. I am looking forward to our dinner tonight at 8 o'clock. You may bring your party, as, after pleasantries, a request will be offered. Jennifer Pretis, Guildmaster of Day." "It doesn't really sound that bad," Oren said, folding the paper back up. "Does this Jennifer chick have enough clout that it would be a problem if we just don't show?" "Guildmaster Pretis. She's a relatively good politician, according to my father. She's got almost as much say in the running of the city as the lords do. She's probably on the list of people who have been denied an audience with Daniel." Daniel stood with his back against a banister, looking off into space, the hallmark of someone reading their own status, completely oblivious. "Are you even listening?" Oren kicked his friend in the shin. "Hmm?" Daniel didn't react to the kick. "Oh, sorry. So, we have to have dinner with the leader of the guild, right? Can they give us a quest to do? I want to get out of the city for a bit." Oren slapped his forehead. "You think everything will just work out that easy?" Daniel pushed his status screen away and smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Doesn't it always?" Chapter 2. Oren groaned at his friend and looked around for something to throw at him. Maddie noticed his gaze and stepped closer, calming him with a hand on his arm. "I'll speak to my father and try to find a way out of it for you," Maddie smiled. She smiled at Daniel and Oren more these days, but Oren noticed the sadness and anxiety on her face too. He sighed. "No, If Daniel is going to make an ass of himself, we should be there to rein him in a bit, I guess. Maddie patted his arm and turned to leave. Is Sir Bennet back? Oren let the words slip out. It had been 2 weeks since Brant had left on sabbatical. Maddie had sulked in her room for an entire day before her father demanded she join them on the outings to Level, sponsored by the Houses of Day and other powerful families. Her savagery against the monsters they'd encountered had given even Daniel pause. Not yet, Maddie whispered. Her eyes looked around the room furtively before she nodded to both of them and excused herself. Come on, Daniel admonished as soon as she was out of sight. You know how much she's hurting. Why rub salt in her wounds? Oren frowned. Brant left to clear his head. If Maddie needs to do the same. Daniel took 2 quick steps and bopped Oren on the side of the head. Maddie grieved for Jude, just like we all did. She's hurt because Brant hasn't come back. They have some weird, not quite boyfriend-girlfriend thing going on. Or did you not notice that? Oren's mouth dropped to the floor. Of course, that made so much sense. Maddie had even called him my Brant a few times. How thick do I have to be? You really didn't know, did you? Daniel crouched a bit to stare into Oren's eyes. You're hopeless, man. Hey, at least I didn't hit on her like you. Daniel's eyebrow went up. When did I hit on her? Oren raised his fingers one by one. You always compliment her on what she's wearing. You pull back and let her win against you in our practice duels. You saved her life in the dungeon. Does that mean you're interested in her? Daniel interrupted him. I can compliment anyone I like. It doesn't mean I'm flirting with them. And I let everybody win on occasion. How would you feel if I beat you every single time? Oren's mouth opened and shut again. You don't let me win. Daniel laughed and pushed Oren's shoulder. Sure, buddy. Okay. He turned and started back up the stairs. I'm going to get a nap in before dinner. All that smiling and waving hurt my face and shoulder. Your face is killing me too. Oren threw one last jab at his friend. Daniel just raised his middle finger as he climbed the stairs and rounded the corner. Oren glanced around. With everybody else gone, the front entrance hall to the Catanzano Keep was quiet. Despite it being nearly time for dinner, no staff was present. Normally, maids or guards would be roaming this central point. After the last few weeks, Oren realized Silas had his house operating on a skeleton crew. He sighed and made his way up the stairs. Tony had sent him a few more books on vampires and blood magic. They weren't fun to read, but Tony thought the more he knew about blood mana and the other skills used by vampires, the quicker he would be able to get analyzed to give more details on his otherwise dangerous skills. The problem was the books were boring with a capital B. Most of the tomes that had been delivered weren't even directly about vampires, but other monster races in general. It was a hunt through what boiled down to encyclopedias. I miss the internet, Oren muttered. 3 hours later, a guard knocked on the door of the library to tell Oren the others were waiting. Oren hadn't changed, and didn't really need to after his earlier shower. But when he saw Daniel and Maddie dressed in their nicer clothes, he began to feel self-conscious. Should I go change? Oren asked. Maddie shook her head. You should fix your hair, though, Daniel answered. It looks like you were trying to pull it out. In fact, Oren almost had. He'd run his hands through his hair in frustration as he'd realized each book was useless. Each contained only small snippets of information on vampires, and no actual useful knowledge on blood mana. He'd worn out his eyes and felt a small headache forming, but a quick healing spell took care of that. Maddie stepped forward and tousled his hair. I think it suits him. The messed up look makes him look a little wild. Daniel quirked an eyebrow. Wild? Maddie put her hand on her hip as she appraised Oren.
Unpredictable. Pretis knows me through my father. She'll know everything she can learn about you, Daniel. But Oren will be able to rock the boat. Everybody in town has seen you, but nobody knows much about you. The few rumors about you that I've been able to get the guards to repeat are that you have mysterious magic and an endless mana supply. That's it. I'm not even sure exactly where your village was, but it must have been really remote. She brushed some wrinkles out of his clothes and continued. Pretis knows my father. She'll think you're in his pocket, or the hero chose you specifically. So you're either an obstacle to getting closer to Daniel, or her best chance at getting an ally in the hero's party.
Great, Oren muttered. Now I really don't want to go. Should I do anything in particular?
Maddie's smile reached her eyes as she took his arm in hers. Be yourself. That'll confuse her more than anything else.
Daniel laughed as they walked out the door to the waiting carriage. Oren could only grumble as they made their way to the guild. The short trip was filled with Maddie's suggestions to Daniel on etiquette and the best way to not get swept up in guild drama.
The guildmaster is a bit of an enigma, Maddie explained.
She is obviously a high-level adventurer, but she's been able to hold her own in the political arena as well. So just keep your mouth shut and let Maddie do the talking, Oren summarized for his friend. She's the smarter one when it comes to this political shit. Daniel stuck out his tongue. Maddie sighed.
That might not be possible. From everything I've heard, she's clever. Everything she does or says will be a test. She loves to learn and has a knack for drawing out information from others. My father warned me that we should get in and out as quickly as possible.
What about dinner? Daniel asked. I didn't have anything because I thought we were eating with her. Maddie shook her head and ignored him. Stepping out of the carriage, Oren realized how long it had been since they'd been to the guild. Everything was always taken care of for the hero and his party. The dungeon run had taken care of their need for the monthly quest requirement, and Silas had been creating quest requests for them based on whatever backdoor deals he made. Oren had the suspicion that all the free monster kills they had received were benefiting the Lord of Day more than they knew. Nobody waited outside the guild for them. Maddie shrugged and walked in first. Oren followed close behind. The receptionist glanced up and ignored the two of them, but did a double-take when Daniel followed a moment later. With a sputter, he fell back off his stool and rushed around the side of the small alcove desk to greet the hero, ignoring Maddie and Oren completely.
It's an honor to meet you, sir.
The lackey pumped Daniel's hand and spoke so fast his words almost slurred together.
My name is Jasper.
It's an honor to meet you. Guildmaster Pretis is waiting for you. I'll be more than happy to show you the way to her receiving room. Please follow me. Daniel tried to speak, but every time he opened his mouth, Jasper snuck another sentence in. Oren could only smirk as Daniel was essentially dragged down the hall. He followed with Maddie, who also had a hand over her mouth. Jasper led them through hallways Oren and Daniel had never been to. The entire guild hall had small plaques on most corners directing people where to go, and they'd never needed to go to administration before. Jasper stopped before a nondescript door in the middle of a hallway of doors and knocked twice. He opened the door and ushered Daniel inside. Oren and Maddie slipped in behind them. Guildmaster, the hero Daniel has arrived, he announced. Guildmaster Jennifer Pretis was not what Oren had expected. The room spread out in the space-altering way rooms in the guild's hall did, looking much bigger than it did from the outside. A table set for 4 was sitting in the middle of the room, just a few steps away from Daniel, with Pretis already sitting. A desk sat tucked away in the corner, but the rest of the room was filled with other tables or stands holding an assortment of beakers, floating dead things in jars, and books. Books piled up underneath the cushioned armchairs by the small fireplace. Books covered her desk, and a book was in her hand that she put down with a finger holding her spot as she took in the group. Jennifer Pretis was young.
Not as young as Daniel and Oren, but not too much older. Maybe her mid to late 20s. She was also beautiful. Dark hair and eyebrows framed her face. She looked over and judged each member of the hero's party. Oren could easily imagine her on the cover of a magazine or in a TV show back home. His heart beat faster as he stood straight, trying to make himself appear a little taller. "Welcome, honored guests. Thank you for accepting my invitation." Preetus stood and placed a bookmark down before closing the book she was reading and placing it to the side. "It is promising to our future relationship that you would make the time for me."
"I appreciate it more than you know." The guildmaster bowed her head toward Daniel.
"And the hero thanks you for the courtesy," Maddie said, and stepped forward. Preetus's brown eyes followed her like a cat's.
"Daniel and his party are looking forward to a dinner with the great guildmaster of Day. The hero has been keeping so busy lately. A quiet and filling meal is just what he needed." Oren immediately felt out of his depth. As the two ladies exchanged pleasantries, he realized more was being said than the surface words alone.
"Of course, we are all in his debt for unveiling such a heinous traitor in our midst. How is your father taking the loss of a fellow lord? A shame he could not be here." Preetus smiled. Oren could watch her smile for days. "My father is working hard to undo all the harm done by Wendell's betrayal, and rooting out all those who conspired with him, or knew of his plans. Of course, he is not a part of the hero's party like I am. I will always be in the hero's debt, and I'm so glad that Daniel has decided to entrust that position to me. We really do make a good team." Maddie's response was quick. "Yes, the hero's party. Young Catanzano and Orville, is it? What of the other? A knight of your father's. Is he not here? I heard he ran away after the entire fiasco. You're sure he wasn't in on it?" Preetus's smile took on a wicked edge. Oren opened his mouth to correct his name, but as the guildmaster continued, he saw a look of pain and anger spasm across Maddie's face. So instead, what came out of his mouth was, "Sir Bennet is taking time off after losing a close friend to that traitor and his goons. Brant fought Lord Wendell and his retainers. Funny, though, I don't remember seeing any other guild members helping. Did Lord Catanzano tell you what was going on, and you decided not to help? Or did he not trust you enough to involve you in the entire fiasco, as you called it?" Oren's anger cooled as he finished his rant. He watched Preetus wince before her face cleared. He'd struck a point for his side. "Oh, but Orville, are you not a member of the guild? So, in a way, I think the guild can take some credit for ending the life of a corrupt leader." She bowed her head and smiled at him with her eyes. "For that matter, I believe even the hero is on our rolls. I'm told you joined together. What a joyous occasion for us all." Oren couldn't be sure, but he could swear Maddie was grinding her teeth. "Since we are all brothers and sisters of the guild, why don't we sit down and eat? I have a proposition for you. One that I'm sure you will accept." Chapter 3. Daniel started to speak, but Maddie quickly stepped on his foot. "We would, of course, listen to a request from the head of the guild," Maddie said slyly. "But whether the hero deems it worth his time is another thing. While we are members of the guild, precedent dictates the hero and his party are free from the restraints of politics and required memberships." Preetus nodded and gestured for them to sit. She glided around the table and sat in the same seat she'd been in when they arrived. "Of course, the hero is not to be tethered by any power. He is to be free to receive any and all invitations and requests, is he not?" Oren squirmed in his seat. He knew Silas had been gatekeeping all the fan mail sent to Daniel. Now he wondered how many real requests for help had been sent. It wasn't like Daniel could actually do anything about them all, but it still galled Oren to think of Silas being in charge of that. Daniel slumped in his seat. Okay, this back and forth you two have going on is getting annoying. Can you just tell me what it is you want? Maddie closed her eyes in frustration, while Preetus smiled. Over dinner, the guildmaster said, with a glint in her eye, and picked up a bell. With a flick of her wrist and a tinkle in the air, 2 servers, or more likely guild members, entered the room and poured wine. Another woman entered and stood at the side of the table. She began to recite a list of possible options to eat. Can I just see a menu? Daniel asked. The woman stopped speaking and raised an eyebrow. Would you like me to write it all down for you? Oren leaned forward. That won't be necessary. He'll have the chicken and roast potatoes. I'll have the same. Maddie? Maddie hid her mouth behind her hand as she turned. Oren didn't see what was so funny until Preetus spoke. Does your party dictate all your decisions? Daniel leaned his chair back and assumed his normal air of being too cool for the room.
Oren usually knows what I like to eat. I trust his judgment. Maddie and Preetus gave their orders too, and the servers left. Daniel picked up his wine and swirled it around the glass. He sniffed it and promptly choked. Are you okay? Maddie quickly clapped him on the back, while Oren took a small sniff of his own wine. The dark red liquid had a pungent smell of wood and smoke. It burned his nose. That's not wine, is it? Daniel got out between gasps. It smells like my dad's whiskey. It's a dwarven drofka. They drink it like wine, but it does have more resemblance to a whiskey. Preetus picked up her glass and took a sip. I apologize if it is too much for you. Oren groaned internally, hoping Daniel wouldn't take the bait. He did. While they chatted about inconsequential things, like how Preetus had gotten this particular vintage from a trader for next to nothing, or the rebuilding of the parts of the city destroyed by the monster that Wendell had let loose, the food was delivered. Oren had to spend the next 30 minutes quietly casting Remedabilize on Daniel after he finished glass after glass of the dwarven wine. His friend drank 3 glasses before Maddie pointedly pushed the glass away from him. Oren tried a sip, but didn't like the taste. The chicken was delicious, though. Daniel put his fork down. This has been nice, but why not just ask your question in a letter? Preetus shook her head, amused. Is he always so blunt? Oren volunteered. Focused, Maddie said at the same time. The guildmaster looked between the 3 of them carefully. Daniel, if I paid gold, could I place a member in your party? How much gold are we talking about? Daniel winked at her. For just a day? Do you need some monster killed? Preetus shook her head. No, for good. Someone I trust, placed near you, so you always know my thoughts on an issue. You'll be free to make any choice on matters, but this way, you would know the best path forward for the guild. Any amount you name. Maddie started to say something, but Daniel gave her a look and shook his head. If you pay, my party and I will take on quests for you, Daniel started. We would also take someone along for those missions. But to what you are actually asking, no. I can't trust anyone who would pay to be near me. I'm not for sale. Preetus stared at him for a moment, like a bug beneath a magnifying glass. Then she laughed and clapped her hands. Her entire aloof and calculating demeanor disappeared, and in its place was excitement and fierce intelligence. Good, good. You are an actual party and not some mechanism crafted by the lords. She stood up and walked to her desk, moving books in a very precise manner. I am sorry to test you all like that. Madeline, I'm trusting you, as a member of the Heroes Party,
to not betray anything I'm about to tell you, or that I can be more than a cold, emotionless statue of a woman. I have a reputation to protect." Maddie choked on a piece of her vegetables and looked startled. Oren guessed Silas must have described Pretis as such. The guildmaster lifted books and placed them on stacks, clearing her desk. Oren and Daniel came near, while Maddie lingered behind them. "I received this report this morning. To be honest, I didn't care one way or the other that a hero was found. Most of you end up dead or captured, or you disappear. But I do know that you are always stronger than the average adventurer." Pretis moved the last papers, and Oren saw the top of her desk. It had been carved and inlaid with a glistening metal design that took him a minute to make out. "It's a map." "Yes, of course, but here, this is where I want you to go." Pretis moved her finger north of the city.
By Oren's quick calculation, she was pointing nearly 80 miles north and a little over half the distance to the elven forest.
"Why?"
Daniel glanced at the map, but mostly watched Pretis.
"What's there?" Pretis smiled. "A new dungeon." "New dungeons are the domain of the Terrace family," Maddie said, stepping around the boys and looking closer at the map. "We can inform them and—" "No," Pretis cut Maddie off. "Until I've completed my own audit of the other lords, the guild will not trust dungeon subjugation to anyone else. The recent betrayal and ongoing hostilities to the north are too large a powder keg. Truly, I was about to dispatch my own team when I had another idea." She turned to Daniel. "Is it true that a hero receives twice the power per stat?" Daniel backed away from the intense stare. I'm not sure I want to answer your questions about my class." Pretis nodded. "So it's true. Has your party informed you what happens when you defeat a dungeon?" Oren knew. Extra stats. They'd completed their research on dungeons before visiting the Aqua Chambers. "I know once the core of the dungeon is crushed, the party gets a set number of points to a random stat." "Is there more?" Daniel asked. "That's the gist," Pretis waved her hand. "But since 1 point in anything would be worth more to you than anyone else, I thought I would give you the chance first. It's a newly spawned dungeon. The outbreak was contained by members of the guild out on patrol. Nothing more than level 3 appeared. Based on the statistics of dungeon growth, that means only 1 decaset." She paused. 10 levels with 1 boss. Any party at level 20 could take it out in a week. "And you are going to give it to us out of the goodness of your heart?" Maddie asked incredulously. She crossed her arms and glared. "Of course not. In return, the hero will agree to take on a certain number of quests for the guild."
"I'd also like to fill out the other 2 members of your party for the subjugation."
Maddie narrowed her eyes. "So that they can report all of Daniel's skills back to you." Pretis smiled. "Naturally. I mean no harm in wanting to know the pieces on the board and their power. I can be a great ally in the coming months. Surely you don't think Odrana is done. They made a move on Day. Day is the guild. They've done everything but actually declare war on us." Oren wanted to hit himself. He knew that Wendeln had been working with Odrana. He knew Odrana was fighting with the elves. He just hadn't realized that by subverting a Lord of Day, they obviously would make a play for power here as well. Maddie lifted her chin. "All the ambassadors from Odrana have given great assurances that Wendeln acted in his own interest, and the country has no desire to provoke war." Pretis frowned. "And here I was beginning to think you were more intelligent. It doesn't matter what they say. Wendeln's attack on the city was an act of war. The guild will have to answer." At the least, we will be sending teams out to watch the borders and respond accordingly. Oren realized Pretis hadn't been filled in on who'd actually released the monster. Excuse me. Pretis and Maddie turned as one. I think you might be operating under some false data. Wendell's son did summon the monster, but I accidentally made him lose control of it. That's why it attacked. I don't know if Wendell meant to attack the city in any way. He just talked about the elves and the power they have. He seemed to just be trying to kidnap Daniel, Oren explained, his thoughts tumbling out on top of each other. Pretis held up a finger and grabbed a notebook off a stand. She turned pages and then began to write. After a minute of scribbles, she set the notebook back down on the same spot. That, indeed, is something I did not know.
That makes my concerns of an imminent invasion less likely, but there is still enough for me to know the new Sonorous pup is set for domination of all the lands of enlightened races. Who's that? Daniel asked. The leader of Odrana, Oren answered before the others. He's the one who started the war with the elves after he took power from his mom. Pretis quirked an eye. Where did you say your village was? Oren smiled. I didn't. But you still haven't told us why we should trust you and defeat a dungeon for you. Pretis narrowed her eyes as she watched Oren. He almost put up Mind Bastion. Finally, she answered his question. With the guild taking over subjugation for the foreseeable future, we'll be able to help the hero boost his stats, something I assume he'll need to stop the war. And why would he want to stop the war? Maddie asked. Too quickly. The guildmaster smiled. Why else would a hero be here? The timing is too appropriate. The simplest answer is usually the correct one. She turned to Daniel. So, Daniel, what do you say? Should I arrange for you to get stronger? Chapter 4. Oren could see Daniel was conflicted. He had promised Maddie he wouldn't make any deals, but the prospect of a new dungeon was a lot to take in. We can give you an answer in the morning, Oren said, saving his friend. Even if we agree, I'm sure Maddie here will want to negotiate some terms. Maddie nodded, mute. Oren knew why, too. Maddie's dream was to destroy all the dungeons in this world. They had taken her mother from her at a young age, and she was determined to make sure nobody else suffered that fate. Pretis had picked a particularly good boon to tempt her with. I'm afraid I must have your answer before you leave this room. Guildmaster Pretis stood to her full height. She was almost as tall as Daniel, but with her regal bearing, it appeared they were eye to eye. If you say no, I'll not risk you rushing to subjugate the dungeon on your own. I have a team standing by. Then, can we have a few minutes alone? Daniel asked, as he slumped into an armchair. I'm still digesting, and tipsy from your dwarf liquor. Oren knew his friend was not feeling the effects of the alcohol at all. Remetabolize would have cleared his system completely. Of course. Ring the bell, and I'll return. Pretis frowned slightly, but left quickly. As soon as they were alone, Maddie fell into the other armchair. She's got us stuck in an alley without a knife for protection. What? Daniel asked. It's an expression. She knows how much a dungeon subjugation could do for Daniel. We have no real political clout to throw around. Basically, we are fucked. Maddie, I don't think I've ever heard you curse, Oren exclaimed, in mock outrage. You two are a bad influence, she muttered, putting her head in her hands. The problem is, I want this. I've dreamed of crushing a dungeon my entire life. If she really can get us to a new dungeon, I'll... She trailed off. She said she'd just want a few quests done. Oren shrugged and started leafing through the book Pretis had left behind. We have to do some each month anyways. Why not just make sure we have the option to decline anything crazy? She also wants us to take her people with us into the dungeon, Daniel said, as he put his feet up on the small table and leaned back in the armchair, stretching.
Damn, this chair is comfortable.
Yeah, I think that might be the bigger ask, to be honest, Maddie said, as she also sank into her chair. Oren continued to wander the room, looking at the books. The majority were treatises on subjects ranging from animal husbandry to high-level magical theory. Political essays and history books were mixed in as well. There appeared to be no rhyme or reason to the stacks, and every book had a scrap of paper or bookmark in it.
So, we refuse, Daniel shrugged. I trust you two, but I get the feeling she isn't going to let us wait around for Brant to return. Do you think the three of us would be enough?
Maddie shook her head.
Even a newly formed dungeon isn't going to be easy at our level. Without Brant, or... She took a breath and continued. Jude, we are going to need some heavy hitters.
Oren peeked around at the jars filled with monster parts and asked, Do you know anybody in the guild that you would trust? We could demand certain people. The only other people I know in Day are Tony and a bunch of shopkeepers.
He stopped in front of a vial with tiny floating red flower petals. They reminded him of someone, and his eyes went wide.
Actually, that's not true. I met some guild members once who asked me to be part of their party. I'm not saying I trust them, but at least I know them a bit.
Maddie sat forward in her chair, resting her chin on her hand. That's better than me. I may be a member of the guild in name, but I've never been allowed to train or interact with them much.
Daniel pulled his feet off the table and let them drop. If they wanted you in their party, they must have been desperate. Oren walked up behind Daniel and flicked his ear. Don't be a smartass. There are 3 of them. Tin uses a spear and water magic, if I remember right. Emily was a fire mage. Daniel blushed a little, remembering the 3rd.
Garrett is an archer of some sort, but I don't remember more.
Maddie tapped her chin in thought.
The spear user would be good. We need someone to help Daniel keep the monsters at bay. Either one of the others would be fine. Of course, we need to meet them first, and get Pretus to agree to them.
Oren nodded. So, I guess we are going to do this? Should we try to notify your dad, or just escape town for a bit? Maddie smiled maliciously.
I'll negotiate the details with the guildmaster if Daniel agrees to it. But no way are we telling anyone. I will not let this chance be taken from me.
Her eyes flashed. Daniel laughed and stood up. He grabbed the bell off the table and held it up.
I almost feel sorry for the guildmaster. Maddie is going to eat her alive.
He rang the bell. Maddie's negotiation skills needed some work.
5 quests? And she gets to choose which of Tin's group comes with us?
Oren asked, as they left the guild.
What were you thinking? Maddie smiled.
But did you not realize the most important part? Daniel butted in, as they walked back to the Catanzano house.
Maddie, I'm with Oren here. You gave away too much. And you argued too much over her supplying us for the trip. We don't need supplies. Oren probably still has enough water and food in his dimension for 3 dungeon trips.
I do, Oren replied. He'd even taken an inventory of what he had and sold some of the things that were pointless to keep. His little nest egg was pushing several hundred gold again. Maddie stopped walking and looked around before pulling them into a side alley.
She said she would supply the entire team. That means the 2 people she chooses as well.
As much as we could carry out. She probably thinks we'll take a few weapons or armor, the typical dungeoneering supplies like ropes and sleeping bags, and nothing more. With Oren along, we can treat the 2 temporary party members to their pick of as much as they could ever want. That point is going to cost the guild hundreds of gold, and their loyalty. Maddie poked Daniel's chest.
And I had her down to 3 quests when you butted in and asked how hard she thought the quests were going to be. Guild rules wouldn't have let her give you a higher level quest than copper. We could have gotten away with 3 copper quests. She tried pushing for 3 silver, which would have been a death sentence for us right now. I had to go up to 5.
Daniel scratched his chest where she had poked him.
I didn't know there were different quest tiers.
Maddie sighed and started walking again.
Of course there are different levels. You are both copper. Look at your rings. I am too. Once you reach level 25, you can request a silver ring if you want. You get control of a small group during horde attacks and can request special quests at the silver level, and it comes with a few more small perks.
What kind of quests are silver level? Oren asked. The smells from the food vendors all around still wafted in the air. Most had closed for the night, but a few remained open. Oren even spotted a man carrying around the balloon candies they tried the first day in Day.
High-level monster kills, political assassinations, pass explorations,
Maddie said, as she threw her hands in the air.
Anything the guild thinks would kill someone under level 25.
A minute passed as they walked quietly. Daniel finally muttered, "Sorry." Maddie gave him a long look and huffed.
If you say you were going to trust me to negotiate, keep your mouth shut. It doesn't matter, though. We got the better part of the deal. Pretis just doesn't realize it yet.
I still don't see how Oren ransacking a bunch of rope and torches is going to do anything, Daniel mumbled as he pushed open the door of the Catanzano house. Oren nodded to the guards on duty, receiving a slight nod back. She said we could take anything we wanted from the storerooms, Maddie said with a grin.
Of course, we can take all the normal gear we need, but do you know what else the guild keeps in their storerooms?
Enlighten me, Daniel said with exasperation.
You don't have to drag it out so much.
Maddie frowned quickly, but then shook her head.
Every monster killed, all the precious ores mined, rare plants, and even relics.
So, you plan on looting? Oren laughed.
What's a relic?
Maddie's frown returned.
A relic, you know.
Shit, Oren tried to think quickly. A relic must be something common to the world here. Fuck, I screwed up. Yeah, I know, but what kind would the guild have? And would they even let us take one? Oren lied through his teeth. He noticed Daniel standing perfectly still as well. Maddie brightened visibly.
See, that's why I argued so hard for us to be able to take anything we wanted. Nobody knows the full inventory of the guild storerooms. They're huge and unorganized. Every guildmaster tries to get them in order, but by the time they make any headway, someone else takes over and changes the system. It's a long shot, sure, but could you imagine how loyal these guild members would be if we got them a bracelet with stats? Or a returning spear?
Oren's brain did backflips.
Magic items.
There had never been a mention of those in any books they'd picked up. But those must be rare, right? Daniel asked. I've never even heard of relics before now.
Bless you, Daniel,
Oren thought.
Of course,
Maddie shrugged.
Finding something like that won't likely happen, but even if we find some mithril or cold iron, it would be worth it.
Getting proper weapons out of those is a lifelong dream of most adventurers. Daniel smirked.
Gertrude has both, and a dragon's bone.
Maddie rolled her eyes.
Yes, you have a beautiful and rare sword, O great hero. For the rest of the normal folk, a cold iron sword would be the boon of a lifetime.
They stopped at the top of the stairs. Maddie's room was to the left, while the boys' room was to the right. I honestly don't even know what the difference is, Daniel admitted.
I read cold iron makes the weapon stronger, but I didn't really study up on it much.
Maddie looked over at Oren and laughed.
He's so ignorant, I don't know how it took me so long to figure out he was from another world.
Oren laughed along while simultaneously breaking out in a cold sweat. Yeah, I keep waiting for him to ask me how to use the bathrooms. Maddie's smile grew wider as they picked on Daniel together.
I'm sure Oren can tell you all about different metal types. If you want more information, some of the books in the library cover it too. My mom dabbled in blacksmithing, so unless my father got rid of her books, There should be more in there. But back to the point at hand. If we find good materials, we can have better gear made. For us and the people Pretis is inevitably going to have to spy on us. Daniel mulled it over.
Okay, I guess you didn't totally suck at negotiating. Maddie put her hand on her hip.
Good night, you ungrateful piece of...
Madeline, are you out there? Lord Catanzano's voice drifted down the hall.
Come in here. I need to go over these numbers with you. Coming, Father.
Maddie stuck out her tongue at the boys and left them on the landing. Daniel grabbed Oren and pulled him toward the library. Just what you're doing for the next hour. Chapter 5. As Oren entered the Catanzano's library, he inhaled deeply. Despite being in a different world, the scent of the surrounding books still hit the same. It revitalized some part of him deep down and calmed him at the same time. Exactly what he needed after the minefield of a conversation with Maddie they had just left. What do you want to look for first? Oren turned back and noticed Daniel backing up slowly. Oh, no you don't. Get back here. If I have to research different types of metal, so do you. He grabbed his friend and dragged him into the room. Daniel sighed in defeat. You try to look up anything on relics. I'll try to find Lady Catanzano's blacksmithing books. I'm kind of excited to find out exactly what Gertrude is made of. Oren grumbled. Of course, Daniel would volunteer himself for the easier task. They'd already read most of the normal primers, and nothing he could remember jumped out as a good starting point. How exactly do you look up magical items in a world where magic is the norm? Daniel started stacking a small pile of books from a corner of the library within 10 minutes. Oren was still searching book title by book title, at least for the books that were labeled, when he had an idea. He used Analyze on the next untitled book. The first half-dozen times he used the skill, all he got was book. Oren almost gave up, but he had to fulfill his daily quota for the skill anyway. After a few more attempts, something new did appear. Book. Subject. History. Oren pulled the unmarked book out and leafed through the first few pages. A History of Agricultural Development Efforts in Veskar. Flipping through a few pages, he realized it was a history book in the vaguest sense only. The book chronicled multiple leaders' attempts to develop large swaths of Veskar for better farming. It also went into detail about why each separate attempt failed, for reasons ranging from banditry to what sounded like a plague. Oren put the book back and then tried again. The jump in information after he read a few pages was drastic. Book subject: History and Agrarian Sciences. Title: A History of Agricultural Development Efforts in Veskar. Summary: Failed farming attempts in Veskar, detailed by year and leader. You find anything? Daniel asked from directly behind him. Oren spooked and jumped. Don't do that! Daniel chuckled. Oren shook himself and answered, I'm not finding anything on relics, just farming in other countries. Daniel gave him a look. Why were you reading it so long then? I'm working on Analyze. I was hoping that if I get it working right, I might be able to just browse and see exactly what's in the book before even reading it, Oren explained. It's a slow process, though. Daniel gestured to the table. Want to split the books and figure out what we should steal from the guild? Oren shrugged and joined him at the small reading nook. Of the 6 books, 2 were easily discarded. The titles noted they were advanced blacksmithing books. Oren picked up the next one. Daniel put his book down after 10 minutes. This is a dud. It just goes on about the different methods of quenching and hammering steel and iron, but nothing about different metal types. Oren closed his book. This one is the same. It's just schematics for different types of weapons, tools, and such. They opened the last 2, and almost immediately Daniel cheered. Found it!
An entire chapter on different metal types and the best applications for each. Oren waited and watched Daniel read slowly. Are you going to read it aloud? Nah, Daniel muttered. You can read it when I'm done. It's only a few pages. Oren rolled his eyes and went back to searching for anything related to relics. He noticed the Analyze skill had evolved a bit and was still giving the subject tab on the book.
Silas had organized the books in a certain way, grouping them into categories. However, gave the occasional different reaction. The section he'd been in before was mostly marked history, but sometimes he would also get a biography. One time marked the book as fictional history. Oren pulled that one out to check the title. The Life of Grand Mage Fauni. The library also had a section that returned subjects of architecture, math, philosophy, sciences, classes, magic, and politics. It was in the sciences section where Daniel had found the blacksmithing books. Mapping out the library gave Oren a small sense of achievement, even if they hadn't found anything on relics. I'm done, Daniel said, and waved Oren over. There is a lot more than just mithril or cold iron. Oren read through the few pages quickly. Mithril was a rare metal, mined primarily by the dwarves. It had a few different uses, but the main one was creating an alloy that strengthened any other metal. The book noted that mithril alloys were nearly impossible to break without extreme circumstances. It also noted that working with the stuff was annoyingly difficult. It set quicker than any metal, and a blacksmith would have mere minutes to get the shape correct and beaten to perfection. Cold iron was a black iron found in small veins in the deepest iron mines. It was rarer than mithril, but easier to work with. It could also be separated out again from a mixed metal alloy and reused over and over. The biggest use was in weapons or machinery that needed to keep an edge. A cold iron blade never needed to be sharpened. It also would slowly regrow if a piece was broken off. A new piece of another metal had to be introduced for it to work. The blade would slowly lose this ability as the cold iron percentage decreased, but a sword made with cold iron would still last decades longer than a normal steel or iron blade. The book also mentioned citrandish wood, from an elven tree used in the construction of their bows and wooden weapons. Harder to break and giving twice the pull to a bow, the wood was rarely found except in elven hands. The author went into detail about what had happened to the few people who had stolen bows in the past. Oren felt very grateful that he hadn't chosen the path of an archer. He could see the temptation for a stronger bow outweighing the common sense of a person. Being planted in the ground and having a new tree grown through you while alive did not sound like a pleasant way to go. Another was adamantine, which was so rare that only royals of the past had been able to afford a knife made with the same. It was the only metal that refused to mix with others. Small pendants or rings could still be found, but the exact nature of the advantages of the metal was unknown. There were also irons that had absorbed characteristics from their surroundings. Sky metal was basically meteors that had fallen to the ground and been found. The owners would swear the blades moved faster. Red iron was found near flowing lava. It gave a red sheen to any blade, and had been proven by the author to have a visceral reaction to cold. When pressed against ice, it cut as if warmed from within. The book noted that some ancient shields of red iron had been known to turn ice magic aside if made with a high enough saturation point of other metals. However, that recipe had been lost to time. The author theorized that other irons were possible in high-density magical areas. So, your sword won't break and doesn't need to be sharpened, Oren said, as he finished reading and looked over the chart of saturation points and mixture percentages for different metals. That's handy. She'll also regrow if I chip her on something too hard, Daniel added. Like if I tried to hit your head? Oren rolled his eyes. Good to know, I guess. Nothing that would help either of us too much, though. Daniel shrugged. You need to keep learning all the things you can if you don't want to tell Maddie. I can get away with the I'm ignorant act, but unless you come clean and— No, Oren cut him off. I trust her a bit, but that's too big a secret. Just pay attention. You saved me today. Keep that up. Daniel picked up the books and moved them back to the shelves. So, tell me more about the people we are going into this dungeon with. Oren leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. It had been a long day, and using Analyze wore him out. He was getting better at pushing the skill further and further, but he still felt a small wave of exhaustion hit him once he used it too much. Physical skills suck, he thought. Tin is really nice. She was the one who answered my request to find you back when— He trailed off. Anyways, she invited me to lunch and introduced me to the other two, Emily and Garrett. You'd like Tin. She's good people. Emily is more reserved, but smart. You can tell just from talking to her. She also has an evolved class. She found some magic item that let her upgrade from Fire Mage into something else that I can't remember the name of. Honestly, I think if she's on the team, she'll be the easiest to convince to use our strategy of working together. What's Tin's class? Daniel sauntered back over and plopped in the other chair. The Fire Mage I worked with before was powerful. She uses a spear and water magic, I think. Oren looked up as he tried to remember the conversation from weeks ago. Water spear, maybe? She'd be good at the front line with you. And the third one? Daniel asked, pulling at a string in his shirt. He wrapped the thread around his finger once and yanked. Oren remembered the flirtatious archer. Garrett. He's an archer with earth magic. I didn't really get too much about his skills. Daniel looked up. Why are you blushing? Oren stood quickly and went back to searching the library. Not blushing, it's just hot in here. Where do you think we can find more on relics? Daniel followed right on his heels. It's not hot in here. Are you sick? Oren ignored him. Oren, what is it? Daniel asked, with genuine concern. You didn't cycle too much, did you? I thought you had a better handle on your limits. Oren sighed. He kind of hit on me last time we were all together. Daniel blinked twice and then laughed. This is why I didn't tell you, Oren muttered, and pulled another book out from the magic section. It ended up being a list of different types of obscure magic used in Veskar. Daniel put his hand on Oren's shoulder. Buddy, I'm sorry. I thought you liked my sister. Oren threw up his hands, knocking Daniel's hand off. I do! Did. I don't know. I've never had someone hit on me. It threw me a bit, and I'd just rather not think about it. Daniel gently placed his hand back on Oren's shoulder and turned him until they faced each other. You know I'm your friend no matter who you like, right? Oren nodded. Daniel's face turned evil. Is he hot? Oren boosted his own strength and pushed Daniel. He rolled backward and came up laughing. I'm going to bed, Oren announced. He stormed out, with Daniel's laughter echoing behind him. Chapter 6. Oren woke up before the sun. Daniel was snoring lightly as he pulled on his clothes and made his way downstairs to the small training yard. None of the guards were up and training this early, exactly how Oren liked it. Using one of the tables set out for equipment between bouts, Oren started to clear out his dimension hole. He sorted the junk he'd accumulated into 3 piles: food, survival supplies, and loot. He'd already cleared out most of the random monster parts that he had gathered since Daniel and he had woken up in the forest. He had a little food and 2 barrels of water as well. That pile could stay here until they left for the dungeon. In the survival pile went his multiple vials and some peanut drop clippings, along with a dwindling supply of alchemy ingredients. He had his bedroll, rope, a hand axe, and a few knives left over from Daniel's original bracer of daggers. His original clothing, and a few new changes. He had a myriad of other useful items as well, including blankets, candles, torches, chalk, matches, flint and steel, a water skin, and even fish hooks and a line. Maddie had gotten him a few small jars of ink, a fountain pen, and a small blank book when he'd mentioned he wanted to make some notes and plans. Those went in as well. He found a single arrow that had somehow missed his cleanings and put it in a quiver nearby. For loot, Oren had kept Samara's whip. Silas had declined to keep it, and Oren hadn't been able to find someone to buy it yet. Everything else had been sold, and the multiple pouches of gold, silver, and copper he had were a testament that Oren could probably retire and live quite comfortably if he wanted to. He'd split the money as evenly as possible with his friends. Daniel had spent a lot of his original gold from sharing quests with Maddie on his weapon. Oren hadn't gone on any such spending spree, if you didn't count the small library of books he kept. He was planning on leaving most of those behind, except the bestiaries. He slowly pulled one last thing he'd picked up out of his pocket. The large hammer was heavy in his hand, and the damage-dealing end slapped to the dirt with a thunk. Jude's family hadn't wanted the weapon and had asked Lord Catanzano to sell it for them. Oren had paid double the going price in an effort to help his late friend's family. "What am I doing lugging you around, though?" Oren asked the hunk of metal. He wasn't trained to use the hammer and didn't plan on learning any time soon. He knew he would need to leave the hammer when they went to the guild storerooms. "I'll drop it off in my room," he said aloud. He looked down at all his possessions and started writing in his new journal. Oren knew Daniel would just try to wing things. Maddie was intelligent, but without Brant, there wasn't anybody to make sure they were properly supplied. Oren rolled his shoulders and started planning. An hour later, he thought he'd made a good list of what 5 people would need to survive 10 levels in a new dungeon. "See, Daniel? All those late nights playing D&D in random online groups is paying off." He chuckled to himself. Oren stored away the things he didn't want to bring and then left to put in a few orders. When he got back 2 hours later, Daniel was just making his way into the dining room for breakfast. "Where have you been?" Daniel asked as he grabbed a small green fruit that looked like a strawberry. Oren just shrugged and filled up his second cup of coffee. "Getting ready. The guildmaster is supposed to send over somebody by noon to give us updates on the dungeon and who is going with us. Then we have a few hours this afternoon to raid the storerooms." "Did you really just wake up?" Daniel raised an eyebrow. "Oren, it's like 8 in the morning." Oren filled up a plate with eggs and toast. He'd cleared half his plate when Maddie entered the room. Her hair was curled again and put back into a bun. Her normal battle clothing was gone, and she wore an elegant suit with a longer coat that almost doubled as a dress. She had applied some light makeup as well. "Off to war?" Oren joked. Maddie flinched. "Yes, actually. I have to attend a meeting with my father for the next few hours. I'll be back before lunch. Don't even try to start without me." "Everything all right?" Daniel asked from his seat. Maddie sighed. "Yes, it will be. We've had to take over Wendel's accounts, and the other houses are fighting over the proper distribution." Daniel turned back around. "Sounds easy. Just give an even split." Maddie sat down, pulled Daniel's plate toward her, and started to eat his food. "And what about the debts already owed to each family? Or our own debts owed to Wendell? Should we all start from zero? What about the fact that the Timpy house is taking over most of his duties? What about the guards he paid for?" Daniel put his hands up. Okay, I get it." Maddie smirked. "That's only half of it. Entire coffers were missing. We don't know if they were stolen by some enterprising guard or if Wendell was cooking his books." "Or paying off kidnappers," Oren muttered. Maddie nodded. "My father wants to hammer that point.
Wendell used city funds to try to kidnap Daniel. We spent manpower and resources. It's going to be a long and boring meeting filled with math and lots of arguing.
Sounds like Oren's favorite pastime. Daniel grabbed a pastry off his plate before Maddie could eat it.
Maybe he should go with you.
I've got places to be, Oren responded. I ordered some extra alchemy supplies, along with a few things I thought might make our trip into the dungeon easier.
Daniel perked up. Like what?
Oren started counting on his fingers. Small tents for the rooms between floors. Nobody should have to hear you snore. A barrel with a tap, so we don't have to keep pulling water out the top with a ladle. A grappling hook in case we need to climb. A crowbar and climbing pitons. Extra blankets and bedrolls for the new members. Do we really need that? Daniel rolled his eyes. They should have their own, right? And what's a piton? Climbing spike. Hammer it in and run a rope through it. Then if you fall, you won't die. Again, do we really need that? Daniel asked. Better to be ready and have it, Oren said. Well, I'll leave you boys to it then. Maddie mopped up the last of Daniel's breakfast and stood. She reached back and bobbed her bun on her head. Do I look presentable? Absolutely, Daniel said with a smile. Maddie grinned and nodded at them both. Wait for me, she demanded again, and swept out of the room. Daniel saluted her as she left. Oren shook his head. Want to spar a bit? Daniel asked with a twinkle in his eye. Oren resigned himself to a long morning. After Daniel proved to Oren that he had in fact been letting his friend win, Oren left to pick up the last of his orders. He hadn't gone to Jovi for the grappling hook, crowbar, and pitons. That kind of work was below the weaponsmith. Instead, Oren had found a small forge with a new smith and placed his request. The woman had said she only needed an hour, and when Oren arrived late, she hadn't been happy. Storing your purchases will cost you extra in the future, she snarled. Oren took his purchases and left without arguing. He had planned on taking the main street back to the Catanzano's house, but had only walked for a few minutes before he had to take a side street. Too many merchants were in town trying to stake a claim after the chaos of the recent Wendell trouble. Men in slightly crisper clothing with their noses in the air passed him by. Oren's nose caught the scent before his eyes fell upon a growing line leading to a familiar corner. Amir's father's coffee shop. Oren hadn't seen his friend in the prior weeks. He felt guilty and worried as he rushed to the line. He didn't really need another cup of coffee, but as he stood in line, he justified that this was another crucial provision for the dungeon. Amir's father ran a tight ship, and the long line moved much faster than he would have expected. Soon, Oren stood in front of an older version of Amir. Oren almost greeted him as his friend, but noticed the crow's feet bracketing his eyes and the slight wrinkles on his forehead. "What'll it be, young sir?" Even his voice had the same smooth calmness and patience. "I'll need a small bag of ground beans for travel, and a cup of your strongest brew to go," Oren ordered first. He watched the man move swiftly about, turning the knobs with a utility of movement that spoke of much practice and love. "That'll be 6 copper." The man was already done. Oren handed the coins over. He picked up the small clay cup and reached for the bag of heaven. "Is Amir here?" Oren's hand gripped the bag of ground beans, but Amir's father did not let go. "Why do you ask after my son?" The shop suddenly felt smaller. Amir's father was huge, towering over Oren. He realized that the father must know more about his son's trouble at the hospital than Amir suspected. "He's a friend," Oren answered quickly, feeling the heat lift some. "We met a few weeks ago, but I haven't been around. I just wanted to say hi." The hand released the bag of coffee, and the smile returned. "Amir is studying. He is always studying. He should take a break and help his poor father more."
A friend would remind him of this, yes? Oren grinned and started to back out of the shop. Of course. Will you tell him that Oren stopped by? He should come visit. Amir's father nodded. Yes, I will tell him. Here, take a cookie. He handed Oren a dark brown circle. Calling it a cookie would be generous. It was flat and looked like mud.
Oren tossed out a thank you and beat a hasty retreat. After storing the last few purchases in his dimension hole, Oren made his way back to the Catanzano residence. He was almost to the front door when somebody yelled his name. He turned and saw Emily, the Fireflower Mage, wave once at him. She marched toward him and gave him a small smile that barely reached her eyes. Good morning. I hear thanks are in order. She put her hand out. Oren took her hand, slightly confused. Thanks? Oh, did Pretis select you for the mission? Emily interrupted him. Yes. The Guildmaster granted me the honor. I'm hoping to live up to her expectations. It is good to see you again. Tin has been beside herself since we learned you were part of the Heroes group. She pitched her voice higher in mimicry of Tin. We almost had a hero, Oren laughed. I'm not the hero, though. That's Daniel. You'll meet him soon. I was just heading back. I've been out all morning getting supplies. Are you here for the mission debrief? Emily's eyes lit up at the mention of Daniel. Yes, we are all supposed to be there and then head out tomorrow. What kind of supplies? Oren started explaining what he'd gotten and why. Emily's nod of approval as he spoke gave him confidence that he hadn't been wasting his time. Preparation like that is impressive, Emily complimented him. But if you expect us to all carry a huge pack, it'll be dangerous and time-consuming. I've got it covered, Oren answered cryptically. Emily squinted at him and shrugged. Lead the way. Garrett should be along soon. Oren sputtered. Chapter 7. Sure enough, Garrett sauntered into the Catanzano house 10 minutes after Oren brought Emily in. He was in the middle of introducing her to Maddie when the archer announced himself. Oren, where have you been hiding? Maddie's eyes shot up as the tall man walked right to Oren and hugged him. Oren stood very still as he felt the heat rise a few degrees. Oren, Maddie stepped closer. Introduce me to your friend. Oren opened and closed his mouth multiple times before Garrett bowed low, sweeping back a short cape. Garrett Bell, at your service, Lady Madeline. Maddie put her hand on Oren's elbow and positioned herself between the two men. I'm assuming that you are to be our 5th member, along with Ms. Emily here. Garrett nodded and waved at Emily. Emily shook her head in dismay at her friend. Good. Maddie gently pushed Oren toward the front dining room. Daniel will be down soon enough. Let's get settled. The Guildmaster sent word that her attaché will be arriving within the hour. That should be more than enough time for us to all get to know each other and set some ground rules for working together. Oren felt the heat in his face start to fade as they filed into the cleared dining room. He's just a flirt. Ignore it, he thought. But when he sat down and Garrett ran a hand along the back of his chair and lightly touched his shoulder, Oren jumped again. Garrett, quit it, Emily demanded. She sat down in the empty chair next to Oren. Sorry about him. He's incorrigible, but harmless. I'll keep him in line. Unless you want me to get out of line, Garrett whispered across the table. Emily pointed at him, and a small crystal of fire formed at the tip of her finger. One more quip, and I'll burn you again. Garrett put his hands up in surrender. I'll behave. Sorry, Oren. Emily waved her hand, and the fire crystal dissipated. After the dungeon, I'll ask you on a proper date, Garrett got out before he fell out of his chair. The smell of burning filled the room. Damn it, Emily, these are new pants. Maddie hid her mouth with her hand for a moment before composing herself.
Let's agree the first rule of this party should be to not harm or distract each other during the dungeon raid.
Garrett ran his hand through his hair as he sat back down gingerly. Agreed.
That includes flirting or trying to get a rise out of each other,
Maddie said, and then raised a hand as Garrett started to interject.
Yes, Garrett, I heard it. Don't antagonize your teammates.
Good rule, Daniel said from the doorway. Rule 2. Everybody listens to what Maddie says, in the dungeon and out. She's going to keep us alive. Maddie kept herself composed at the praise and vote of confidence from Daniel, but Oren could see the words had a great effect on her. Emily went to stand as she noticed the hero, while Garrett had already noticed and was starting to bow.
Rule 3. No bowing or posturing. We're a team for this mission. I'm just an adventurer like you. I'm sure I'll learn as much from you two as I have from Maddie here. And, Oren, Daniel added, after only a small beat. That is going to be hard for us, Emily admitted.
It's an honor to meet a real hero. To meet you. Daniel sat down at the other end of the table from Maddie and waved a hand.
I'm serious. I'm just a normal guy from another world who has some cool magic and shit. A few months ago, I was just going to school and worrying about what I'd wear to prom. Please, just treat me like you'd treat Oren.
Oren watched Garrett close his eyes and take a breath. He smirked at Oren, but nodded to Daniel.
If that is how you'd like it,
Emily said, settling back in her chair.
It's still going to be an adjustment. When Tin told us that the guildmaster was requesting us for a mission with the hero, half the guild was in an uproar. Why us?
Daniel pointed at Oren. He vouched for your group, and Pritus selected 2 of you to fill the gap in our ranks. Don't disappoint his trust. Emily and Garrett turned back to Oren with renewed respect. Maddie clapped her hands.
Before we get the information about the dungeon, I'd like to discuss the 2 of you a bit, Maddie started.
Basics first, if you don't mind. Class and level. Have you ever been in a dungeon? Any notable weaknesses? Garrett and Emily exchanged a glance, and Emily nodded. She stood, pushing her chair backward.
I'm Emily Ibarra, Fireflower Mage, level 25. I raided the Boiling Swamp before it was cleared, a 2-tier, 2-year-old dungeon south of Day. We turned back after the 6th floor due to losing our main fighter to a pit trap. Weaknesses are mostly water monsters.
After her cut-and-dry speech, Oren expected the same from Garrett. Instead, I'm Garrett Bell, Earth Archer Extraordinaire. I'm level 19, but teetering on the edge. I've not raided a dungeon, but I've helped turn back enough hordes and fought enough monsters to know the game. I have no weaknesses, unless you count a beautiful smile or good time a weakness. Maddie sighed.
Does your class allow you to take damage?
Garrett shrugged. I stay on the edges of fights. I've got a trump card if I need to avoid a big blow, but if the party does its job, I should be able to take down any monster quicker than most. Emily spoke up.
He's not just bragging. His arrows hit hard, and he has a knack for trapping monsters. He usually outkills me and Tin combined.
Maddie nodded, taking a few notes.
We'll discuss our strategy later, but know that we don't care how hard you can hit individually. We work as a team. If you don't think you can take orders and go against the normal adventurer code of most damage output possible, you can leave now.
Emily frowned, but didn't move. Garrett laughed. Are you saying you want me to not kill the monsters? Daniel hit the table loudly. If Maddie says to not kill a monster, you listen. If you can't do that, we can't trust you. Garrett's smile disappeared. Whoa. I'm not saying I can't follow directions. It's just... Why? Oren raised his hand, and Maddie nodded at him. He stayed in his seat, not trusting his legs while having to give the same speech he'd originally given to Brant, Jude, and Maddie so long ago. It comes down to strategy. If every one of us just goes full out at whichever monster we want, the chances of success go down. Instead, we'll work as a team. Daniel can usually keep the attention of a few of the monsters and stay up while we take down stragglers or more dangerous prey first, depending on the situation. Maddie and I have worked out a good system of giving directions during a fight. We'll explain it all later. By picking our targets, we can concentrate our damage and increase our odds with every kill. Or escape and regroup if the enemy is too strong. We each have a few tricks up our sleeves too, so using those in a smart way and in cooperation with each other, we don't have to worry about anyone going off on their own and dying. Emily's razor-sharp gaze focused on Oren again as he finished talking. So, Maddie gives the orders? Oren nodded. Most of the time, yes. But if you hear me shouting, or even Daniel, it's likely a good idea to listen. The three of us have fought together enough that we know how to stop any gaps in each other's weaknesses. Maddie spoke next, talking about her own class and level. She even gave a short demonstration of her color-coded messages, reassuring Emily and Garrett that she would go over it again in much more detail at a later point. Daniel also had a chance to give them the general overlay of how he'd fight, keeping his skills vague on purpose, as they'd agreed beforehand. Oren had already gone over his class with the two new members in the past, but so much had changed since that point. While his main skills were still buffing, he could also heal, track with map, give a protective shield of sorts with ward, use teleport, and keep the party supplied with dimension hole. He didn't get a chance to explain that he was a Swiss Army knife, though, before there was a knock on the door. "Ma'am, a member of the guild is here for you." A guard Oren didn't recognize opened the door a bit more, letting the man inside. "Thank you, Sir Perkins," Maddie answered. "Come in, please." Of course, she has already memorized all the new guards' names, Oren thought. With the general upheaval across the city lords, the guards had been shuffled between different positions. Oren had a hard time keeping them straight. The man who entered was not what Oren had expected from a guild member. The man was old, older than Tony. He must be 80 at least, Oren judged, as he glanced at the long white hair and braided beard that reached the middle of his chest. The man clutched two books tightly and gazed around with an almost dazed look in his eyes. "Guildmaster Pretis has sent me to prepare you for a dungeon foray," the man said. "I'm Kalek Ewing, guild assessor." "An honor to meet you, sir," Maddie bowed her head. "Thank you for meeting us at my home. We hope to not take up too much of your precious time." Oren glanced back at Maddie, who was using her politician voice and flowery language. Who is this guy? "What's an assessor?" Daniel asked, still sitting. "Do you want a chair, Mr. Ewing?" Kalek glanced around and seemed startled to find Daniel sitting so close to him. He jumped back a step and almost tripped, but righted himself at the last moment. "What's an assessor? You must be Daniel, the new hero. Your power level has grown, young man, but you are still ignorant of the ways of our world. You should spend more time learning, or else you'll die of that ignorance, as so many before you have." Daniel, an assessor, like Kalak, is something of a historian. They study trends and information on different topics to give us predictions on what might be, Maddie explained. Oren itched to ask more questions. If Kalak had a class geared toward information gathering, he could use that to their advantage. Maybe he could take the skills himself and figure out a way to get them home. Unfortunately, Daniel didn't ask any more questions, and Oren felt too many eyes were in the room to risk asking what could be common knowledge. "Please, sir, have a seat. What can you tell us of the new dungeon?"
Maddie motioned to an empty chair, which Kalak shuffled to. He sat, still clutching his books to his chest. They waited. Kalak watched each of them in turn. Daniel, Oren, and Maddie watched him back. Garrett raised an eyebrow at Emily, who shrugged. This party has a 23.2% chance of clearing a Tier 1 dungeon. As the exact specifications of the dungeon type are unknown, an extra 10.3% was taken off. While I would make recommendations, the Guildmaster has assured me that this is the group you have decided to stay with. Is that correct? Everybody took in a collective breath. 23% chance of succeeding? This is our party, yes, Daniel said, with an edge that Oren recognized. Daniel did not like being told he couldn't do something. That prediction probably pissed him off, Oren realized. If you fail to clear the dungeon, there is a 71% chance of 1 fatality, a 64% chance of 2 fatalities, a 52% chance of 3 fatalities, a 38% chance of 4 fatalities, a 24% chance of 5 fatalities, a 12% chance of 6 fatalities, a 4% chance of 7 fatalities, a 1% chance of 8 fatalities, and a 0% chance of 9 fatalities or more. Stop, Daniel said, with an authority Oren hadn't ever heard in his friend's voice. There is a 100% chance we clear this dungeon and survive. I don't want your predictions. I want information on the dungeon. Kalak's eyes blinked rapidly as he looked at Daniel. Sorry. I get lost in my numbers. He looked down in front of him and realized he still held the books close.
Reverently, Kalak placed each book next to the other and opened the smaller one first. Initial dungeon break was 3 days ago. 50-odd level 2 monsters of various types, including poison, water, and steel, appeared and were contained. 23 level 3 monsters of the same assortment were contained. 1 level 3 aberrant escaped, type unconfirmed. Based on this data, the dungeon is Tier 1 with a Deca set predicted. Pretas said our party could take that out in a week, Daniel challenged Kalak. Guildmaster Pretas could have meant a full party at level 20. The recommended level for dungeon subjugation would have a higher success rate. Kalak closed the smaller book and opened the larger one. The pages were yellowed, but the leather binding was pristine and polished. He also took a single piece of paper from his pocket and set it delicately on the table. With the combination of poison, water, and steel, it is likely that the dungeon will include moving traps, rivers or lakes of acid, and monsters of the same type. A list of possible monsters for you, if any of you care to read it, along with some historic traps found in steel and poison-type dungeons. Kalak began to read off the names of monsters. Oren recognized 1 in 10 of them, but hoped he could peruse the bestiaries later. Any questions? Kalak asked, his gaze shifting around the room. None at this time, thank you, sir, Maddie answered after a pause. If we have any questions, we'll reach out. Kalak shuffled his books back together and stood. If you should succeed, please complete a full report. More data helps future generations increase their odds of survival with knowledge and proper planning. Oren watched Daniel. The hero was still glaring at the old man as he left. I'm not saying I'm not willing to go, but 1 in 4 chances that we succeed isn't the greatest, Garrett piped up as soon as the door closed. The only information he bases that off is our current levels, Maddie said as she stood up and walked to the folded piece of paper left in front of Kalak's seat. We can improve our own odds by being smart. She smiled up at Oren as she grabbed the paper. Ready to do some research? Oren smirked. Let's defeat a dungeon. Chapter 8. Useless, Oren muttered for the 100th time. Daniel had spent all of 10 minutes trying to plan before taking Garrett and Emily to the Catanzano training grounds to see what they could do. "We do need to know what kind of fighting skills they have," Maddie said, trying to play mediator again. "It's not like either of us would stand much of a chance against outright fighters like them. Daniel can at least stand his own." That at least was true. Emily's fire magic was enough to keep Daniel back, with every additional minute adding heat to the mage's body. She let off bursts of fire so strong that the sand at her feet had been turned into a thin layer of glass. She brought out a small staff, nothing more than a walking stick, really, and proceeded to beat Daniel about the head with it when he got close enough. Garrett was an even worse matchup for Daniel. While they liked to close in for a fight, Garrett skipped back and loosed arrows that just appeared in his hands. He'd explained in between rounds that he could use magic to create an arrow out of any surface his body touched. Even his densely compacted sand arrows packed enough punch to knock Daniel back a step. The few times Daniel had gotten close enough to strike, the archer had deftly dodged every swing. "You telegraph your attacks with your feet and the ground tells me where to move," he'd said with a shrug and a wink at Daniel's frustration. "Don't be too hard on yourself, though. You're like 5 levels below me." Like Oren, Daniel had gained an extra level and was sitting at level 13. However, all his physical stats were double boosted by his summoned hero skill. So, although his strength was at 24, he hit like it was at 48. Daniel, hero, level 13. HP, 280 out of 300. MP, 70 out of 80. Strength, 24. Constitution, 15. Dexterity, 13. Will, 8. Intelligence, 10. Oren sighed and leafed through his bestiary, reading one entry after the other. Maddie had promised to look into traps and had a few books from her father's library on the small table. However, she had stopped reading a few pages in and watched the spectacle of the Daniel getting trounced. "Steel-clawed toad," Oren read aloud to grab her attention. "They hide underwater and jump on a person as they walk by. They use their claws to shred you from behind and then leap off back into the water." "You've got monster view," Maddie muttered, distracted, as Garrett stretched between rounds. He had taken off his shirt, a totally unnecessary move, as it was quite cold out. "We'll know where they are before they jump," Oren groaned. "You do realize that I can't be expected to keep watch the entire time. We should have plans ready." Maddie turned at the frustration in his voice. "Oren, I swear I get it. I want to be prepared too." She waved her hand at the training ground as Emily and Garrett faced off against each other, letting Daniel have a small break. "But you have to know what they can do. Garrett is great at dodging close, but Daniel already figured out a quick jump throws him off. These steel toads would be able to get the drop on him. His skills only let him read the ground. Emily's fire would probably be weak against them too, which means you would be our best defense." She put her hand on his and gently closed the bestiary. "We don't have to leave right away. We have time to plan. It'll be all right." Oren stared into her dark eyes and saw her concern. He let out a breath he'd been holding and felt a little of his stress fall away. Maddie smiled. "That's match," Daniel yelled, and threw a bucket of water on Garrett. His pants had caught fire and had some very interesting holes. "Damn it, Emily!" Garrett's normally smooth voice was hoarse from the smoke. "I liked this outfit," Emily smirked and shrugged. "You're not even wearing half of it." Oren let out a laugh. Garrett's eyes narrowed and he pointed his bow. "I think it's time for some new opponents." Daniel raised an eyebrow. "Maddie isn't much lower in level than you. She's decent with her spear, too. Are you sure?" "No, Oren." Garrett winked and crooked a finger. "Want to go around?" The past few weeks had included a lot of downtime. Daniel's incessant need to prove himself meant Oren had been used as a training dummy. He had started to develop his own style in battles. He ran away. His fighting was subpar, and without wasting some points on a weapon skill, he wouldn't have a chance of holding his own against his friend. So he'd cheated. Of course, Daniel still won the fights, but Oren counted getting away for a minute or two as a win. He didn't need to take down the things they fought, only to survive until someone else did. Oren is more support, Daniel chided. He's there to keep us going and help us hit faster. But I don't think let's do it, Oren spoke over Daniel, feeling a wave of heat go down his back. It's probably best for them to see me in action, right? He turned to Maddie. She smiled and nodded. Daniel threw his hands in the air. Why does no one listen to me? I'm the hero, right? That should count for something. Despite his muttering, Daniel moved out of the training yard and sat at the table next to Maddie. Emily stood close by and watched as Oren moved out onto the sand. Weapon? Garrett quirked his head. Oren summoned an ice sword and held it awkwardly to his side. Garrett nodded and touched his bow to his forehead, the sign he was ready to go. What kind of training do you want to do? Oren asked sheepishly. I mean, how do you want to score things? Garrett smiled evilly. First one to beg? Oren could almost hear Emily roll her eyes. First to incapacitate or draw blood, the fire mage yelled from the sidelines. Oren nodded and put his sword to his head. Fuck, that's cold. Garrett tapped his head with his bow and darted back, pulling a sand arrow out of the air and firing it at Oren. Except Oren had cast, and with a hop to the side, the arrow missed. Garrett growled and shot 2 more arrows, one glancing off Oren's arm. The ward he'd put up swallowed the damage. I could some dexterity debuffs and try to put him down, Oren thought as he jumped back and forth dodging arrows. Garrett's skills didn't make the arrows fly any faster, and Oren had had the foresight to boost his own stats before agreeing to the fight. His body moved quickly, and he was gaining a little more familiarity with his body's increased reactions after all the practice Daniel had put him through. I can still see you when you land, Oren. Garrett pulled his bowstring back and waited. Damn, that spell hurts my eyes. I know, right? Daniel said from the table. He was reading the bestiary. Oren was stunned and took another arrow to the chest. Hit you, Garrett said triumphantly, letting his bow dip down. That should have drawn blood. The round is mine. Oren canceled and held his arms open, brushing some sand from his shirt. Sorry, I'm still in it. Was almost gone. That hit had been really strong, and with his low constitution, it was actually a bit worrying. But the shock on Garrett's face was worth it. Oren cast and watched the archer take the hit without flinching. He frowned and pulled back for another shot. Oren didn't give him the chance. He ended the fight with what Daniel called cheating, and inversed Garrett's dexterity until the man slumped to the ground. His arrow disappeared as it fell from his fingers. Incapacitated, right? Oren looked over at Emily, who had a stricken look on her face. He's alive, Maddie said quickly, standing up. Oren, can you let him up, please? Oren buffed Garrett until the man got to his feet. You'll be back to normal in a few minutes. It's temporary. Emily let out a half-gasp, half-cry. I thought he went down like his strings were cut, and what was that? Cheating, Daniel said from over the book. He cheated. He's disqualified and Garrett wins. Shut up, Maddie laughed. Oren won. Garrett's face, normally filled with cheer and confidence, was pale. I couldn't move an inch. It felt like every bit of my dexterity had been drained away. It was. Maddie's smile grew wider. Oren's our secret weapon. I know he told you he can increase stats,
but he can also debuff them. That's what he calls it when he takes them away. I've watched him make monsters fall to the ground. As long as we are smart and don't rush into anything stupid, he can make anything we fight weaker and slower.
Emily and Garrett looked at Oren with renewed respect. "The match is yours, then," Garrett said, his smile returning. "Emily, your turn."
"I'm not stupid," she replied. "If he zeroes out my will, I'll have a mana headache. No, thank you."
Garrett and Emily didn't stop asking questions, though, and Oren ended up explaining camouflage to them. Garrett scoffed at his light strike, but Emily shushed him.
"It's not the strongest spell, but one that a lot of low-level mages take. Sometimes just hitting something can disrupt their concentration or a skill."
Maddie was eventually dragged into a sparring match with Emily, who kept the upper hand. After Maddie missed a shimmer sight, Emily stopped the fight.
"We need to work on your aim," she said, shaking her red robe to let some of the cool air in. "You could have won. Where did you train?"
Maddie squatted on her heels, breathing hard. Fighting with Emily meant a lot of running away from fire.
"I've had a few tutors, but nothing formal for magic fighting. My father didn't want me to be an adventurer."
Emily put out a hand and helped her stand.
"Let's leave the boys to the books. Come with me."
Maddie glanced quizzically at the three males, finally worn out and reading. Oren waved as they left. Daniel blinked hard and rubbed his eyes a few minutes later.
"Where did Maddie and Emily go?"
Garrett shuffled a few pages of notes on the growing stack in the middle of the table. Oren took a peek and saw the flirtatious man's research skills were quite good. "Emily is probably bragging about her formal training and giving vague and unhelpful hints on how she can improve her magic," Garrett said, as he stretched his arms over his head, cracking his back. He smiled when he caught Oren watching. Oren ducked his head back into his book, reading about the Venostamen, a 2-foot-tall walking flower with teeth. It could blend into its surroundings and would strike once a target was close enough. The venom it injected could take down a level 20 adventurer in a day.
"Why couldn't she tell us, too?"
Daniel asked, completely missing Oren's blush to his relief.
"Not that I use too much magic, but it could be helpful to know."
Garrett grabbed a pitcher of lemonade from the middle of the table and refilled his empty glass. "Emily is weird about what information she gives out. She trained at the Soneris School for 4 years. The rumor is Odrana will send somebody after you if you try teaching their secrets."
"Will they really?"
Oren looked up from his book. Garrett took a few loud swallows before answering. "No idea, but Emily still won't give me any help. I think she helped Tin, though." He stood up after finishing his drink. "Listen, this has been fun, but I'm expected elsewhere this evening and I need to change." He gestured to his burned outfit with a smirk in Oren's direction.
"That's fine,"
Daniel said, and leaned back on his chair. "Oren's probably going to make me read all night. You should swing back by in the morning. I think that's when we are going to hit the guild's storeroom." "I know Maddie explained it, but try and think of some stuff you might want to pick up." Garrett tapped the table and let a wooden arrow appear in his hand. "I'm usually pretty sufficient on my own. See you 2 in the morning." Oren frowned in thought as Garrett left. Daniel caught the look. "What?" I think I have an idea to make Garrett more powerful." Chapter 9. "Spill it," Daniel prompted. "What's the idea?" Oren took a few scraps of paper from around the table and fanned them out. Pointing to each piece in turn, he said, "Stone, sky metal, red iron, some mithril alloys. Whatever else Garrett thinks is best." Daniel looked at the paper and then back at his friend. "Oren, that's paper." Oren reached up and flicked Daniel's forehead. "We'll have a necklace made, or maybe like a shirt. It will have all the various types of things he creates his arrows from. He'll be able to pick the right tool for the job." Daniel's eyes lit up as he caught on. That's actually genius. He complained during our matches that all he could really use was sand and wood. I think he wanted to show off his stone cage thing that he brags about, but I wouldn't let him get near enough to the walls. Oren nodded. This way, he can just tap his chest if he needs something specific. Of course, this all might be useless. There's probably some sort of limit or rules about what he can use, but it's worth a shot. Daniel thumped his friend on the back. It also gives us an idea of something valuable to look for in the guild's storeroom, anything that Garrett might make into an arrow. I wonder if he could make an explosive arrow if we found C4 or dynamite, Oren whispered. Nobody's around, Oren. No need to whisper. Daniel started scooping up all the notes. Anyways, are you really going to make me go through all this? Oren glared. Fine, fine. Daniel raised his hands in defeat. But you know as well as I do that come fight time, you are going to be the one yelling the details for every monster we encounter. Oren crossed his arms and leaned against the table. While that might be true, don't you think it might be a weight off my shoulders if you help out a bit more? This isn't the same thing as you writing your English paper the night before it's due and still getting an A. This is life and death. Remembering what something can do before I have the chance to yell it out could save everyone's lives. Daniel frowned a bit. I know it's dangerous. I'm helping, aren't I? Just because you have this need to research every facet of an issue before starting something doesn't mean the rest of us aren't pulling our weight. Maddie has been putting together supplies for you to carry in your magical bag, getting recipes for items that take up less space but have double the nutrition. He continued, standing up and leaning over the table a bit. And while you might not have noticed, I was testing out how both of our new party members react to different scenarios and fight patterns. Did you even realize that Garrett over-relies on his ability to read my attacks from the ground? He should never try to get close to me, but he thinks it's all a game. He actually laughed when I hit him. Emily's the complete opposite. Her magic is strong but takes forever to get set up. If something gets the drop on her, I'm not sure she'd have anything to react with. While you were reading about the monsters we might fight, I've been trying to figure out how to fight with the party we have. This is going to be completely different from the dungeon we did with Brant and Jude. We don't have their experience or leadership. I'm going to be the only real frontline fighter. You heard what that guy said. There's a 70% chance someone dies in there. Daniel became very quiet and let his head hang. What if he's right? What if you die? We keep getting caught up in these stupid adventures. We were going to go visit the elves, remember? Maddie told me they live for thousands of years. I'm sure one of them would know if any other heroes had ever made it home. Even a hint that it's even possible. He trailed off. Oren's anger at Daniel's seeming avoidance of research cooled. He walked around the table and put his hand on Daniel's shoulder. Of course it's possible. We don't need the elves to tell us that. Plus, all I remember was somebody saying there was a 100% chance we destroy this dungeon and everybody lives. He jostled Daniel and waited for his friend to look up. If you want, we could try to make our way farther north after we crush this new dungeon back to wherever it came from. I'm not too sure visiting a nation at war and asking for their help is the best idea, but I'm willing to try if that's what you want to do. Daniel's eyes were watery, and his voice cracked as he responded. I'm not sure what I want to do. It's too much sometimes, you know? Oren nodded, and, without telling Daniel, released a small, calm mind spell on him. He hadn't realized how much the pressure was getting to Daniel. He had always seemed so calm and put together back in their world, too. The Golden Boy. Oren began to wonder if that had been a facade as well. Sorry for acting like you aren't helping, Oren said. You know me. I get tunnel vision when I focus on something and don't think about anything else. Daniel nodded sagely. That is why you keep me around.
You need someone to swat you upside the head. Oren rolled his eyes. Daniel moved to bop him on the side of the head, but Oren had anticipated the move and increased his dexterity a few times. They laughed together in the courtyard, with the sunlight throwing shadows along the walls. No way! Maddie shook her head and sat down at the library table, pulling out Kalak's list and checking for any missed entries they hadn't investigated yet. It's reckless, and we need a lot more supplies for a trip like that. Daniel tried his best smile and slid into a chair next to Maddie. But we can plan all that now. Oren can store more than enough food. We'll already have most of what we need for the dungeon raid, and we'll be heading in that direction anyways. It just makes sense to go now.
Oren stood by the door and kept an eye out for anyone who might be walking, or rolling, by. They'd made their way into the Catanzano house proper after another hour of researching, only to find that Emily had already given a short lesson to Maddie and left. Daniel was trying to get Maddie on board with skipping out on the 2 guild members after the dungeon was defeated and going straight to the elven forest. Surprisingly, she was resistant to the idea she had previously agreed to. I said no, Daniel, Maddie huffed. I think it's a terrible idea right now. Oren noted her reasons were changing, but left the negotiation to Daniel. But it'll be the best opportunity we'll have, Daniel pushed. He reached out and put his hand on the book she was about to open. Maddie, listen to me. Oren and I are going. We're going to need someone with your knowledge of diplomacy to keep us from getting riddled with arrows. Please? Maddie squinted at his too obvious wheedling. She pulled the book out from under his hand and then smacked it down quickly. Only Daniel's quick reflexes saved his hand from getting squished. Don't try that with me, Daniel. You should know better. Maddie sighed and closed her eyes. Fine. The real reason I'm not excited to run into a war zone is some news I overheard from my father. Odrana has sent a squadron from their fire mage corps to start setting fire to the trees. The war is escalating. All the more reason to go, Oren muttered from the door. What? Maddie turned to look at him. I didn't hear you. Oren pushed away from the door and stood across the table from his friends. I said that is all the more reason to go now. We need to get the hero to where he can do the most good. Maddie tilted her head. And if we get caught? Or the elves decide to shoot us first? Oren shrugged. We turn back. I'm not saying we should go walking into a trap, just that the hero has a quest to solve. If the war really is ramping up, this might be our best chance at finding a way to end it. Maddie turned back to look at Daniel, then glanced at Oren again. You two have already decided. Asking me is just a formality, huh? Yes and no, Oren answered, before Daniel could open his big, stupid mouth. We have decided it is necessary. If you have a real reason other than your safety concerns why we shouldn't go, we'll listen. You are our party member and friend. The hardness in Maddie's eyes melted when Oren called her their friend. She turned away from them for a moment, and Oren thought she wiped her eye once before turning back. It really is mostly safety concerns, but if you both believe this would be beneficial somehow. I do, Daniel said with conviction. Something is telling me to go to the elves. But after the dungeon, right? Maddie said, with an eagerness that Oren didn't miss. She still had her dream of destroying all the dungeons she could in retribution for her mother's death. Daniel nodded. The boys waited quietly while she stared at her hands. She fiddled with the corner of the book she held, enlarging a small hole in the leather binding a bit more. Fine, we'll go. I need to go add some more things to my orders, though. Maddie glanced back up. Promise me something, though. If it gets too dangerous, Oren uses teleport and gets us out of there right away. I promise, Oren replied. Maddie let out a long sigh. You two are so much work.
She didn't expand on her thought, just stood and made her way around Oren, leaving the library. Daniel waited until the echo of her footsteps was gone, and lifted his hand for a high five to Oren. "That was beautifully done, my man." Oren slapped his hand out of habit. "What was?" "Calling her our friend," Daniel explained. "She still walks on eggshells with you sometimes." "You gave her the perfect line." "I was just telling her the truth."
"It's how I really feel," Oren said, feeling dirty. "I wasn't trying to manipulate her or any—" "Exactly." Daniel stood and moved the books back to their shelves. "You can't lie for shit. That's what really sold it." Oren examined the conversation in his head and tried to figure out how he felt. He hadn't meant to trick Maddie by using mind games. He also hadn't wanted her to feel forced to side with them. He genuinely wanted her input on whether it was too dangerous to go to the elves. Daniel's gut feeling that they could help end the war in some super-secret special way wasn't enough. Oren's stomach dropped as he had a thought. "Daniel?" "Yeah, buddy?" Daniel's back was to Oren as he reached up to put a book on the highest shelf. "What's up?" "Remember that movie that you liked so much you bought the special edition? The one that we watched over and over at your house for like a year?" Daniel's body stiffened for only a minute before he pushed the book into its resting place and dropped back down off his toes. "Doesn't ring a bell." "Are you sure no rings at all? Not even one ring?" Daniel turned to face Oren, wearing his most disarming smile. "What are you—" Oren interrupted his friend and asked point blank, "Are we going to the elven forest just so you can try and sleep with an elf?" Chapter 10. Daniel blushed as he denied the accusation. "No way. We need their help to stop the war." Oren stared at his friend. "It just makes sense. They're the ones being oppressed, so they'd be more likely to accept some help, right?" Oren continued his dead-eyed glare. "And you already said you'd go. You could stay here if you're scared." "Finish that sentence, and I'll drop your dexterity to 0 and kick you," Oren threatened. Daniel gave up and smirked sheepishly. "Jude told me they are absolutely gorgeous. If we save them, and one wants to thank me—" Oren rolled his eyes in disgust. "You know they had an elf slave down at the market. You'd be saving a lot of time and effort if you just bought one." Daniel paled. "That's not what I meant." "It's the same thing," Oren argued, and lowered his voice an octave in a bad imitation of Daniel. "Hi, I'm the hero and saved your species. Do you want to come to bed with me, or should I get mad and leave you undefended and alone for the next invader?" Daniel's head dropped. That's not... "That's exactly what it is." Oren's voice rose as he stepped closer. "Damn it, Daniel. There's an entire section of psychology devoted to savior complexes and white knight syndrome. Do you know how often my mom complained about the paramedics who bring in girls and leave their phone number with them? It's fucked up. That's without bringing into play the entire hero aspect. You realize you are essentially a rock star to these people, right? If I find out you have groupies, I don't know what I'll do, but it'll be bad, okay?" Daniel nodded along at his scolding. "I didn't think of it like that. Seriously, I swear." Oren's temper cooled at Daniel's repentant tone, and he stepped back. Daniel caught his eye and cringed a bit as he said, "I still think we should go, though." Oren didn't respond, but pierced Daniel with another stare. "From everything we know, Odrana isn't going to want to work with the guy they tried to kidnap. We can at least gain some goodwill with the elves and try for diplomacy if that's the way Maddie thinks we should go. We can't sit here and do nothing. Silas's reports have the elves lasting another month or two before the Odranan army forces their way into the forest. We need to help them now, not after the war is over."
Oren watched Daniel's impassioned speech closely. He decided that despite believing his intentions to be mostly pure, he wouldn't let him out of sight if and when they got to the elven forest. However, all he said back was, "Fine." Daniel appeared shocked. "Fine? That's it? You're not going to argue that we should try some other harebrained plan?" "I trust you," Oren shrugged. "You made some good points. Plus, I know you'd try going yourself if me and Maddie said no." Daniel at least tried to look offended, but just broke back into his grin. "You know me too well." Oren tried to hit his friend, but Daniel's sidesteps activated. Oren tripped over his own feet and slammed his knee into the corner of a chair. Daniel laughed. "You deserved that." Oren groaned and rubbed his knee. "Asshole." After Oren felt that he had gotten all the work from Daniel he was going to, the boys gathered up their notes and returned to their room. Daniel fell asleep, obviously worn out from his sparring all day. Oren rolled through his skill lists again. He had been pissed to find no treasure view option for the map skill, but figured that would have been too easy anyway. He was still scrolling through his skill options, trying to find any spots for improvement. All his boosting skills had grown a little more in experience from the few spars, and his habit of keeping his dexterity boosted around Daniel. However, it was going to take another few weeks of dedicated leveling to hit that 10,000 mark for each.
Oren had almost used up his 14 ability points to bring teleport to the next level. Would you like to upgrade teleport for 10 AP? Yes or no? He'd decided not to yet. He still wanted to buy Merge as well. He had lots of interesting ideas for that skill, but at a cost of 20 AP, Oren couldn't make himself save the points. I should get some new skills related to poison, water, and steel to see if I can get new wards, Oren mumbled to himself, careful to not wake Daniel. Extra wards specific to the new dungeon would probably be invaluable. He narrowed down a few low-cost spells related to each area of magic to discuss with Daniel tomorrow. For poison, he narrowed his options to 2 spells, Venom Bite or Toxic Touch. Both fell under the poison heading and only cost 1 or 2 ability points. Venom Bite. Become the predator. Coat your teeth with venom and bite your enemies. Intelligence modifier attack damage, -1 AP. Toxic Touch. Your touch becomes toxic. MP cost variable to toxicity, -2 AP. He was leaning toward Toxic Touch, even with the higher cost. He didn't think biting was going to become his new attack method, and although the intelligence damage modifier sounded powerful, especially for him, Oren couldn't see a situation where he needed to get close enough to bite someone. He also didn't think he'd need to touch someone, but Toxic Touch was only a point more. Slapping someone with poison sounded better than going full vampire. Oren smirked as he imagined Daniel and Tony freaking out about vampire skills. While water magic had more options, including a lot of water attack spells, Oren was pretty sure he wanted to get Water Reservoir. For 1 ability point, he would be able to make water. It would free up lots of space in his dimension hole, letting him carry more food. In addition, the water magic would probably give him a water ward. He'd considered some sort of water-breathing spell as well, but the cost for those types of skills was more than a few AP, and the descriptions mentioned air and water magic. Spending that number of AP and risking not getting a water ward wasn't exactly a safe choice when the end goal was the ward. Also used a very small amount of mana for a gallon of water, so he wasn't worried about running out of MP. Steel magic was the most expensive of the 3 fields of magic. The store had nothing that cost fewer than 3 ability points. He'd found a few things that made him think of Ira, the member of the Dragoon team he'd saved. The base spell, Control Steel, allowed manipulation of the metal at a basic level. Additional options were grayed out, with a notification that the base spell was required before purchase. Spells like Sharpen Steel, Quench Steel, Temper Steel, Steel Pull, Steel Push, and many more made Oren wonder just how many spells Ira had had to buy to get his flying, shredding knives of death. While Control Steel cost 5 ability points, each additional option cost another 3 AP. Oren continued to scroll through the add-on abilities that all seemed to stem from Control Steel, looking for anything that jumped out. He really didn't want to spend 5 points on something as useless to him as Control Steel. He'd also searched for Light Strikes, which he knew existed thanks to completing the Obtain Level 10 quest. He hadn't taken the upgrade at the time. Now, he couldn't find a way to upgrade his base spell, as the system store gave no indication that such an upgrade even existed. He kept going over different options until the day crept up on him, and he fell asleep. When he woke up the next morning, Daniel was already half-dressed. He had strapped Gertrude to his back holster and then tried to put on his pants. Oren chuckled when Daniel's sword caught the fabric and bent him backward as he tried to finish putting his clothes on. "Shut up," Daniel muttered, taking his sword off and putting it back on its stand before getting dressed like a normal person. "I'm just tired," Oren stretched and didn't make a move to get up. "Are you ready to hit the storerooms today? Anything you're looking for in particular?" Daniel finally got his pants on and sat on Oren's bed to strap up his shoes. "That's the plan. I'm not really looking for anything. I thought you were just going to take everything of value and we'll figure it out on the other side." Oren groaned as he sat up and started pulling on his clothes. "Yeah, but also, we can grab anything we might need for the dungeon. Do you have anything packed for the trip?" Daniel patted Gertrude on his back. "What else do I really need?" Oren put his head in his hand and sighed. He double-checked that everything from his dimension hull was stored away in their room and headed down for breakfast, ignoring Daniel's question as they left. Emily had already arrived and was nursing a cup of something. Oren's hopes of another coffee-drinking friend were dashed when she poured some more tea for herself. Maddie was eating a plate of eggs. There was no sign of Garrett. "Good morning," Daniel chimed in as he started loading a plate with food. Living at the Catanzano's house always meant a free breakfast, and Daniel was taking advantage of that fact. Emily just nodded at him. Maddie waved her fork in greeting. Oren tried to make conversation. "Garrett's late?" "He's always late," Emily replied, sipping more of her dirty water. Oren loaded up a plate as well, although with much less than Daniel. He also grabbed the entire carafe of coffee and put it within arm's reach. The party of 4 ate quietly for a few minutes. Oren was on his third and final cup of coffee when Garrett strolled in. "What a fine day it is!" He grabbed an orange and started to peel it as he sat near Oren. "Everybody already here?" "We were supposed to be here half an hour ago," Emily said with a frown. "There's no harm done," Maddie tried to mediate. "We still need to go over the final preparations. Have either of you given any thought to what sort of things you'd like to requisition from the guild's stores?" Garrett popped in a slice of his orange and spoke around his full mouth. "I'm really not picky. Anything I can carry out and sell is what I'd like." Maddie shook her head in disappointment and turned to Emily. The fire mage shrugged. "There really isn't anything that I could think of either. I saw the list of supplies you're planning on bringing, and I know you explained Oren can carry some things in his storage skill, but unless we find books on fire magic theory, I'm with Garrett on taking valuable stuff. The guild doesn't really sort anything in those rooms. I'm sure we can find some rare monster parts and make some extra gold. I still think it'll be mostly a waste of time, though." "What if we find a relic?" Daniel asked, too casually. Oren rolled his eyes. "We won't," Emily answered confidently. "Even with the guildmaster turnover rate, anything of real value would have been found. It's more likely we find a few small scraps of red bison hide or some precious metals. Relics would mean paperwork. Paperwork doesn't just disappear." Maddie coughed.
Paperwork does disappear sometimes, if somebody wants it to happen.
Emily turned slowly to appraise Maddie.
Do you have some information we don't have?
She shook her head.
I just know how administrations work. People mess up. By accident or on purpose doesn't matter. We don't need to find a relic. A few pounds of cold iron or mithril and we can make some amazing weapons or armor. Even a sliver of dragon bone, and we can get some enchantments made.
You can enchant dragon bone? Daniel looked up from his plate.
Gertrude has dragon bone. Why did nobody tell me this?
Maddie turned to Oren and raised an eyebrow.
You didn't tell him?
Oren was thankful he had just lifted his cup to his face. A large gulp of coffee and a shrug were enough for Maddie to roll her eyes.
Dragon bone can be etched with a rune and store mana for later use, she explained.
Maddie put her spear in its short form on the table.
I have a thumbnail-size flake of dragon bone in here. I can compress the length about 100 times before it needs to be charged. Just some mana at the end of the day and it's all good to go again. What kind of runes? What are the options for enchantments? Where can I get this done? Daniel asked, his food forgotten at the prospect of upgrading Gertie.
We can worry about that later, Oren interrupted. At the end of the day, we get the supplies on our list and then search for anything of real value. Then we can worry about enchantments and getting stuff made. Garrett slapped his legs and stood up. All right, everybody ready?
Chapter 11.
Daniel officially invited Garrett and Emily into the party, and the 5 of them made their way down the streets of Day to the guild. It was still early enough to not be too congested, and the walk felt nice. While the sun was out and hot, a cool breeze from the south swept across the city. Oren's cloak rippled in the wind until he pulled it close.
Garrett, Oren had an idea about making a metal shirt for you to summon arrows from, Daniel said, after a stretch of walking in silence.
I'm sorry, a what? Oren sighed.
I thought maybe if we get a few tiles of different materials, you could wear them to be able to summon arrows whenever you need them.
Garrett caught on quickly and nodded along. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. The problem is that whatever I use to make the arrow has to have enough mass to make an arrow in the first place. It's why some archers with Create Arrow carry around a quiver full of different arrow types. So a shirt probably wouldn't work, he said with a laugh.
Damn,
Oren muttered, trying to think of another way to get the same result.
We could try and get you a quiver and arrows like that.
Garrett shook his head. And ruin my look? I appreciate the thought, truly. If I'm going to be fighting something specific, I'll plan ahead and bring a bar of steel. But the way my skills work, unless I had a bunch of sky metal or red iron, nothing else would really be worth my time.
What do you think you'll use against steel monsters? Maddie asked, taking an extra quick step to keep up with the longer legs of Garrett and Daniel.
Oren found himself hurrying along as well. Emily's robes made her look like she was floating, so he couldn't tell if she was also doing a half jog to keep up with the 2 taller men. Stone works well against most types. Water monsters can usually be displaced too. Look, it's not that it's a bad idea to have a few options. It's just bringing a few bars of steel, granite, or some other materials I've used in the past would mean one more thing we'd have to lug around in the dungeon. Garrett waved his hands as he talked. Oren could probably make room for some, Maddie started. We're here, Daniel said as they rounded the corner to the guild. Let's get looting. When Daniel told the receptionist they were there to raid the guild's storerooms, the man almost had a stroke. After Maddie smoothed the situation out and presented the letter from the guildmaster declaring that they could take as much as they could carry, the man sent for a guild clerk. A bored-looking teenager, probably a few years younger than Oren and Daniel, walked up a few minutes later. He looked at the letter and waved his hand over the top. The guildmaster's signature glowed for a minute, and he shrugged. Without introducing himself or even talking, He walked off again. When nobody followed, he finally opened his mouth. "Come on then, I haven't got all day." Daniel exchanged a look with Oren and chuckled. They followed the clerk as he led them through a series of hallways, opening 3 locked doors before arriving in front of a nondescript wooden door without a handle. He pointed dramatically at the door and handed a small square of paper to Maddie. He didn't say a word as he began to walk off. Daniel grabbed his shoulder. "Do we just knock the door down or what?" The boy looked at Daniel's hand on his shoulder and smiled. Daniel let out a gasp of pain and pulled his hand off quickly. "Please don't touch guild employees. The door cannot be knocked down. Put your guild ring against it and it will swing open. When you leave, I'll know and be back to escort you out." Despite his age, the boy's tone hinted that he was used to being listened to. "What was that? Lightning? That's awesome!" Daniel's excited grin disarmed the clerk's imperious attitude for a moment.
The haughty smile changed quickly, and Oren saw the young boy underneath. Electric touch, but close enough. The boy's cold demeanor warmed markedly. "I didn't really hold back either. That would normally put a guild member on the floor." "I'm going to remember that one." Daniel reached up to slap the clerk's shoulder, but pulled his hand back at the last minute. "Maybe I won't touch you again." Oren rolled his eyes. Daniel's easy nature at work, making friends again. "Let's get to it then," Maddie nudged Daniel. The clerk waved and made his way back down the hall. "What an asshole," Daniel muttered as soon as he was out of earshot. "He fucking tased me." "You could have just asked him how to open the door. You didn't need to grab him," Oren said, not really trying to defend the action, but still feeling some satisfaction as Daniel shook his shocked hand. "My hand is numb." Emily let out a snort of laughter. Maddie was reading the small piece of paper. "It's a map, sort of. It's really just 4 squares positioned against each other and an X to show this door. At least, I think that's what the X is." She looked up and motioned for Daniel to open the door. He was still absent-mindedly rubbing his hand and didn't notice. Maddie closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting it out in a dramatic fashion. "I'll go first then." Her ring flashed in the air as she rapped against the door. It slid up, and she walked into a room larger than the guild hall. "Magic fuckery," Daniel muttered as he stepped into the room, glancing at the 30-foot ceilings. Oren couldn't make out the sides of the storeroom. It had to be a few 100 feet in every direction. A space this large should have been overwhelming when he knew the entire guild hall was smaller than this room. That wasn't what nearly broke his mind, though. The storeroom was filled with junk. Right next to the door was a pile of broken wooden practice dummies. 3 steps in, a weapons rack had been erected. Every item stored on that rack was rusted and crumbling. A broken table and 2 chairs were haphazardly placed against the wall. "What a dump," Daniel said, speaking Oren's thoughts out loud. "How are we going to find anything worthwhile in here?" Emily moaned. Maddie smiled. "Teamwork. We're going to comb 1 room at a time." Oren and Garrett groaned at the same time. 2 hours later, they finished the first room. Other than a half-burned quiver that Garrett turned his nose up at, they found nothing of real value. Oren's analyze hadn't been any help, only showing him what his eyes could already see. The room was full of trash. Maddie wasn't too deterred. She'd been able to scavenge enough camping materials to save some gold. But Oren didn't really see the point in the daughter of a Lord of Day saving pocket change. "Let's try the door to the left first," Maddie said, as she piled up the extra sleeping bags and 2-person tents near the door. "It's a standalone room. The 3rd room has a small antechamber, so we can hit both of those last." Daniel, eager to do anything but stay still in the room of detritus, opened the door and stepped in.
His voice echoed back as if he was in a cavern. "Hey, guys, this might take longer than we thought." Maddie and Emily were on his heels and blocked Oren's view as he tried to get through. When he nudged the women to the side and saw the room, he was shocked. They had spent the last 2 hours doing a methodical search of the first storeroom. It was a big room, filled with narrow passages burrowed between the heaps of thrown-together junk. The new room was easily 3 times as large. 2 small paths broke left and right from the front door. Mounds of pelts were stacked up to the left. A few had fallen down and blocked the small alley between the animal skins and the sagging bookshelf filled with various bottles.
The right path was not better, with bones, teeth, and skulls stacked in a manner that made Oren fear the entire thing would come crashing down. Farther in, he could just make out more shelves, stacks of what looked like weapons of all sorts, a few dummies with armor strewn about, more piles of animal parts, and what looked like cords of firewood piled to the ceiling.
"This is ridiculous," Garrett whispered in awe behind Oren. "We could spend months in here." Maddie clapped her hands. "Search for metal or anything obviously magical in nature. Oren, I hate to ask you, but can you try going through the bones? Maybe we'll get lucky and find one that's from a dragon. Emily, can you use mana sense to pick up on any traces of magic?" Daniel started walking down the right path. "Daniel," Maddie stepped quickly after him. "You're with me." "Huh? Sure, I want to see what's in those jars," he said, pointing at the far wall. Oren couldn't make out what he was pointing at. "I can't see that far," Maddie said, confirming Oren's suspicion that Daniel was using his telescope skill. "It looks like something's floating in the jars," Daniel said, starting off again. Garrett laughed and began picking through the hides like they were rugs. "Are we really going to go through this entire room?" Maddie turned back, then glanced at Daniel as he was walking forward again. Just do a sweep. We'll meet back here in 30 minutes and decide," she said to the archer, then ran after Daniel. Emily sighed and tapped Garrett's shoulder. They started walking down the left path. Emily winked at Oren as she dragged Garrett away. He mouthed a silent thank you at not being stuck with the incessant flirting. He would need to concentrate while using analyze. At first, the skill only returned a single word.
However, after 5 minutes, he started to receive additional information on the different items, but learning that this stack was femurs and this stack was incisors didn't really help much. Finally, the skill upgraded enough to show him what he really needed. Filium, femur, bone. Torchclaw, incisor, bone. His allotted 30 minutes passed too quickly, and Oren found no dragon bones. He didn't hear Maddie and Daniel returning. Instead, he smelled them. "Many times do I have to apologize," Daniel was saying as they came into view. "Wait there!" Oren plugged his nose and took a step back. "What is that smell?" Maddie's entire front side was covered in a gooey blue slime. Daniel had some along the bottom of his legs, but looked like he had mostly evaded whatever it was that hit Maddie. She was glaring at Daniel. "I touched something after she told me not to," Daniel said sheepishly. Maddie turned on Daniel with a fury normally reserved for charging monsters. "You grabbed the chest after I specifically told you it was trapped. I didn't know it was going to burst out with whatever got us." Maddie's anger cranked up another notch. "Whatever got us? You have some itchishal stink on your shoes. I'm covered." She was screaming toward the end of her sentence, just in time for Emily and Garrett to round the corner. Garrett stepped back and held his nose. "What happened?" Emily asked as she approached with a small bundle in her arms. "Daniel decided to trigger a trap and evaded it while I took itchishal spray all down my front," Maddie said, tears in her eyes.
Damn it. It's even in my eyes. Oren, I need some water.
Oren paled and shook his head. I left everything behind so I'd have more room. Maddie looked from person to person as they shook their head. Nobody had planned to take this long in the storerooms. Wait, I was going to get this anyways. Oren remembered his planned skill purchase right before Maddie started to cry in despair. Create 1 gallon of water. 10 MP, 1 AP. Would you like to purchase for 1 AP? Yes or no? Yes. Oren looked around for something to hold the water and found a large concave skull. He cast the spell. The water overfilled the skull, and he handed it to Maddie. She took the skull and dumped the water over her head. The slime washed off slowly, but did start to puddle around her feet. She held the skull out in question. Oren refilled it 4 times before the stink started to evaporate.
Did he just buy a water creation spell? Garrett asked as he crept forward, smelling the air until he got too close to Daniel. Oh, you should get his feet too. No, he can keep stinking, Maddie said petulantly. Oren ignored her and filled the skull before handing it over to Daniel. Seriously, did you just waste ability points on water? Garrett asked again. Oren glanced at the look on Garrett's face. I was planning on doing it anyway. I can save a lot of room in my storage if I don't have to carry gallons and gallons of water into the dungeon. Garrett just looked stunned at the perceived waste of AP. Oren realized something. Hold up. You said you found a chest? Was there anything in it? Daniel grinned and held up a small ring. It was behind a stack of books that were placed differently than the rest. It wasn't bigger than my fist, but we found something at least. Oren tried analyze. Ring. Do you know what it's made out of? Oren asked when his skill failed. He tried again, but nothing changed. Nope, Daniel said proudly. But, if there was one trap in here, there might be more, Oren said with a hungry grin.
Chapter 12. Oren pulled up and used The room gleamed with yellow dots, including one on the bone pile he'd been working on. There must be 10 traps set in this room, Oren murmured to himself as he used zoom on the nearby snare. He stepped a few feet down to a stack of monster skulls. When he couldn't get the blinking yellow cursor to get any bigger, he squatted down and peered into the empty eye sockets. I think there is one here, but I can't figure out what it is. Emily put her hand on Oren's shoulder and motioned for him to step back. She closed her eyes and sank into a seated position with her legs crossed. Small rivulets of fire grew from where she sat, spreading out among the skulls. They crept along at a snail's pace, but once they disappeared under the skulls, more mini lines grew up and out to each bone. They spread at an alarming pace, and Oren almost shouted for her to stop. Don't worry, it's not destructive right now, Garrett whispered, having snuck up behind Oren, who jumped. Emily's fire only burns when she wants it to. She can explain it better later, but her fire has its own mana pool that she has to replenish by feeding it stuff. She could make everything that those little lava flows touch go up in flame, soaking it all up for her fire. But she can also use it to get a sense of what's in the next room or around the corner. I bet she'll find the trap before we... Snap! A dozen skulls filled with razor-sharp teeth, making up the middle row of the stack Oren's face had been inches from before, suddenly snapped shut, only to reopen and slam shut again. They continued to click like a chattering teeth toy, but much more deadly. Emily's fire flared, and the moving bones were incinerated. The small avalanche of bones that fell around the party clattered loudly. Emily stood up. The ones I destroyed had some sort of magical trigger on them. As soon as I touched one, they all started chomping away. I felt something wooden in the middle of the pile, though. Digging through the bones, Daniel pulled out a padlocked chest the size of a basketball. No key? Oren asked, kicking a few stray bones back toward the main pile. Daniel shook his head. Emily sighed and put her hand on the metal. Her hand flared, and the metal grew red before dripping to the ground. Handy, Daniel cracked. Nobody laughed. Come on, get it? Hand. Shut up and open it, Dee, Oren commanded. With a long-suffering sigh, Daniel placed the chest on the ground and opened it. Inside was a red velvet cushion holding a white bone about 4 inches long. Oren used Analyze. Bone. Come on, he thought, and used the skill 3 more times. Bone, bone, tailbone. Tailbone, Oren muttered. That's all I can get so far. If it's a tailbone, it could be from a dragon, Maddie commented hopefully. It was guarded. Oren stored the bone in his dimension hole. We can get it looked at later. Let's find a few more traps. Why would the guild trap their own storeroom? Daniel asked as they walked toward the nearest yellow spot on Oren's map. It doesn't make any sense. Prytus didn't do that, Garrett offered. From what I've gathered, about 30 years back, the guild went through so many guildmasters in so short a time, factions started forming. Rivalries and blood feuds ran amok. The clerks were all loyal to different factions and didn't recognize the current guildmaster as the rightful ruler of the guild. Pranks turned to deadly traps. There's a reason nobody has fully explored these rooms in decades. Daniel and Oren were quiet as they absorbed that information. Oren stopped and pointed at the next trap on his blue box. Something is behind that bookshelf, I think. Or the bookshelf itself is the trap. Everybody looked at Emily. She sighed. I can't do this 10 times. It does cost mana. Oren chuckled and cast a few increase will and increase intelligence on her, hopefully at a low enough level to not trigger any side effects. Does that help? Emily's eyes widened. You doubled my mana pool. I tried to keep it low, Oren explained. If I boost your stat by too much, you'll get sick. We should try and find the sweet spot before going into the dungeon. I'm pretty sure that Constitution affects it somehow too, but we can get into specifics later. Emily just shook her head and sat down again. Her fire vines grew quicker and thicker from her seated body. What had taken 30 seconds before took 20 seconds this time, and soon she pulled her vines back to her body. What's up? Did you not find anything? Daniel asked, hopping from foot to foot impatiently. There is something on the back of the shelf, but it's in a container of some sort, Emily said, as she stood and dusted her pants. Luckily, my inferno veins didn't trigger anything. Daniel glanced over at Maddie. Can I move the shelf? How do you think you were going to do that? Oren, buff me! Daniel flexed his arms and waited. Oren didn't move. Come on, man! Daniel dropped his pose and frowned at his friend. Oren sighed and hit Daniel with a few increase strength buffs. Daniel grinned as he double-checked his stats. Putting his hands to the side of the shelf, he pulled. The deafening shriek of the heavy wood scraping along the stone floor filled the hall. Emily and Garrett covered their ears, while Oren and Maddie just grimaced. Once he had moved a corner away from the wall enough to allow someone to squeeze through, Daniel dropped his hold, taking a step back. Fucking hell, that thing is solid. Even boosted, that was a struggle. Oren ignored Daniel's whining and stepped around to investigate the back of the bookshelf. Strapped with leather and metal bands against the very middle was a 6-foot-long cylinder. Oren started to reach for it, but Daniel yanked him back. Dude, what are you thinking? Daniel pushed Oren behind him. You just said that thing is trapped. Think! Oren turned red as he realized his boneheadedness. What do you think we should do then? It's strapped to the shelf, but the leather looks a bit worn. Maybe we could just cut that bit?
Daniel disappeared behind the shelf and then popped back out. The metal runs down the entire side of the straps. We might need Emily to burn the metal again like she did with the lock. Emily groaned but stepped forward. Wait, Oren said, putting a ward on the mage. Okay, you're good to go now. What was that? Emily asked curiously. I saw you cast something on me, but I didn't take any sort of damage or alert. That's odd. Oren shrugged his shoulders. I've got a spell, ward, that gives you an extra layer of protection. You should be able to take... Oren paused and double-checked his mana point pool. A little less than 400 damage before something deals actual damage to your health. Emily raised an eyebrow in disbelief. He's serious, Maddie interjected. Still, be careful though. We don't know what kind of trap we're dealing with. Emily took a peek around the corner and stared at the metal canister. I'm seeing very strong fire magic on that thing. It might be best for everyone to back up a bit. Maddie, Daniel, and Garrett crept back along the makeshift path, standing a few dozen yards away. Oren cast a ward on himself and ducked behind a small chest close by. Emily gave him a very unimpressed look and pointed toward the group. I can heal you if it does too much damage. He answered the unspoken question. Fire does a lot less damage to me than it would to you, Emily retorted, but didn't argue further. She stepped behind the shelf and, starting at the top strap, began to burn away the metal and leather with a glowing finger.
When the fifth and penultimate strap fell away, the canister tilted and slipped down through the last fastener. Emily reached out her hand to grab it, but the metal bottom struck the stone floor before her fingers could close around the container. Boom! Oren couldn't see anything over the dust cloud. He heard coughing from Emily and assumed she wasn't dead yet, at least. He darted from behind his perch and began readying at level 3. The bookshelf had been shattered and sent flying. The various books and small boxes on the shelves had been propelled off like so many pieces of detritus. Avalanches of weapons, extra supplies, and small pieces of furniture tumbled all around them. A darkened patch of soot in a 5-foot radius around Emily showed the level of explosion from the trap. The front of her robe had burned away in patches, giving Oren a brief glimpse of her body underneath before she turned her back to him. Please step away for a moment, Oren, Emily asked with a slight cough. I can heal you. I'm fine. I just need a minute for my robe to mend itself. Oren nodded at her back and went to check on the rest of the party. Dude! Daniel was practically bouncing. That was amazing! The bookcase just exploded and sent shit flying everywhere. Is Emily all right? Maddie and Garrett stood well behind Daniel. Garrett's eyes were wide, and for once he didn't have anything to say. She's fine, Oren answered loud enough that everyone could hear. She just needs a minute. Her robe took some damage. Maddie immediately pointed back toward the first room. There were some old robes and clothing near the other door. Should I go get something for her to wear? She said her robe can mend, Oren said with a shrug. What did we find? Daniel asked, trying to peer over Oren's shoulder. We'll find out when Emily is ready, Oren said, putting his hand on his friend's chest. Let's try and be patient, yeah? A few minutes later, Emily returned with her dress still in tatters, but with more coverage. She held the canister gingerly and placed it on the ground. I didn't want to open it until we were all here, she explained. The magic it was giving off is gone, but I thought maybe Oren should examine it for traps again. With a nod, he brought up his map. Nothing showing up anymore, he confirmed. Emily carefully ran her finger along the bottom of the cylinder. The metal dripped, and the lid fell with a clang to the ground. She looked inside and frowned. It's just a bow, she said dejectedly. However, as she pulled it out of the container, Garrett let out an excited squeak. That's not just a bow, he gasped.
That's an elven Citrandish longbow.
The archer reached out and caressed the wood, pulling it from Emily's hands. Holding it horizontally to the ground, he inspected every inch. Oren thought it looked the same as the bow on the man's back, but he decided to keep his mouth shut. Daniel opened his big mouth instead. "It's just a piece of wood. It doesn't even have a string." Garrett rocked the bow in his arms.
Elves use the hair of a loved one to string their bows. If this one was stringed, it would mean it was stolen. Of course, it still could be, but it's supposed to be near impossible to snap an elven hair bowstring.
"Won't the elves want it back?" Oren asked, remembering the passage from their research about the consequences of being caught with a stolen Citrandish bow.
Garrett nodded. "But that doesn't mean I can't try it, right? Maybe even take it to the dungeon?" He glanced up at Daniel. "Just holding this is a dream come true."
Daniel shrugged. "Give it to Oren. He can store it where nobody can see it until we get to the dungeon." Oren reached his hand out to take it, but Garrett recoiled.
"Maybe I can hold it until we leave?"
Oren noticed Maddie's grin in the background.
This was exactly what she had been hoping for.
"All right,"
Maddie said as she clapped her hands.
"We've got a few more traps to disarm. Hopefully with fewer explosions this time."
Chapter 13. Oren counted the traps carefully this time. They had 8 remaining to examine in this room. The next 2 hours were spent finding each trap, having Emily assess them with her, and then figuring out different ways to neutralize or set off the snares. Daniel and Garrett ended up being the best at setting off the traps. Daniel simply tanked or dodged the damage. When he took the lid off a trapped urn, he was hit with an acid that burned into his skin, letting them see the red muscle underneath before Oren quickly healed him back to full health. He swore he only felt the pain for a second and hadn't even screamed. Despite the deadly trap, the urn was empty. Daniel kicked it, punting it against a wall where it shattered. "I hope that wasn't a priceless work of art or something," Oren muttered as they walked away. Daniel was also hit with an electric shock from opening a trapped drawer, but simply shrugged it off. The drawer contained yellowed and faded paperwork that none of them could make out clearly. Oren thought it was a disciplinary action, but either way, it had no real value to them. They left it behind. Daniel's next go seemed easy enough. A small wardrobe had been tilted against the back wall. After they cautiously righted it, Daniel opened the doors. He only narrowly dodged the swinging axe that fell out like a pendulum. After standing up and cursing at the long-dead pranksters, Daniel pulled a shoebox-size container out of the closet. "Wait," Oren said as Daniel started to grab the lid. "Let me check if it's trapped too." Daniel ignored Oren and popped the top. "Clothes?" Daniel picked up a corner of the cloth and held it up for all to see. Somebody used a spring-loaded axe to protect clothes? Emily hesitantly reached out and ran the fabric between 2 fingers.
"That's dwarven silk. It's woven with strands of metal to deflect glancing blows from sharp weapons."
"That's worth a few dozen gold pieces to the right buyer," Maddie grumbled.
"If there's even enough fabric to make a shirt, that looks like it was made for a dwarf."
Oren glanced around at the angry faces. The trap exploring hunt was not going well.
"Let's try one more and then take a break," Oren suggested.
"I think Daniel has a few more minutes on my last buff," Garrett spoke up from behind them. "I'd like to try one of the traps." Oren and Daniel looked at each other. Daniel shrugged and waved a hand. "Sure," Oren answered. He led them to the nearest remaining trap. After Oren pinpointed the exact trigger, a small bust of a bearded, noble-looking male, Garrett pushed them back until they were almost out of view. The arrow he summoned was of the same stone they stood on, but when he released it, the stone dart flew with the speed and precision of a normal arrow. The 8-foot-tall block of spiky black ice that exploded from the sculpture would have been a nightmare to deal with.
If Emily hadn't simply waved a hand, turning the entire thing to water. "Ice magic has almost no effect on fire," she said with a grin. Oren almost summoned an ice sword to test that theory, but figured he could always do it some other time. The group was flagging a bit at this point. "Is there anything?" Maddie asked with a sigh. Garrett picked up the bust from its pedestal. Surprisingly, his arrow had not knocked it off the 4-foot marble stand. "This is too heavy," Garrett murmured, before turning to the group. "The marble is a facade." "Break it?" Daniel suggested. Garrett lifted the bust above his head, but Emily quickly stepped close and plucked it from his hands. "Let me try first," she said, running her finger along the edge. Oren caught a glimpse of a fire crystal sitting on the tip of her fingernail, acting like a small blowtorch. Emily left a scorched black line along the white marble as she worked a small circle around the bust's scalp.
"That should do it," she said, taking out a knife and trying to work the edge into her burn mark. She slipped only once before the dagger caught. Emily twisted her wrist, and a skull cap of marble popped off, revealing a black material underneath.
"That's cold iron. The entire bust is cold iron," Emily said with delight. She began burning away more of the marble with a sparkle in her eyes. "Don't waste your mana," Maddie admonished. "We can clean the rest of the marble off later. Check the pedestal, too." Regrettably, the pedestal was marble throughout. "There are 4 traps left," Oren counted them off. 2 were close to each other. "Should we take a break?" "No," all 4 members of his party said in unison before bursting into laughter. "I think we've been properly incentivized," Maddie said with a chuckle. "Which way to the next one?" "Next 2, Oren corrected. "There's a pair of them close by, over this way." Oren directed the party to the westernmost wall, on the opposite side of the door. At least, he thought it was the western wall. He'd gotten a bit turned around on the walk in. The first trap was a coat rack covered with fluffy fur jackets. About 10 feet away was a couch. The area between the 2 traps was clear of any other items. "A couch and a bunch of coats?" Daniel asked in disbelief. "Should we just leave these? You know there isn't going to be anything of value." "At least Emily can reach both at the same time," Oren commented, having gotten a better idea of the fire mage's ability. "At least I can investigate her and Garrett's powers while in here." Emily just nodded and sat directly between the traps. The rest of them backed away a few steps. Those few steps were not enough. As soon as Emily's fire magic touched the coat rack, the fur jackets flew off their handles and swarmed after the party.
Maddie's spear extended and tore one jacket into 2 pieces. However, the separated garment wrapped one half around her arm, and the second circled her legs, pulling them taut. With a frustrated yell, she was swept off her feet and pulled to the couch. After a moment, her yells were muffled as several more fur and heavy fabric coats assailed her. The couch cushions stretched and morphed, wrapping her even tighter. Oren and Garrett didn't even react. They were both watching Emily at the wrong angle and were quickly knocked down and tied up by the clothing. The couch hugged them closer, pinning their arms and legs down. Daniel lasted longer. He swung Gertrude faster than Oren had ever seen. He dodged and used his skills to their full effect, but in the end, ripping and cutting the clothing only made more strips of cloth. He was overwhelmed and tossed to the couch as well. Only Emily was spared. An inferno blazed around her, making her appear as nothing more than a dark silhouette against the rising flames. Oren caught glimpses through the scratchy wool blazer that had partially wrapped around his face, as she simply burned her way through the attacks. The floating cinders of charred clothing settled around her, and within half a minute, she had destroyed the remaining foes. As they didn't seem to be in mortal danger, Oren resisted the urge to teleport or buff his strength.
He waited patiently as Emily pulled at the straps of cloth holding them all down. She pushed her fiery hands through the fabric of the couch until she reached the wooden frame. They heard a snap, and the couch sagged in the middle, broken. The cushions eased their hold, and Oren popped off the seat, stomping on a few rags that had lost their magic when enough of the garment was burned. "I told you," Daniel huffed. He'd sliced the coat rack in two. "Total waste of time." Emily started laughing. "What?" Daniel asked gruffly. "The look on your face when you were yanked back." Emily started laughing harder. "I just kept imagining having to explain to the guildmaster how the hero had been killed by a fur coat and a couch." Daniel pursed his lips and then blew out a burst of air. He began to chuckle, and then joined Emily in her full-on laughter. Garrett nudged Oren. "They're both crazy, aren't they?" Oren nodded. After confirming neither trap had been guarding any prize, Oren pointed out the last two marks on his map. Piles of broken desks and old tent canvas separated the last two traps with the waving paths carved out by past guild members. One centered on a sword stored in the middle of a weapon rack, with no other weapons hung in the brackets. It was situated against a row of wooden dummies that had rusted armor and small buckler shields, but no weapons. The second was a tapestry hung on a wall just a stone's throw away, but not within sight. They examined both from a distance before heading back to the weapon. "Even with Oren's spell, I'm running low on mana," Emily explained when asked to examine the sword. "I can get maybe one more Inferno veins off, but then I'll need to rest. With how much we've explored, I'm guessing we'll come back tomorrow?" Maddie grimaced. "The deal was a one-time entry," Oren added. "I have a few mana potions if you really need one." The party glanced at the sword and weighed the options. "We can always spend the night in the first room," Daniel suggested. "We found those tents and can put something together to be comfortable. Pretis can't complain if we don't leave, right?" Garrett grimaced. "I'm not sure I want to sleep on old monster skins." "You can leave the bow with us when you go home," Maddie said, with feigned indifference at Garrett's stricken look. "If Emily is up for it, that is." The fire mage shrugged. "This has already been a better haul than my last 5 quests combined."
We can at least check out the other 2 rooms and see if Oren finds any more traps. I don't have to use my magic the entire time, too. Daniel seems good at avoiding them. Not to mention having someone in the party who can heal is a game changer. I still don't understand your class, Oren. Oren turned his eyes down and hunched his shoulders, not wanting to answer more questions. He hadn't thought of how many of his spells and skills he should reveal. Healing Daniel had been a reflex. They already knew he could buff, heal, and examine objects. While the party argued whether to stay or not, Oren walked closer to the sword and tried to analyze it. Sword. Mithril alloy sword. "Hey, it worked!" Oren yelled, and turned to the group. They all looked at him with wide eyes. "It's a mithril sword, or some sort of alloy. My skill is finally starting to work a bit quicker. What is it? Why is everybody looking at me like that?" Daniel had Gertrude raised with one hand and was beckoning Oren with a slow and steady motion with the other. Emily's hands were burning bright red, and Garrett had a stone arrow nocked. Maddie's spear was out and extended. Oren could see the telltale sign that she was preparing shimmer sight as well. Oren turned and observed the sword was unmoved. The 5 wooden dummies were also there. However, the random armor pieces had floated off and reattached themselves into 4 complete spectral knights. Oren could see the ghostly apparitions of swords in each free hand, pointing at him from behind the bucklers as they took a defensive position. Oh shit. Chapter 14. Oren tried to roll back, but his increased dexterity had worn off. Instead, he fell on his butt and scrambled to the party line with no dignity.
He gathered his intent and cast a few buffs on himself, Daniel, and Garrett. Their working strategy against monsters was to let Daniel take the brunt of close combat, while the rest of them worked the edges. Daniel hadn't moved yet. "What are you waiting for?" Oren asked as he summoned an ice sword. He pointed the tip at the floating armor. Daniel cocked his head and took a step back, which forced the rest of the party to move as well. The 4 armored ghosts didn't move. "I think they only protect the sword," Daniel said hesitantly. "Are you sure it's made of mithril? Maddie, what would that be worth to us?" Maddie closed her eyes for a second, and Oren watched her mouth move as she muttered numbers to herself. "Depending on the alloy and percentage of mithril, anywhere from 40 to 100 gold. Oren knew a single gold piece was worth almost $500 in his own money. A gold piece could be earned from a solid copper-level quest, but that could take a day or 2 of work. The sword was worth a month to almost 3 months of daily quests. Nonetheless, he asked, "Should we leave it?" "I think so," Maddie answered. "No way!" Garrett yelled at the same time. Emily held her answer in reserve, but stood closer to Garrett. Daniel turned and looked at Maddie. "It's your call, Maddie. I think Oren triggered it when he passed that point." He pointed to a nondescript stone. "But I have no idea if they'll follow us once we attack." Maddie glanced at Oren. "Can you see what they are?" Oren used Identify. Phantom Chevalier. HP 200/200. Status: Spatial Restriction. Phantom Chevalier. 200 HP, and they are spatially restricted, whatever that means, he answered. "They can't leave a certain area," Daniel answered. "Don't ask me how I know that, I just do." Oren shrugged and pulled out the one thing he'd left in his dimension hole, the bestiary book. "This is totally not the time to read a book," Garrett said with a quick glare over at Oren. He ignored the archer and swiped page after page. "Found it!" Phantom Chevaliers are ghostly creatures that are immune to most regular weapons and must be dealt with by means of cold iron or magic. They attack with group tactics, usually targeting one member to the exclusion of all else until defeated. If a spirit caster or similar class is present, it is possible to capture. Please see Ghost in Volume 1 for tips on capturing and using for security. "Only cold iron and magic will damage them," Oren called out. "They'll pick one person and attack them only," Daniel shrugged. "Okay, hit me with a ward and then I'll go in. Maddie and Emily, do what you can from back here. Oren, you too. Garrett, sorry we don't have any cold iron for you." "He could use the bust," Oren suggested. Garrett shook his head. "It needs to be longer, the length of an arrow at least." "Can you melt it?" Maddie asked Emily. "I could, but I can't shape it," Emily answered. Oren thought a minute and then began to summon another ice sword, and then another. "What are you doing?" Daniel asked. "Give me a minute," Oren said with a smirk. "This will either work and be brilliant, or I'll look like an idiot." He gathered 6 of the swords and searched nearby. He found what he was looking for and tied the ice swords together, creating an oddly shaped funnel. He stabbed the lashed-together swords into the top of a low side table. "I say, idiot," Daniel said, flicking the side of one of the swords. "What use is this against those?" Oren tried to wiggle the makeshift mold, but it remained upright. "Emily, how precise can you be when you melt the cold iron?" Emily glanced at the swords. "Those will melt as soon as the first bit of metal hits them." Oren glanced up from his work. "I'm not so sure. These aren't supposed to melt from fire." He pulled up the spell in his blue box and tossed it to Emily. "Ice Sword. Summon a sword of hard ice. Does minimal damage but will not melt in the hottest of fires. Each sword lasts 1 hour. 1 MP per sword."
I'm not sure this means what you think it means, Emily countered.
Do you mind if I try to melt one?
Oren glanced up and summoned another ice sword, handing it to her. Emily inspected the blade and hilt, and then lifted a finger. The now common fire crystal sparked to life on the tip of her finger. She dragged it across the thickest part of the blade. It split with ease and fell into 2 pieces. A moment later, the sword disintegrated in her hand.
Fuck,
Oren cursed and stopped working.
So, the system description is totally useless then? Emily let her spark go out.
Not really. I'm sure regular fire wouldn't melt the ice, but magical fire does. It's something to keep in mind. I still might be able to melt the metal without the swords being destroyed, but if they fall apart, we are going to have an unwieldy glob of metal to handle.
It's worth a shot,
Maddie said, still watching the phantoms, which hadn't moved. If Garrett can do some damage to these things, we might be safer staying beyond their range.
I vote we melt the bust.
Seconded, Daniel added. He hadn't moved from his readied position. Emily shrugged and took the statue, turning it upside down. She spent a second burning the rest of the marble off, and then stood close to Oren. He felt the heat radiating from her hands as they turned red.
I'm trying a lower temperature so I can hopefully control the flow a bit more, she explained.
Oren kept turning away, checking on the ghosts, and so he missed the first drop of cold iron that peeled away from the top of the head. He did hear the hiss as it clipped the sword and began a slow descent into the funnel he'd created.
The sword didn't appear to melt.
This might actually work, Oren said with glee.
They're moving,
Daniel shouted, lowering Gertrude's tip. Daniel's warning was in vain. The phantoms, after finding nothing to attack in their designated assault zone, slowly drifted back to the wooden dummies behind the mithril sword. The armor pieces settled back exactly where they were before, and the spectral monsters dissipated.
Well, that's convenient, Garrett muttered.
Emily ignored everyone and kept working. Oren could feel the temperature turn up a bit as the slow drip turned into a more steady stream. Almost all the metal landed between the swords, but some still fell to the sides, splattering the stone floor with a sizzle. The seams of the swords weren't perfectly aligned, and some of the molten iron began to leak out toward the bottom. Oren used another sword to try and scrape the metal. That worked against them, freeing up more iron to flow.
Let it escape. It'll cool in the air and still be a better shape for Garrett, Emily demanded,
her hands nearly touching as the last of the metal seeped out of her hands. Oren wanted to kick himself at the dumb idea as he saw so much metal piling up around the base of his little experiment. He couldn't even see the top to check if they'd made a long enough pole of cold iron for Garrett to work with. Emily knelt by the contraption and began picking up pieces of splattered cold iron, dropping them directly into the top of the sword funnel.
Did it work?
Garrett asked, having let his stone arrow disappear.
It looks like a lot of wasted gold to me.
Emily glanced up with a smirk and held up her finger. The crystal appeared, and she drew a circle around all the swords, cutting them in half. As they disintegrated, they all looked back at what was underneath. A blackened cylinder, or at least close to a cylinder, of iron, still glowing red in small streaks, stood like a melted candle.
The puddle at the bottom made the entire thing appear wider, with a tapered point. Garrett took 3 quick steps and tapped the bizarre metal art with his foot. An arrow appeared in his hand.
Good enough, Garrett grinned.
Emily cut the stick of cold iron off at the base and handed it to Garrett before melting the rest into a puddle.
We can grab that when it cools. Let's get that sword.
Oren made the party trigger the Phantom Chevaliers 3 more times. The first 2 tests were to pinpoint the exact parameters within which the phantoms would appear. It turned out that a semicircular perimeter of 10 feet would summon them to defend the sword. The third test was a little different. Hit one and then run? Daniel asked again. Can't I just kill it? Oren double-checked the buffs he had put on everyone. Garrett was moving his hand through the air like a little kid practicing karate. His increased dexterity was approaching the borderline of what Oren felt comfortable giving him, but his arrows were going to deal a big chunk of the damage if the current plan worked. Not this time, Oren explained again. If it follows you outside the border, we all go on the offensive, and you can swing Gertie to your heart's content. I hope they do, Daniel muttered. Oren sighed. He hoped the phantoms would operate like a proximity ward and only attack within the borders of the trap. If they followed people outside that, well, Oren was pretty sure somebody else would have triggered the trap before now if that was the case. He was banking on there not being bodies around to support his theory. He wanted to have Garrett simply snipe the phantoms one at a time from a distance, keeping everybody safe. Daniel rolled his shoulders and stepped forward across the pile of miscellaneous junk they'd set along the trigger line. The 4 phantoms appeared the same as before. Oren's friend darted forward, bringing his huge sword down directly on the phantom on the far left. All 4 pivoted toward Daniel and floated with more speed than they'd expected. Daniel sprinted back and leaped over the line, turning with his sword raised. He waited as they approached and held Gertrude above his head. The monsters stopped at the border. Oren let out a sigh of relief and used Identify. HP 164 out of 200. You did 36 points of damage to it, Oren announced. Garrett, hit the same one. Yes, sir, the archer said with a smile. He held the string of his bow to his cheek for a moment before he released a cold iron arrow. HP 146 out of 200. 18 damage, Oren announced. Maddie and Emily, you can try casting spells at them too. Keep at it. The phantoms stirred inside the bubble that contained them, with Garrett's arrows striking over and over. Emily sent small bolts of fire flying along with Maddie's beams of light. Oren tossed a light strike at each one, but didn't waste any more mana, just in case. With a final arrow from Garrett, the last phantom shrieked and melted into a fizzle of lights. The armor fell to the floor with a clatter. Experience gain, 285 XP, 60 XP times 1, 75 XP times 3. Daniel rested his sword on the ground and groaned. I guess I'm going to have to share all the experience. Maddie nudged him. Don't complain. It's safer this way. Oren smirked and pointed to the sword. You can get the loot. Daniel rolled his eyes and stepped over the fallen armor pieces. With a sarcastic flourish, he drew the small sword and whipped it over his head. As he neared Oren, he knelt and presented the mithril weapon on his arm like a knight presenting to his liege. You're an ass. Oren rapped his knuckles on the hero's head. Chapter 15. The party appraised the tapestry. The last trap hung behind a stack of crates filled with empty potion bottles. The glass had yellowed with age, and a fine sheen of dust settled across everything.
What's with the wall rug? Daniel asked. Wait, is a dragon going to come out of that?
The wall rug depicted a man and woman in full plate armor attacking a 2-legged, winged monster. Maddie corrected Daniel.
It's a wyvern. See how it only has 2 legs and wings? A dragon has 4 legs. Does anyone know the story? Emily asked. It must be important to have been made into a tapestry. Nothing comes to mind, Maddie said with a shrug.
Garrett shook his head, and Oren stayed quiet.
I definitely do not, Daniel said, as he stepped closer to examine the embroidered scene.
Maddie gripped Daniel's sleeve and gently pulled him back.
Let's not trigger another trap.
Emily cracked her fingers and took up position in front of the group. Her inferno veins crept along the bottles and crates, slipping up the wall and over the fabric.
Her eyes were closed in concentration, but Oren noticed the furrow deepen as she left the veins up longer than she had before. "Is something wrong?" Oren asked quietly. Emily cracked one eye open to respond. "The tapestry isn't trapped. I think there's something behind it, but I can't find a way in to see. Does anyone object to me burning it?" "It might have some sort of historical significance," Maddie began. "Burn it," Daniel and Garrett said at the same time. Emily gave Maddie a sympathetic grimace, and the fabric went up in flames. "Maddie, I thought you said there were only 4 rooms," Daniel said as he peered through the smoke. "There are only 4, she replied. "The first one and the double room we haven't gone in yet are the 3 most explored. But every record I found said this is the last room. And a 5th one here." Daniel waved Gertrude side to side in an attempt to clear the smoke.
Although it seems like the door is kind of small. As the smoke finally dissipated, Maddie and Emily inspected the small hatch. The tapestry had adhered to the wall in a perfect outline, hiding the door completely. It was about 2 feet tall and 3 feet wide, with a long metal handle in the middle. "Oren, can you check if the hatch is trapped?" Emily requested. Oren pulled up his map. The trap light was gone. "I don't get it," Oren said. "It's disappeared. Did you burn the trap away?" Maddie shrugged and grabbed the handle of the hatch, pulling down. The door grated against the stone, and the hinges screamed as she opened it. Oren ignored it as he pulled up his skills list and found Trap View. "Oh, Trap View lets me find hidden items too," he explained to the 4 backs of his party. "It's weird that I don't have some sort of different indicator between the 2. Are you all even listening?" Oren put his hand on Daniel's shoulder, and he glanced back. Daniel moved to the side and gestured. Behind the hatch, Oren gazed into a deep recess carved out of the wall. It reminded him of an oven, with a wooden beam separating the hole into 2 sections, except the wood had obviously rotted. Or maybe the weight of what was inside had been too much for the simple wooden support. Gold and silver. Ingots and bars of gold on top, with silver bars under the broken beam. The stacks of precious metals merged in the middle of the vault. Oren's mind stuttered. "Maddie, how much is in there?" Daniel asked. Maddie stayed silent, her mouth open as she muttered under her breath, counting. "If that's pure, and I'm not counting the silver, it's worth about 3,000 gold, probably closer to 3.5 with all the silver," she finally answered in a hushed tone. "That's about 500 to 600 gold for each one of us," Oren whispered.
He hadn't spent all his money on a big, stupid weapon like Daniel, but that much gold would still significantly upgrade his purse. "I know I'm the one who made the deal with Pretis," Maddie said, still talking in a whisper. "But shouldn't we report this to the guild? That's a significant amount of capital they could use for the defense of Day." Oren didn't miss Garrett's glare at Maddie. "We should split it up before we go back," Garrett murmured. "Anyone who wants to turn in their share can." Emily pinched Garrett's arm. He yelped. "We're a party," the fire mage said with fierce determination. "We decide as a group." Garrett rubbed his arm and scanned the group. Fine. I'm just saying, that's enough for a person to retire on." "Exactly," Emily retorted. "I'm not looking to settle down just yet. I'm with Maddie on this one. I say we turn it all over and see if the guildmaster wants to give us a finder's fee." Daniel picked up one of the gold bars. "It's much heavier than I would have thought." Garrett wiped his eye and turned away from his lost fortune. "I'm all for giving over some of it," Oren thought out loud. "Being pragmatic about it. We should keep a bar each. We did find it, after all." They argued the merits of handing over the entire hoard, or what percentage would be believable for longer than they should have.
Finally, Oren started putting ingots in his pocket, storing them away in his dimensional space. "We can figure it out later," he said. Garrett watched his actions with envy. "We've been going for hours and are exhausted. Should we move back to the first room and try to get some sleep?" "Fine with me," Emily said. She was blinking a lot, and Oren noticed her sway a bit as they stood there. "I used a lot of mana today." Once Oren had stored the last of the silver in his dimension hull, the party quietly made their way back to the first storeroom.
Daniel pushed a pile of chairs under a table to make enough space for 5 bedrolls. Everyone crawled in, but they all stayed sitting up. Oren noticed Garrett and Emily watching him a bit more than normal.
"What's up?"
he asked.
"Nothing,"
Emily said, too quickly, and started playing with her fingernails.
"They're worried you're going to sneak off," Maddie answered his question.
Oren was surprised.
"I won't."
Maddie smiled patiently.
"I know that. Daniel knows that. These two," she hooked a thumb in their direction, "don't know you as well as we do."
Daniel yawned.
"Oren wouldn't do that. He never buys anything anyways. I bought Gertrude and he complained for like a week."
Emily and Garrett had the decency to look apologetic, but didn't say anything. Oren slapped his head.
"Gertrude. Daniel, let me see your sword."
"What? Why?"
Daniel picked her up from his side and went to hand the giant sword to Oren, despite his questioning.
"The hilt is dragon bone,"
Oren explained, grabbing the sword and promptly dropping it.
"Shit, I forgot how heavy it is."
"She is a perfectly normal weight," Daniel grumbled, lifting Gertie back up for Oren. Oren used Analyze. "Dragon femur, crafted."
"Yes!"
Oren shoved his hand into his pocket and pulled out the tailbone.
"Dragon tailbone." "Ha! It is a dragon bone."
"Can somebody explain what is going on?" Emily asked, pushing her sleeping bag a few feet away from Oren's.
"My skill works on my own knowledge. The more I know about something, the quicker I can pick up what it is."
"But I don't really know anything about dragon bones," Oren explained, shoving the bone back in his storage.
"Daniel's sword is made from dragon bone, so once I've used Analyze on it, the skill learns what it is. If it kept telling me just that it was just a tailbone, no big deal. But if it was a dragon bone, my skill knows what that is now."
"And would tell you what it is,"
Maddie continued the thought.
"We should go back and check those bones again. Maybe we missed more."
Garrett groaned.
"Tomorrow, please." Oren agreed. "We can check it tomorrow before the other rooms. It shouldn't take too long. You did say that was the biggest room, right?"
Maddie nodded.
"It's also the most uncategorized. This first room is a dumping ground for the past 15 years, with no real organization. Any good crafting materials are brought into the next room, the first one we'll explore tomorrow. I think that's where Pretis assumed we would really hit. It has a small room for random items not classified but deemed mostly harmless. I'm hoping we find something worthwhile there, too."
"I'm fine with gold," Garrett muttered. "You could take your cut and leave, but then you wouldn't get to try the Citrandish bow," Maddie said temptingly.
Garrett's eyes widened.
"I didn't mean, I just—"
"She's messing with you," Daniel said with a laugh. "This is our party. We'll figure out the loot and destroy a dungeon. Maybe we'll find something better in there."
"If we survive and actually destroy it, a few stat points are worth more than a bow long term," Emily agreed. "You just don't understand how good that bow is," Garrett countered.
"If half the rumors are true, I'll be able to hit twice as far and twice as hard."
"How are the stat points distributed in a dungeon?" Daniel asked Emily. "You don't know?" The mage looked at Maddie. "You didn't tell him?" "He's from another world," Maddie said with a shrug. "I forget he doesn't know everything."
Emily pursed her lips and put her finger to her chin.
"Well, You know about the dungeon core, right? Yep, Daniel answered happily. Destroy it at the end and all, but what exactly is it, and what do you get? Emily looked at Maddie for help. I've never destroyed one either, Maddie said. What I've heard is it seems random. Nobody can ever predict exactly what stats you get or even how many.
I know that Brant got... Maddie went silent for a moment, then continued. A guard I know received a few strength points from one. That's similar to what I've read, Emily said after a pause of her own. Some think that certain types of dungeons are more likely to give certain stats. Fire dungeons usually have a constitution bonus, supposedly, but I've never seen any real statistics to back that up. That still doesn't answer my question, Daniel said, leaning on one elbow. Does the core drop from the final dungeon boss, or does it just sit there at the end? Could we sneak by and destroy it? Emily smirked. No, you can't sneak by and destroy it. You know dungeons grow by 10 floors at a time, right? Well, every 10th floor has a floor boss. That I know, Daniel chimed in. Once you defeat the final floor boss, the last door opens to a final room. That room has the core. As far as I've heard, nobody has been able to open that door without the boss being defeated. That's also why the Silver Vaults and Aqua Chambers are still active. Each one has a floor boss that took decades to figure out how to defeat. From what I've read, the Silver Vaults still have a floor boss that is undefeated. Floor 110, Maddie whispered. My mother died fighting off a dungeon break after a team tried and failed over a decade ago. The vaults always set off a dungeon break after somebody fails at that floor. Oren watched quietly as the new party members absorbed Maddie's revelation. How could somebody go so long in a dungeon? Over 100 levels must have taken months. Daniel shifted on the floor. Maddie blinked and appeared thankful for the topic change. Parties that take on the vaults have to get permission to go that far in. That expedition was likely in the 60-level range. The first 80 floors or so probably took them a few days, maybe a week. Someday we'll get there too, Oren whispered. Maddie heard him. Yes, we will. She smiled, a firmness in her voice. They chatted a bit more about the plans for the next day before Daniel yawned again. I'm going to sleep, Daniel announced. Last one up tomorrow has to help Oren sort bones. Chapter 16. The next morning, Oren kicked Daniel awake. Ow, what the hell? Oren squatted and poked his friend. Last one up. I guess you have to sort bones with me. Daniel groaned and stretched. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Maddie and Emily were already up and ready to go. Maddie had sorted through a heap of broken dishes until she'd found enough bowls and cups for them to drink some of Oren's conjured water. Garrett stood apart from the group, styling his hair in front of a shattered mirror against an armoire. Garrett tucked a stray hair behind his ear and glanced over at Daniel. You were the one who set that rule. I'll do it, Maddie cut in, forestalling the argument. Let's map out any traps in the third room first, and then we can backtrack for the bones. Oren pushed the party's gear into his dimension hole and followed Maddie as she led them to the far side of the room. They entered through the door. Daniel whistled. This is much more organized, Emily noted. The room was smaller than the two they'd already explored. Shelves had been set up around the perimeter of the room. The left half reminded Oren of a library, with see-through bookshelves in rows. While some had books, most shelves were covered in stacks of various monster bits: claws, teeth, hides, jars filled with clear liquid and floating bits, plus alchemy tools, smith tools, and labeled flasks. An enormous table spanned the length of the right half of the room. A stand in the middle contained a single book and a jar of ink. The rest of the table was clear but split into small alcoves that would provide only the bare minimum of privacy from the next seat. Maddie nudged Oren. Check for any traps, please.
This room must be the one the new guildmaster has been working on organizing. The rumor is she tossed everything out into the main hall and had them start from scratch from here. Anything that comes in has to be recorded in her master logbook there.
While Oren pulled up his map, Garrett walked up to the book and flipped through the pages. Oren frowned and tried again. The same result. "There are no traps or anything in here," he announced. Garrett turned away from the book. "You sure? After all the ones we had yesterday?" Oren shrugged. "Maybe they set off anything they found. Should I check out the last room before we go back?" The final door was in the back of the room, the only stretch of the wall not covered with shelving.
"We might as well," Maddie agreed.
The door looked no different from the others, but as Daniel pulled it open, he grunted.
"This door is heavy," he muttered. "Way heavier than it should be."
Daniel poked his head inside. "This is more of a closet than a room, Maddie." Maddie and Oren peered over Daniel's shoulder. The last room contained cleaning supplies on a single shelf against the back wall, with a broom and mop. "We could have just finished up last night," Garrett complained. "This room is organized, and we know what else we need. I could have been home in bed." Even Emily let out a disappointed sigh and returned to the record book. "Might as well double-check," Oren said, and entered the cupboard. He ran, closing it out as quickly as it popped up. He paused and pulled it up again. Guys?" With all 4 of his party members pushing into the room with him, Oren was feeling a bit claustrophobic. After Emily had used inferno veins to search the single trap that appeared in the cleaning closet, they'd pulled the shelf out of the room, discarding the supplies on the table. She'd been adamant that no traps were present, only a concealment of some sort.
"Maybe it needs a magic word to open," Daniel suggested. "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard," Emily countered. "Obviously, there is a hidden latch or lever. I can't see through the stone wall, but something is definitely right behind here."
She rapped her knuckles at waist height behind where the shelving had been. "Do you think it's more gold?" Garrett pushed in again, jostling Oren.
"If we find 2 caches of gold, we are keeping one."
"Can everyone back out, please?" Oren yelled. "I'm getting smashed here." He had tried using Analyze on the stone, but nothing appeared. As the rest of his party had started suggesting ideas, they'd also crowded in until they all stood in the shoebox-size room together. The other 4 stepped back sheepishly.
"I think the best way might be to just break the wall," Maddie said, her finger over her mouth in contemplation. She snapped her fingers. "Oren, can you boost up Daniel's strength? I think I saw a hammer back there on one of the shelves."
Garrett quickly bounded over to the other side of the room and returned with a small handheld sledgehammer. Oren threw his highest increase strength level 3 spell on Daniel, the maximum 5 times. With Oren's will at 28, the +4 increase became an 11-point increase. 55 extra points in strength put Daniel into the high 70s for strength. For whatever reason, Oren's buffs didn't affect Daniel or himself as they did everyone else. Oren had performed some testing on Maddie back at the Catanzano Manor, with only a few minor side effects. She could stand an increase to her stats of up to a little more than 20 points before she felt side effects. They hadn't found anyone else willing to be a guinea pig, but Oren had his theories. For now, he wouldn't increase anyone but himself and Daniel more than 15 points or so per stat. Daniel's eyes glazed as he watched his status screen. When Oren's final spell cleared, he smirked and held the hammer over his head with one hand. "I have the power!" Oren kept his face very still. Daniel smirked at him and then looked around.
"You all would be laughing if you got that." He turned and disappeared into the closet.
"Sometimes I forget he's from another world," Maddie stage whispered to Oren. "And then he goes and says weird shit and I'm reminded all over again how strange he is."
"I know what you mean," Oren chuckled. I can hear you. Daniel's voice came from the room, along with the sound of hammer on stone. 2 minutes later, Daniel returned, covered in dust. It's books. Maddie stood up from the chair where she'd been resting. Oren pushed off the table he'd been leaning on. Garrett and Emily were going through the rest of the room for the predetermined supplies, but came back over when they heard the hammer stop. Books? Maddie asked, glancing behind Daniel. How many? What kind? I don't know, Daniel said. I didn't want to pull them out in case there was another trap. Oren punched his shoulder. That was surprisingly bright of you. Good job. Daniel's mouth turned up as if he'd bitten into a lemon. Surprisingly? Oren quickly ducked into the room. I'll just go check for traps. The cleaning closet was covered in a fine layer of stone dust from where Daniel had knocked a hole in the wall at knee height. Small chunks of the wall lay in a pile on the floor, and Oren could make out 5, maybe 6 books behind the wall. He pushed his trap view into the newly made alcove, but picked up nothing. It seems all clear to me, Oren shouted. I'm going to grab these few. Pulling the books out of the hole, Oren's eyes got wide as he read the titles. They're all skill books. 10 minutes later, Daniel had finished destroying a perfectly good hidden wall, and the party had spread the 10 skill books out on the table. These are all pretty good, Maddie said in a low voice. Most are rare enough that we could sell them and make a lot of gold. Some I haven't even heard of. Personally, I'll pay for this one. She picked up one of the spell books. The books were embossed with the name of the spell they'd teach, in this case, Sunbeam.
This is a direct upgrade for me, she continued, holding the book to her chest. I didn't know that a spell book like this even existed. I could do more damage for the party and I'd be able to— It's yours, Daniel interrupted her. You don't need to pay us for it. Maddie shook her head. No, I will pay for it. This is too much. Daniel put his hand on her shoulder. It's not too much. Just make sure to save all our lives a few times. Emily cleared her throat. If we are allowed to use these, I wouldn't mind taking one of the Fire Bloom spellbooks. I had to pay dearly for mine, and I have a sister. Daniel nodded. Go for it. This entire thing was to make us all stronger, but family is family. Emily's smile lit up the room. Thank you, really. Now, if only there was a weapon skill book, Oren could finally be useful, Daniel said with a laugh. Garrett, do you want any of them? None of the spells or skills really do much for my build. I'm not sure what these two are, though. The archer pointed to the 2 Maddie had set to the side. The first had a dark green cover with gold lettering. It was heavy and looked expensive, with the title Life Tree. The second was well worn by time and had a dark blue cover with light blue stitching of the words Way of the Water. I'm not sure what those are either, Maddie admitted. Those are the ones I've never heard of. Oren pulled up his store in his status screen and typed in Life Tree. Life Tree is a druid spell. You can set up a magic tree that heals the local environment of most types of corruption or contamination. It's pretty mana-heavy to start, and drains as long as it's going, too. I'm not sure even I could keep that up for long, Oren said, summarizing the spell. What? Garrett and Emily were looking at him weirdly. Maddie also gave him a squinty look. How do you know that? She asked. Analyze. I'm getting better at it. The lie came so quickly, Oren surprised himself. The answer seems to placate them. Maddie held up the Way of the Water book.
What about this one?
Oren stared at the book like he was going to use Analyze, while secretly searching his interface store. Way of the Water. You are adept at the Way of the Water fighting style. It's a fighting style, he answered. I'm not sure what kind, though. I've never heard of that one, Garrett said. But if Oren really doesn't have any martial skills, it might be worth using.
Worst case, you have a skill book, learned fighting style you don't use. Maddie shrugged. We can get it appraised if you want. We might be able to get something better and more well-known. Oren shrugged. I'll take it by Bartholomew's after we leave. The bookstore Bartholomew's was where Oren had purchased Sidesteps, the first and only skill book he'd used. The small selection of skill books Bartholomew's had cost a silver coin to peruse, so Oren knew he'd likely get bilked for the information, but everybody in Day purchased their skill books there. Oren swept the rest of the books into his dimension hole and looked around. If you guys want to finish up here, I'm going to go search those bones for more dragons. Maddie, you coming? As they left the other three behind, Maddie was quiet. Are you okay? What? Oh, yes, sorry. Oren slowed his walking speed in the main room, turning to her. Maddie. She looked up from her feet. What is it? Sunbeam costs 30 ability points. It's not right that I take that, she said, still clutching the book to her chest. You heard Daniel, it's yours. We came here looking for good stuff. You set it up. If it's something you want, then use it. Maddie glanced up finally. Oren, my planned path wouldn't let me get this until I was in the mid-30 range, if I made it that far at all. Awesome, Oren smiled at her. I guess you'll need to revise your plan. I should really make a plan and stick with it.
I know I'm going to pick up a few more specific ward spells for the dungeon, but I keep spending all my ability points before I can save up enough to buy the ones I really want to get. Maddie shook her head. I know that pain. Getting Shimmer Sight cost 15. I had to wait for 2 full levels without buying anything. I'm so glad you two found us on that road. I mean, obviously, I'm glad you two saved our lives, but my entire life has been turned upside down. I'm about to learn Sunbeam before I hit level 20. Is it really good? I didn't check it out. It's like my Light Beam, but with light and fire damage and way more powerful. It's also part of my core spells, so getting it will unlock more high-level spells I can plan around. Oren started walking again, checking to make sure she followed. Her eyes were still glued to her book. That sounds pretty cool. All I want to get is merge. I'll be able to smash different spells together and make new ones. Maddie started laughing so hard that Oren had to stop walking. That's funny. Oh, damn, you really caught me off guard. What? All I want to get is merge, Maddie mocked, wiping her eyes. As if that hasn't been a lost spell for hundreds of years. Everybody and anybody would kill for that spell. Oren forced a laugh. Yeah, ha ha. You caught me. Now can we please get back to searching for dragon bones? He felt the sweat dripping down his back. Maddie let out a long breath. Okay, thanks. I needed that. Let's see what we can find. She walked past him to the side room door and opened it. Are you coming? On my way, Oren said shakily. Chapter 17. While Oren's ability to use Analyze multiple times in a row had increased, the number of bones in the side room ended up being too much for Maddie and him to go through. When the rest of the party came searching for them, they hadn't found one additional dragon bone. Did you get everything on the list? Maddie asked Daniel as he pushed a rolling cart into the room. Almost everything, Daniel answered. We couldn't find arrow leaf root or any ghost essence. Emily picked up a small bottle from the cart. I'm quite sure a competent tailor can use captured shade instead of ghost essence. She kicked the pile of bones Oren had already worked through. But I'm not confident enough in alchemy to suggest an alternative to arrow leaf root. We might just need to pay for those potions. During their planning session for the dungeon, Emily suggested a few items that might help combat water and steel monsters. Potions of water breathing were expensive, mostly due to the multitude of rare ingredients needed. The plan was for them to all carry at least one at all times, in case a monster attempted to seal them in a watery grave. Another item she'd suggested was sigil thread. A tailor could sew a specific spell or design into a piece of clothing for quick casting. Emily wanted an incorporeal escape spell for each of them. Sigil thread itself wasn't expensive, but the ingredients for each specific spell differed. Incorporeal escape, just like it sounded, turned an adventurer intangible for a handful of seconds, letting the person escape from situations that they deemed too dangerous. Emily was adamant the sigil was necessary in dungeoneering. Other than that, Daniel had fully stocked the cart with the remaining ingredients for potions of healing and mana they'd wanted, along with a few better-known poison antidotes. Although they'd discussed possible armor upgrades, Garrett had declined. His current leather was from a steel-tooth bristle bear, and he doubted the guild would have anything stronger collecting dust. Emily wore her red robe with some tactical pieces of armor underneath during actual quests, but most eschewed more formal types of protection. Maddie, of course, was outfitted better than anyone in the group, although her house colors of golden, yellow, and green clashed with the more muted armor Oren, Daniel, and Garrett wore. Only Emily's red robe had more color. Oren and Daniel still had their armor from Esme, the quietly scary seamstress/armorer Silas Catanzano had hired to outfit them. Oren's half-sleeve cuirass appeared to be fully leather but had layers of metal under it for added protection. The cloak he wore also had metal links sewn into it to deflect strikes. Daniel would be using his magic chainmail, with a twisting design that drew the eye, and, hopefully blade, away from vital areas. He rarely wore the full getup unless they were going out monster hunting.
"We'll find what we need," Maddie said, turning back to Oren. "How long until you can look again?"
Oren rubbed his head. "I'm getting a headache. I might be at my limit for the day on. These bones have all been for 2 to 3-star monsters anyways. I really don't think I'm going to find another dragon bone in this mess."
Maddie sighed. "Okay. Can you fit everything on the cart into your storage?"
He groaned as he stood and cracked his back. Picking up a potion in each hand, he started to stuff items into his pockets. His cloak had a lot of them. Each item disappeared into his dimension hole. Garrett was standing by the door, flipping a long arm bone up in the air and catching it. "If we need to carry some stuff, I saw a few extra packs in the front room." "It shouldn't be a problem," Oren answered. He pushed the narrow end of a large flask into a cloak pocket. Items seemed to shrink at one end as he put them away, getting sucked into wherever he stored things. "I took out the water barrels, so... actually..." Oren turned and started to pull the cart toward his pocket. The cart and all the remaining bottles, flasks, containers, and loose alchemy ingredients disappeared. The bone clattered to the floor as Garrett missed his catch. "That's not something you see every day. Do you have more room? Why don't you just push all the bones in? I saw a stack of pretty decent swords and maces back in the front room. We could sell those for quite a bunt."
"We aren't here to raid the guild," Maddie cut him off. "We are only taking what we need, and the things of value that we found that were trapped."
"And the gold," Garrett said with a smirk. "I thought we were turning that over to Pretus."
"Emily, whose side are you on?" Garrett cried, his hand on his chest.
The fire mage rolled her eyes.
"We don't need that as much as the guild does, and you know it. With the Lords of Day in disarray, and so soon after coming off a horde, the guild is stepping up in a big way. Guild members are being sent out on reconnaissance of the pass and helping plug the holes left by the deaths of so many guards. Not to mention finding new dungeons and letting nobodies like us," she pointed at herself and Garrett, "tag along with a real hero to defeat it. Instead of complaining and flirting with the support members, how about you get your head out of your ass and realize how lucky we are?"
Emily's more reserved nature built throughout her speech. Oren watched as Garrett backed up from her building temper.
Daniel stood back with a smirk on his face, while Maddie bounced from foot to foot, ready to jump in and play peacemaker if necessary. Garrett looked at the group, abashed. "Sorry, that's just a lot of gold. It makes sense to turn it over." Daniel sauntered up to Garrett and put his arm around his shoulders.
You know, we don't have to raid the guild, but maybe we can pick a few choice items to resell for other supplies we definitely are going to need. I think that's fair, right, Maddie?
Oren stood silently by as Daniel slowly convinced Maddie to let him and Garrett sell off a few of the random but rare items sitting around the main room. When did I become the pack horse? The functionary who had led them to the storerooms arrived within minutes of them leaving the first door. "I thought your trip inside would take less time and be more fruitful," he sneered. "I'd say we found what we came for and more," Maddie retorted. "However, we do need to speak with the guildmaster as soon as possible. We found something we'd like to give her." The clerk's eyes rolled dramatically. "If you'd like to make an appointment with her receptionist, I can show you the way. But know that she is very busy and—" "What the fuck is that?" Oren had pulled one of the bigger gold bars from his pocket. Like she said, Oren slipped the precious metal back into his magic storage pocket. As soon as possible. They were ushered to a meeting room, and within 10 minutes, Pretis arrived. "Why is one of my clerks telling everybody that you found gold in the storerooms?" Her piercing eyes glanced at Garrett and Emily before they settled on Maddie. "The agreement was whatever you carried out was yours. But if you really want to try and steal tangible money from the guild, then you—" "Guildmaster Pretis?" Maddie stepped up and spoke over the head of the guild. "While we were clearing out the storeroom, at your direction, of the multiple traps and threats left unchecked by previous heads of the guild, we discovered a safe containing gold and silver behind a tapestry in the westernmost room. Oren, if you will." Oren stepped forward and started slowly pulling the gold and silver bars and ingots out of his dimension hole, just as they'd discussed before leaving the storerooms.
He could hardly contain his smile at Pretis's shocked face. "Of course, as upstanding members of the guild, we immediately sought you out to turn over this small fortune for the use in guild activities supporting Day," Maddie continued. Pretis glanced at Maddie. No words were spoken, but Oren felt an entire conversation happen in the quick eyes of the two intelligent women. Oren slapped the last bit of gold down and faded back into the line the rest of the party had created. Good soldiers delivering a boon to the commander. "Such a magnificent treasure would surely need a commensurate reward," Pretis said, testing the waters. Maddie smiled serenely. "The reward was in clearing the storerooms of traps for the guild. Now, staff can safely catalog their contents, sell off the excess, and return that profit to helping Day rebuild after all the recent troubles." Pretis narrowed her eyes. "I'm assuming that Lord Catanzano would be best at distributing those profits." Maddie shook her head. "I would trust you, as the guildmaster, to put the people of Day first." Maddie's voice changed from her politically suave tone to a friendly and more personal tenor. "Jen, no strings here. Use it to help the city." Pretis raised her eyebrows at Maddie's use of her first name, but swiftly clamped her shock down. "The guild and the people of Day owe you." She opened the door and barked orders. 3 of her people, one the young man with the shocking power, entered and stared at the heaps of gold. "Now," Pretis ordered. The table was cleared in minutes. Daniel rolled off the wall where he'd been lounging. "If that's all, we've got a dungeon to get to." The guildmaster held up a hand. "If that's what you turned over, I'm hesitant to ask what else you found," she sighed. "A deal is a deal, though. When do you plan on leaving?" Daniel glanced at Maddie, who shrugged. "Maybe this afternoon? We have a few last-minute errands, but I'd like to get there sooner rather than later." Pretis nodded. I'll send a portal specialist over to the Catanzano Manor. Good luck to you all." She swept out of the room.
"That saves us some time," Maddie said, clapping her hands together. "So, who wants to go shopping?" The party spent the next few hours selling a few items discreetly, paying for an alchemist to make as many potions as he could with the ingredients they supplied, and spending a hefty amount on the ingredients they still needed, along with an incorporeal escape sigil for each member of the party. Oren fingered the thread running along the bottom corner of this cloak. "This isn't going to ruin my clothes, right?" Emily chuckled. "No, once it's used, the thread disintegrates. Your cloak will be fine." The final place they visited was Bartholomew's. The clerk had gladly bought 3 of the skill books they'd found, along with 2 of the spell books. He didn't have enough knowledge on the Way of the Water or Life Tree books to give a fair offer, and didn't need the extra copy of the last skill book, Artificer, Level 1. Garrett and Emily went their own way around lunch, promising to meet back at Maddie's house in 2 hours. Oren and Daniel returned to their room, pulling Maddie in as well. With all of Oren's stuff on his bed, he dropped the rest of the loot they had on Daniel's side. "Garrett is going to want to keep that bow," Maddie announced. Oren had no doubt she was right. The bowyer they'd visited had sold them a few of his strongest strings, but they'd decided not to bring the Citrandish bow out in front of him. Garrett was practically salivating at the thought of using it. "Should we really have given that much mithril to Jovi's assistant to just make a few arrows?" Daniel complained. "He smelted mithril and cold iron bars for Garrett," Maddie answered. "That was a major reason we went in the storerooms, to look for rare metals for him to use."
Loren didn't really smelt the mithril, Oren said, picking up items and sorting them into keep and leave piles. It just sort of melted into a puddle. It was funny watching him get upset when he couldn't set it quick enough. Jovi's assistant, Loren, had warned them that mithril was tricky to work with. He'd barely gotten 1 arrow-sized length of metal out of the sword into the proper shape. They'd left the rest of the metal with him to work with as payment. "I think I have everything sorted here," Oren announced. "The only thing left for me is to buy a few spells and hopefully get specific wards." Oren had already spent the 1 ability point on Water Ward. After he'd purchased Water Reservoir, the new ward had appeared on his status page with the customary blinking cursor. "Maddie, maybe you can help." Oren pulled up the spells he'd been looking at for a potential poison ward. "Venom Bite is cheaper, but Toxic Touch just seems like it would be the better purchase, right?" Maddie looked at the blue screens Oren tossed her and shook her head. "You realize you're never going to be specialized if you keep buying things randomly like this." Oren shrugged. "Who needs specialized? I protect you guys, you protect me." "I told him Venom Bite," Daniel said. "It's not like he's ever going to need to use either, so he might as well save the extra point." "I still think he should buy sword proficiency," Maddie argued. "They even have the skill book if he doesn't want to use ability points." "That was 250 gold, Oren cut in. "That's more than Daniel spent on Gertie." "He could always use the water fighting book," Daniel suggested. "Bartholomew didn't even know how much it was worth, so it's probably really good." "The guy who works at the store is not named Bartholomew," Oren groaned. "That's Gregory." Daniel shrugged and picked up the book off the bed. "Way of the Water? That sounds kind of cool." Maddie watched their back and forth and made for the door. "I'm going to get all the food set up for Oren. For what it's worth, Oren, I think you should go with your gut. If you don't like Venom Bite, don't get it." Oren went back to sorting. Daniel sat on his bed, knocking over the piles Oren had been making. "What do you think?" "Huh? About what? Dude, you just knocked over the extra blankets. I just folded those." Daniel wagged the book in front of him. "I don't need to fight," Oren said, shaking his head. "I stand in the back." Daniel ignored him. "You said this is a fighting style, right?" Oren nodded. "Do it.
For my peace of mind. Daniel caught Oren's eye. He had his serious face on. We could sell that and use the money for... Daniel pushed the book into Oren's arms. We can always make more money. We are about to go into a dungeon where we are going to be fighting monsters and defeating a floor boss. I need to be able to worry about that and not you defenseless behind me. Oren looked at the dark blue cover. The book was beat up and had been forgotten in a false wall for who knew how long. He brushed his hand over the stitching. Fine, he agreed. Just promise you aren't going to throw some monster at me to test it out. Daniel held his hand up and visibly crossed his fingers. Sure, buddy. Oren tried to hit Daniel with the book, but missed. With a sigh, he sat down and opened the book, triggering the skill learning. Would you like to use skill book, Way of the Water? Yes or no? Oren hit yes, and the world went dark.
Chapter 18. Oren opened his eyes. He stood in a massive, domed white room with alcoves set into the rounded walls all around him. The recesses were stacked one on top of each other, and he could just make out a presence in each one, watching him. Where the fuck am I? He mumbled. He tried to pull up his map. Nothing happened. He tried to pull up his status. Again, nothing. Hello? Oren yelled, the shout echoing across the chamber. Nobody answered. Oren caught movement from the corner of his eye and turned. While a moment ago the floor around him had been the same white marble as the walls, now a splash of color had been added in the shape of a square. The deep blue reminded him of something. The skill book, he thought, connecting the blue stone to the book he'd opened. I was learning that fighting skill. Movement from above arrested his line of thinking. Something was falling from a very high distance. Oren's heart stopped at the speed the body had reached in its descent. He didn't have time to turn away before the person hit the floor with a splash. That's not right. The body, made entirely from water the same deep color as the book and square fighting ring, pulled itself back together and walked, splashed, toward Oren. What is going on? Oren backed away from the watery visage. When the watery figure flopped its way across the square fighting line, it took up a stance, its elbows tucked back with its palms facing Oren. A slight bend of the knees with both feet pointing toward him. A wrestler pose. Oren kept backing away until his foot went out of the blue square. Would you like to quit learning Way of the Water? Yes or no? Re-enter the fighting square, or be forcibly ejected in 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Oren stepped back in quickly. Why did nobody warn me about this? He complained to the watery figure. I'm stuck in here until I learn an entire fighting style? The watery man did not respond, his stance unchanged. Oren was stumped. In all the research he and Daniel had done, nothing like this had been mentioned. Daniel had definitely not been forced to swing his weapons even once before knowing exactly how to use them. He also had no idea how to even begin whatever it was he needed to do. He'd been in exactly one fight in his life before coming to this world. The few people he'd needed to attack had been instances of opportunity and sneak attacks mostly. The one time on Earth that he'd thrown a punch at somebody, he'd been beaten badly. His anger at the insult about his missing father hadn't helped him connect the punch. It didn't matter that Daniel had retaliated against the other boy a few days later. Oren was not a natural fighter and knew it. The water blob stepped forward. Oren took a step toward it. Are you supposed to teach me? The head nodded. I'm a terrible fighter. The figure shrugged. You can understand me? A nod. How long does it take to learn? A shrug. Damn, Oren said, and scratched his head. Wave your left arm for yes, and right arm for no.
Does that work? The figure's left arm snaked out in something between a wave and strike. Let's start easy. Oren walked closer to the figure. You have to teach me the way of the water, right? The same left arm movement for yes struck. Should I just try to hit you? The left arm waved non-committally. Is this going to take all day? Both arms waved. Is that a maybe? The right arm waved. No. You don't know? No. Oren thought about how quickly he'd used the Sidesteps book. Something was different here. Is this a simulation? Both arms waved again. Oren felt he understood this one a bit more. If I finish learning the book, does the same amount of time I spend here pass in the real world? No.
So I'm stuck in here until I learn an entire fighting style? Both arms moved, but with a delay. Yes and no. I'm stuck, but not until I learn everything? A slight delay, then yes. Oren paced as he thought. He needed to fight the waterman to learn the skill. He was stuck until he learned whatever amount of fighting it had to teach him. If I quit learning before I'm allowed to leave, can I come back? He asked hopefully. No. So, I have to learn the fighting style, but it's allowed to be in parts? The delayed yes and no response appeared again. This is so dumb, Oren complained. Why? Are all skill books learned this way? No. Oren paused. He hadn't meant that as an actual question. What's the difference? Could I learn this fighting style without all this? He asked, gesturing around. The waterman nodded. How? The form's shoulders slumped a bit, and its head tilted. It looked like it sighed and flicked its hand at him. Oren's screen appeared. Bypass learning, way of the water, naturally, and use as skill book? Yes or no? Oren's brain raced. There was something odd happening here. While he wanted to use the book to pick up a fighting skill, something new had presented itself. The only difference between him and someone else using a skill book was his admin powers. Mr. Wateryman, is learning a fighting skill naturally better in some way than learning it as a skill book? The figure's head nodded empathically. And I have the option to do this because I have admin powers, right? Yes and no. Oren slumped on the ground. Why can't anything ever just be easy? The figure shrugged. That wasn't a question. He sighed. Do you have a name? Or should I just call you Mr. Water? No. No, you don't have a name? Or no to Mr. Water? No. Number. Oren laughed. Okay, I'll think of a name for you. I'm just going to need a minute to get my mind around this. You know, ever since I arrived here, nothing has ever worked like I thought it would. Why should learning a stupid fighting skill be any different? When no response came, Oren slowly got to his feet. Please don't laugh too hard, he said, putting his fists up. I'm really bad at fighting. The first fight lasted 3 seconds. The watery man ducked under Oren's wild right swing and lifted his own right leg in an upside-down kick that smacked into Oren's face with the pressure of a small wave. It didn't hurt, but did knock him back on his ass. As he sat there, stunned, Oren simply knew the name of the attack he'd just been subjected to. Scorpion Fish Strike. You can't talk, but every time you hit me, I'm going to learn the name of some stupid attack, aren't I? Yes. Oren could have sworn the figure laughed, its shoulders shaking. The figure, which Oren decided to call Styx, never attacked him. He always waited for Oren to make the strike before retaliating in a fluid motion, using Oren's own momentum against him. Every punch was dodged or ducked under,
while every kick just missed as Styx surged back or slid into Oren's space to push him off balance. The attacks were all named things like Returning Tide and Dolphin Blow. Not surprisingly, everything was water-related.
"Styx, we've been fighting for an hour," Oren said, pushing himself off the ground.
He'd just had his foot swept out from underneath him by Crab's Sweep.
"Is there some specific amount of time I have to spend getting my ass kicked in here?"
Styx gestured no.
"Am I any closer to getting out?"
Styx shook his hand no. After hesitating, he pointed at Oren again, and his floating blue box appeared. In this room, Styx had all the power. Oren didn't even know long he'd been in here. He'd tried counting every time he'd been knocked down, and counting each fight as half a minute, but after losing count at about 100, he'd given up. Way of the Water, 0.
3%. Seriously? Oren groaned. This is going to take forever. Are you going to just use every attack possible on me until I give up?
The water in the middle of Styx's chest churned, and he swept up close to Oren. A finger poked his head, the first attack Styx had made. Oren rubbed his forehead. It didn't hurt, but every attack left Oren marked by water. His clothes would get wet from each attack, but magically dry between each round.
"What do you want?" Oren demanded. "I'm doing everything you want. I can't hit you. I didn't upload all the fight moves when I used the book. You are too quick. Why would somebody even make this an option? What point is there in getting hit over and over?"
Styx rolled his hand, inviting Oren to continue his tirade. Somehow the simple movements of the watery humanoid were getting easier to understand.
"There isn't a point to getting hit over and over?"
Styx waved both hands, yes and no. He then pointed at Oren.
"I'm not supposed to get hit over and over?"
Styx threw up both hands in triumph.
"Yes, yes, yes!"
Oren's thoughts drifted back to the fights. Every attack he threw at Styx was countered, with little movement or reaction needed from the defender.
"Way of the Water isn't about offensive fighting, is it?"
Oren said aloud.
"It's a defense."
1.1%. Oren reflected on the different names he'd been learning. Instead of thinking of them as attacks, he felt the movements in his body as defensive reactions. As soon as he had the thought, Styx swung his right arm in a wide haymaker. Oren reflexively dipped and used the first hit that had landed on him. Scorpion Fish Strike. His form was off, but his foot still dipped into the water, making up Styx's shoulder. Styx backed up and bowed. Then he started to attack. 4.9%. Oren was exhausted. He was spread eagle on the white marble, trying to count the alcoves. Each complete circle had 50 recesses.
He'd been able to make out just over 30 circles before his eyes failed him. The circles started getting too close that high up for him to make out properly. Daniel, with his skill, would have been able to make out more.
"Styx, are those alcoves all the different moves of Way of the Water?"
Styx was standing nearby, waiting patiently for Oren to stand again.
The last spar had lasted almost 2 minutes before he'd knocked Oren down. He waved no.
"What are they?"
Styx didn't respond. When Oren's questions became too broad, his binary language broke down completely. However, Oren could feel his teacher's frustration at not being able to answer. Oren pushed the question to the side and rolled over before standing back up. He situated his body into the first stance Styx had taken, formless. Keeping his body open for whatever was thrown at him, the first form let him react to Styx's attack style. He'd also learned river, ocean, and rain. Mist stance was something Styx had shown him twice before becoming frustrated at something Oren was doing wrong. He hadn't repeated the stance again. Oren waited patiently, edging his feet to the side
and keeping Styx in front of him as they circled each other. Styx struck with 2 consecutive high kicks. Oren slapped one away with Otter Tail and redirected the second with a change into River Stance. He dropped low and swung his leg out in an attempt to break Styx's one-legged posture. The liquid man flipped off his single foot and pivoted his body in the air to kick again in Rain Hits the Soil. As he brought his heel down where Oren's center was, he found Rising Wave meeting his attack. Oren's feint had worked, and his fist shattered Styx's face, the water splashing a dozen feet behind them both. Styx, instantly fully formed, bowed. Oren could swear he saw a smile form in the dark recesses of the watery head. Way of the Water, 5%, 1/20th completed. I think it will.
Continue or save progress? Save progress? Does that mean I can come back? Oren asked. Styx waved his left arm for yes. Oren hit save and blinked. Did you learn it? Daniel asked, sitting close to him on the bed. Oren yelled and fell off, landing hard on the floor. Dude, what the hell? Daniel frowned. Oh, what's wrong? How long was I out? Daniel reached down and helped Oren stand. What are you talking about? You opened the book and the words disappeared like normal. I said 2 words and you fell off the bed. Oren ran his hand through his hair. A minute ago, it had been slick with sweat from the hours of fighting he'd been doing. It was now dry, without the dirty feeling that should have been there after such a workout. It was different. Something happened. Oren explained the white room and Styx to Daniel, while his friend's eyebrows rose higher and higher. You suck, dude. I want to learn martial arts from a secret master, Daniel complained. I was stuck there for half a day, Oren was pacing. I only completed 5% of the book. But you can go back, right? Daniel asked with concern, standing up. And you know how to fight now? Oren poked the skill on his status screen, feeling the ability to re-enter Styx's training room. Yeah, I can go back, and I think I have the basics down at least. Daniel stood up and gave Oren an evil grin. Want to test out your skills? Oren returned the smirk, feeling the stances in his mind. This might be fun. Chapter 19. Not surprisingly, Oren lost any fair fight against Daniel, fair being defined by Daniel as not using debuffs against him. The difference was in how long it took. Stop moving, Daniel demanded as he swung the practice sword at Oren. Oren, standing in formless pose, ducked under the horizontal swing and danced away. He cast a few light strikes at Daniel before his friend charged him again. The rules of the fight with Daniel were simple. Whoever hit the other first with their sword won, unless Oren could strike him with 10 casts of the weak light beam spell. Oren had increased his dexterity this turn and focused solely on evading and retreating. He was up to 7 hits. Daniel jumped into the air with his sword raised overhead. The vertical downswing was easy enough for Oren to avoid, even without his new fighting style. Despite being at only 5%, the Way of the Water was proving to be a game-changer. Oren sidestepped the attack and pointed his finger to win the match. It had been the longest duel they'd ever had without Oren debuffing Daniel into a crawling mess. Except when he stepped, Daniel's body twisted in the air with him. Oren quickly moved into river pose and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Daniel bonked him on the head. "Match!" Daniel shouted in triumph. "You cheated," Oren argued. "We said no spells." Daniel smirked. "Gravity Well isn't a spell, it's a skill." Oren shook his head. "That's not what we agreed on, and you know it. I had you." Daniel shrugged and replaced the small practice sword on the weapon rack. "Someday, young Padawan, you shall surpass the master." Oren groaned. "Seriously, though, that fighting skill is slippery. It's perfect for you." "What does that mean?"
You need to be able to avoid getting hit. I only got you because you went for the attack. If you'd backed up another step or two, you would have been able to slip by me again.
You did it twice before when I tried to draw you in. Oren paused as he put his sword back, too. He didn't use a summoned sword while sparring.
You did? I didn't even feel it. I've been using gravity well to change my own momentum instead of someone else's, Daniel explained. Maddie got a few tips on spells and skills from Emily and passed them along. Speaking of Maddie, Oren started. He explained his earlier screw-up by mentioning merge. So don't talk about it. I need to figure out how to get it and keep it a secret. You already know my thoughts on that, Oren sighed. We are not having this conversation again. You are a hero. I'm not. The more people who know our secret, the bigger chance I get kidnapped to blackmail you, or worse. Daniel shrugged. We've dealt with that before, but I'll respect you and drop it. If you do get merge, I'm sure we can chalk it up to one more weird thing about your class. As they made their way back to their room, one of the staff intercepted them with a bow. The lady requests your presence in the kitchen, young masters. Gerald, how many times do I have to tell you to call me Daniel? Gerald nodded with a smile. At least once more, young master. Shall I show you the way? Daniel scowled and shook his head ruefully. We can find our own way, thank you. Oren grinned at the man as they left and received a conspiratorial wink. In the kitchen, Maddie had the house staff scurrying around, fulfilling last-minute requests. Most of what they planned to bring was to be stored with Oren, but each adventurer was required to bring their own food supplies, just in case they were separated or Oren died. Daniel had grown very angry when that last article had been addressed. Breads, smoked meats, and even a small stack of grapes and oranges had been assembled. Cheese and nuts were sorted into separately labeled containers and wraps. A canvas bag was set to the side. Maddie looked up as they arrived.
Good, you're both here. Oren, could you go ahead and start loading up on everything here? I've already separated out emergency rations for each person.
Oren just nodded and began putting the foodstuffs away. Some of the bread was still warm and would be again later when he drew it out. Maddie's attention to detail for this foray was nearly perfect. He reached the end of the table and poked the bag. Maddie, what's in here? Coffee, she replied, without looking up. Oren smiled. You are amazing. I only bought a small bag. This should last us quite a while. I didn't get that. Somebody dropped it off for you, and I thought you'd want to bring it along. If you are going to bring it, make sure it's ground. Nobody is going to carry a bean grinder for you. One of the cooks coughed pointedly once Maddie turned around. She nodded toward a corner of the kitchen where a small hand grinder and coffee press were already sitting out. Meredith, you sneak, Oren whispered, and quickly swiped the items into his storage. How's your son? Better now, the older woman whispered back. Thanks again, dearie. Daniel waited for people to clear away before leaning into Oren. How are you so friendly with everybody? I can barely get their names. Oren gestured at his friend. You were the famous hero. I'm just a guy who is loose with his mana and can heal without waiting in a hospital line. Bribery, then? Oren laughed. No. I needed a way to increase my healing experience without just parading around that I'm doing it. I overheard one rumor and asked around. Meredith's son had a broken leg, and the wait list was long enough she was worried it would set bad permanently. So we both got what we wanted. He turned back to Maddie with a thought. Maddie, the person who dropped off the coffee, was it an older guy or about our age? Maddie didn't even spare him a glance. Our age.
He said to apologize to you for something? Oh, and he asked if you could stop by his shop at some point. Wouldn't give a reason.
I'm not going to have time before we leave. Maybe I'll send a message.
Oren turned to find some paper.
I already told him,
Maddie said, catching his attention before he left again.
He said he'd expect you when you could make the time.
Daniel grabbed an apple out of a basket on a different shelf. Oren noticed Meredith's quick frown. How long before we leave, then? Daniel said between bites. We should at least say thank you to your dad for all the supplies before leaving. Maddie kept her back to them and didn't respond. She rolled up a cloth with a few knives and forks and dropped it on the table close to Oren.
That should be all of it, she muttered.
Let's go see if Emily and Garrett are here yet. Maddie?
Thank you so much, everybody. That will be all for today, she announced, before trying to scamper out the door.
Daniel blocked her path. What's going on? Maddie glanced over her shoulder at the people funneling out another door. Only the few main kitchen staff remained. She mumbled something too quietly for Oren to hear.
He doesn't?
What's going on? Oren stepped in closer. Daniel pointed at their party member.
Her dad doesn't even know we're going.
Oren pulled both of them through the door into the hallway. There was no use in having the conversation in front of the people who worked for Silas. To the dungeon or to the elves?
Neither,
Maddie murmured. You told us it wasn't a problem, Oren accused. Why does he think we need all this food?
I set it up myself.
She looked up at him at that.
I am capable of doing things without him.
Daniel put his hand on her shoulder. That is not what Oren said, and you know it. You didn't lie to us, but you left out some pretty major details.
What's going on?
Maddie realized they were still in the hall and pulled them along to one of the small meeting rooms for important visitors. Closing the door behind her, she fell into a chair and covered her face.
I haven't told him yet. I'm terrified of going through with it, she said from between her hands.
We can go with you, Daniel suggested.
Explain to him the guild gave us this opportunity. Maybe even see if he could make you an official envoy to the elves.
Maddie shook her head.
It's not just the dungeon and the elf trip. I have to tell him I'm becoming an adventurer with you full time. I'm resigning as Lady Catanzano and giving up my claim to the lordship.
Oren was stunned. Maddie had mentioned not wanting to take over for her father before, but Silas had been grooming her for the position for her entire life. If she drops the bombshell on him now, right before they were supposed to leave, maybe don't tell him that right before we go on a secret mission to save the elves, Daniel said. Oren plopped into a chair and put his own head in his hands. I mean, what if he gets mad and tries to keep you here? Oren groaned. Daniel was such an idiot sometimes. What if he tries to keep us here?
Are you saying that if he tried to ground me, you'd run off and leave me here?
Maddie stood. Her face was calm, but her eyes were a storm waiting to crash against a ship. Not at all, Oren said as he stood up, stomping on Daniel's foot. We'd just hate to have to break you out and teleport away. I can't even get us to the dungeon, and trekking around looking for it would be a waste of time. Maddie raised an eyebrow, but the smile pulling at her lips gave Oren a moment of relief. He'd sidetracked the two headstrong members of his group before they came to blows. Maybe don't tell him everything now, Oren started.
You have to tell him about the dungeon. We can't steal supplies from him and have him wondering where we are.
Read the situation and see if he needs to know about the elf trip, but wait until we come back to make any big career move announcements. Oren held up his hands to stall her inevitable counter-arguments.
We support you, you know that. He might be fine with it, but let's not tempt fate right now. Maddie sat back down.
You're right, both of you. I shouldn't have tried to run off without telling him. But he's so good at seeing right through me sometimes. Sorry for not telling you.
Daniel wisely stayed quiet and just nodded his head. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation.
Lady Catanzano, Ms. Ibarra has arrived for you. Please bring Emily through to us, Maddie called back.
After a moment, she turned to Daniel and Oren.
Can you stall for me? I have to find my father and explain.
Go, Daniel said gently.
We'll wait.
Maddie punched his arm as she walked by.
What the hell?
Maddie laughed.
Oren does it all the time, just testing it out.
As she left the room, Daniel turned on his friend.
You are a terrible influence on her.
Emily arrived first. She and Daniel chatted about provisions and supplies for a bit after he explained Maddie was running a last-minute errand. The teleportation siblings, Jack and Jillian, arrived early. Oren hadn't seen them since Daniel's rescue, and he thanked them again for their help. Jack continued to be an ass, but Jillian shook his hand. After introducing them to Daniel as part of his rescue team, he thanked them as well.
It was just a paycheck, Jack mumbled, but took Daniel's hand.
Being the hero came with some built-in respect, it seemed. Jillian pulled Daniel into a hug.
No, it wasn't. We are honored we got to help rescue Day's hero. If you ever need a jump, let me know.
Oren saw her stick a slip of paper in Daniel's pocket and questioned whether she was talking about a teleport. Maddie burst into the room, out of breath a few minutes later.
Sorry, she huffed. Last-minute stuff.
We're good. She held up a thumb to Daniel and Oren.
We're still waiting on Garrett, Emily sighed.
He's always late.
Am I? Garrett's voice echoed in from the hall before he popped in as well.
That doesn't sound like me at all.
The Donovan job? Those thugs were early. You can't blame me for the Pasquale infestation? I still swear that Tin told me 2 hours past sunrise, not 1. Should I keep going? Emily asked, her arms folded. Garrett bowed to the siblings and took Jillian's hand. Who are these lovely folks that nobody has introduced me to? My name is Garrett Bell. Wonderful to make your acquaintance. A peck on Jillian's hand had her enamored. Jack's attitude soured even more. All right. Jack pulled out a map and spread it on a table. Let's get this done. This is where we will be taking you. He drew a line up the map from Day and pointed to a small blue line south of where the dungeon was. We don't know all the particulars of your mission, but we've been told to keep it hush-hush. We were told you'd be able to make your own way from here, Jillian continued when Jack took a breath, turning her last sentence into a question.
That should be fine, Emily answered.
Turning to look at the others, she shrugged.
I've got a good memory. We'll be fine.
Jack clapped. Then let's get you to your destination and me home with a paid bill.
Chapter 20. Oren waved to the brother and sister teleport team as they disappeared without a sound, leaving their party on the north side of a small stream. I can't believe she asked both of us to dinner. In front of each other, Daniel said, shaking his head.
I might take her up on dinner. Garrett pulled his backpack up on his shoulder. It might be just what I need after this job. Daniel double-checked Gertrude strapped on his back. He carried his pack like a duffel bag at his side. What about Oren? Oren can join us if he wants. Oren ignored the male half of his party and turned to Emily. You said you'd be able to find the way? How long do you think it'll take us to get there? Emily pointed north by northeast. I'm pretty sure you could use map and find the guards we're supposed to meet. It's maybe an hour's hike. This is close to where the guildmaster said the dungeon is. They usually take on some characteristics of the surrounding area. She waved at the small brook. This might be what made it take a water bent. Talking about the different qualities of the dungeon reminded Oren he still hadn't made up his mind about which spells to buy. Poking around in the spell store, he went with his gut
and selected the one he thought he might get some use out of. Toxic touch. Your touch becomes toxic. MP cost variable to toxicity, -2 AP. Would you like to purchase for 2 AP? Yes or no? Yes. Oren tagged the new icon and found Poison Ward for a single ability point. He bought the same. Poison Ward creates a ward around you and your party within 50 feet that protects against poison magic for MP maximum, 20 MP. He still didn't have a steel ward, but Oren didn't feel like spending 5 points, 6 if a new ward became available, on such a specific type of magic. Poison, ice, and water were ones he felt would be more useful in the future.
Eventually, he'd need to get fire and maybe the light magic ward he'd avoided purchasing, but he felt no rush to do so. Even if he had to hide it, he still wanted to get merge. Doing more with alchemy also seemed interesting, but after all his research and Brant's warnings about the prohibitive cost and training needed, that skill was pushed to the back burner. Oren also cast a level 1 utility ward on the party. Quickly calculating the math in his mind, he realized that the +30 to every stat from a level 2 spell would likely result in everybody needing a day off to recover from the over-effects. Instead, he kept the increase to a safer 15. The cost of a level 1 spell also meant his spent mana would be more than half refilled in the hour it would take to get to the dungeon. He could also top off with a mana potion if he needed. The extra strength and dexterity would make traversing the terrain a little easier. Emily gave him a smile when her physical stats went up. As they trudged along, climbing up a hill away from the water, Oren filled Daniel in on his new purchases. You went with the more expensive spell, even though you don't plan on using either one? How often am I going to have a chance to bite someone versus touching them? Oren defended himself. 1 point is going to make a huge difference. You don't know that, Daniel said, taking a big step up on a rock. What if you have to wait to buy something now, or can't even afford it in the first place? The prices of spells and skills only get more expensive the higher tier they are. Oren shrugged. I can already boost your stats to the max. Everything else I get just gives us options. Daniel reached over and tried to ruffle Oren's hair. My little Swiss Army knife. After a bit of climbing up the sparsely wooded hill, Oren pulled his map back up. He stopped Emily and pointed her a bit more north. The 4 dots on his map were likely the guards sent from the guild. It's probably going to be another 10 minutes tops, Oren announced to the rest of them.
Garrett grumbled something, but was too far behind for Oren to make it out. One of the guild members caught their movement before they reached the small tent set up against the hill. She moved down to them, picking her footing with a speed and grace that spoke of either a high dexterity or some sort of movement skill. About time you made it, she said, as she jumped down to land in front of them. Which one of you is the hero? Emily and Oren pointed at Daniel. He waved. I'm Sadie. I'm in charge of this shit show until Preeta says otherwise. She wants the hero to be first through. Nobody has been in since we found the entrance and defeated the monsters from the break, she explained, as she led the way up the increasingly steep hill. I'm sure you were briefed, but it never hurts to be sure. Water, steel, and poison monsters were confirmed. Something did escape, but only Jackson got a look at it. He got thumped by a steel boar and had to be taken back to Day for some healing. I didn't think he got hit that hard, but he kept jumbling up his words, so better safe than sorry. Sadie introduced the other guild members watching the dungeon. Jeb, with his halberd and half-plate armor, squatted near the entrance of the tent and gave only a nod before returning his gaze to the distance. Derek wore red robes similar to Emily's. He smiled and shook their hands. Beth had green robes and a walking stick that could have been a freshly cut branch. Some leaves remained still. Jeb is our front line, while I spend most of the time harrying stragglers back at him. Derek and Beth are good ranged casters to help kill whatever needs killing, Sadie explained. Jackson should be back in a day or two. If you die in there, we'll be going in to destroy it.
If you take longer than 2 weeks, we'll be going in to destroy it. If another dungeon break happens, we'll know you're dead and come in to destroy it. Any questions? Emily stepped to the side to exchange pleasantries with Derek. Maddie and Daniel asked Sadie a few questions about the monsters and fighting tactics. Garrett tried to break Jeb's composure by squatting in front of him and complimenting his large weapon. Oren stood awkwardly and silently, waiting for the group to enter the dungeon. Beth also stood off to the side, conceded to stay quiet. Finally, Daniel clapped and got everyone's attention. "I'll be going in first, but obviously we don't know what we are going to be up against." He paced in front of the tent. "Oren, I want you to go in second. Maddie, you try to stay right on Oren's tail. Garrett, you go next, and Emily, bring up the rear. Once we see what we're dealing with, we can figure out our game plan. Oren, maybe set us all up with a regular—" Maddie clutched her short spear tight and nodded. "Sure, not a problem," Oren answered as he handed Garrett the Citrandish bow, already strung with the best string they'd been able to find. He quickly cast a ward on all 5 of the party. "Is that a—" Sadie elbowed Beth and shushed her. "Let's go," Daniel said, and opened the tent flap. Oren followed close behind. The tent covered only a small part of the hill, but a crevice had formed in that spot. Oren imagined a pit into hell would look more inviting. Daniel was already squeezing in sideways, carrying Gertrude pointed in and dangling his bag behind him as he turned. Oren hitched his shoulder strap up and started forward. His shoulders were just narrow enough that he could squeeze through without too much difficulty. He heard Maddie close behind. Watching Daniel closely, Oren was able to pinpoint the exact spot where his friend disappeared. He summoned and stuck it into the soft earth just before the dungeon portal. "Be ready." I dropped a sword to show where we enter, he threw back over his shoulder. Then, without waiting for a response, he stepped past his marker and entered his second dungeon. Welcome to the Crumbling Waste. As Oren's foot hit the dungeon proper, he took 3 hits in quick succession to the chest. 500/530. "Get down!" Daniel yelled from a few steps ahead of him. He was crawling along the floor. Oren followed his lead and got on his hands and knees. They were in a long corridor. The walls were slate and the ground was cobblestone. Oren picked up one of the small knives that had hit him before being deflected off by his magic shield. It was shaped like a kunai. After a second, the 2 he hadn't touched melted into the ground. The one in his hand began to burn, and he dropped it. He noticed his ward had taken another point of damage. "Don't pick up the kunai!" Oren shouted to Daniel. Maddie arrived a moment later, and Oren pulled her down before 3 more of the weapons flew out of the darkness. "What?" Maddie landed in a heap. She heard the clatter behind her as the knives hit the blank wall that was the exit. "Thanks?" "Daniel says we crawl." Oren pointed ahead to where Daniel was shuffling along. Every few feet, more of the kunai lodged into the wall, but always at about chest height. "Stay here and pull Emily and Garrett down." Oren crawled forward and pulled up his map. He yelped at what he saw. "Daniel, get back! The entire room is a big trap. Only certain stones are safe and—" Oh, shit. Every time Daniel had brushed his limbs along one of the yellow trapped stones on his map, Oren watched the throwing daggers burst from the darkness ahead. Oren could tell the long chamber was only a few 100 yards long, but when Daniel had rested his hand and Gertrude on the latest stone embedded in the ground, something new had appeared. A small panel on the wall a few feet ahead of Daniel, with dozens of red dots scurrying about behind it. "Monsters! 2 o'clock!" Oren shouted.
Daniel didn't need the warning, as the multitude of balding, furry rats poured out of the hole and directly at him. He swiped Gertrude as best he could, but even with the increased strength and his own skill, she was too heavy for the position he was in. Luckily, she was heavy enough to smash a few against the wall. Oren heard a grunt as Garrett wasn't pulled down quick enough and took 2 hits. His ward kept him from taking any damage, and Oren threw a light strike at the monsters. They went down with 1 hit. He pulled up Identify. Plague Rat, HP 9/9. He queued up for another strike just before Emily arrived. Of all the members of the party, Emily reacted the most professionally. Upon arriving in the dungeon, she ducked down and to the side, dodging the 3 kunai before they'd even appeared. She noticed all 4 of her party members on the ground and fell to her knees. Finding the hero being swarmed by almost 100 small rats, she raised her hands and attacked. A bloom of fire spread from her hands like a lance, moving where Emily pointed. Only crispy black husks remained of each monster she passed. The spell only lasted for 2 deep breaths, but Oren watched her decimate the rats. Experience gained, 2 XP. Daniel slowly pulled his arms and legs back and looked over his shoulder. Thanks for the assist, Emily. Oren threw out his hand as Garrett made to crawl forward. The floor is trapped. The medium-sized stones send out the flying knives, and the big ones, well, that one Daniel touched let out the rats. At least around me, the small ones aren't showing up as trapped.
Maddie took a tentative step on her toes.
These are too small for full steps. Somebody is going to fall at some point.
We could try jumping between the bigger ones, Garrett suggested. It means some fighting, but if it's only those weak things.
How long is this tunnel? Maddie asked, trying to gaze into the darkness. I can't see the end.
Maybe 300 yards, Oren answered, glancing at his map. I can't see those side rooms that have the monsters until they open. If Daniel can stand up, he can probably sweep any rats, and you guys can all use ranged attacks. Emily should stay at the back, just in case something opens up behind us. Good save, by the way.
Emily gave Oren a tight smile. Do the traps reset? If we have to jump from one to the next and then fight a new wave of those things each time, this could take forever. Oren tried to pinpoint the exact large cobblestone that had triggered the rats, but couldn't get a good read from where he was. He stood slowly and hopped from one small stone to the next. In the 10 feet to Daniel, he only triggered 1 set of flying steel, which his ward deflected.
Shit, Oren moaned.
I think it reset. Should I trigger the same one again? Daniel offered. We can see if we killed them all the first time. I think we should run for it and kill anything that gets in our way, Garrett suggested. Oren's shielding spell is working for the weapon traps. This narrow hallway isn't the best for me. Or, Maddie chimed in, we could take our time and do our best to avoid triggering anything. It'll be slower, but we won't use as much mana before getting to the second room. We have to pace ourselves. Emily turned to Daniel. What do you think we should do? Daniel was the figurehead of the party, the leader in name. Oren had watched him lead his team to victory in soccer and pep up his basketball team to come back from a losing streak.
He had the natural charisma to charm others, and enough belief in himself to make a decision and go with it. However, Daniel was also smart enough to know this wasn't a game. This was a life and death scenario, where the wrong choice could spell disaster for not just himself, but the people following him. Daniel's uncertainty was evident as he glanced between his party members, finally landing on his friend. Oren shrugged and smirked. Fast or slow, we can always take breaks between rooms. Daniel readjusted the bag he'd slung sideways over his back while holding Gertrude. We could run for it, but I think the experience might be easier on the first level. As long as the wards hold out, I say we move slow and fight each monster we can find.
If we can get a few more levels before reaching the boss, great. He turned to Garrett. Sorry. The archer raised an eyebrow. For what? It was just a suggestion. Slow is probably smart. What if triggering all the traps at once while running lets something else in? Daniel shook his head. What the hell? Why would you suggest running if you didn't? Oh, never mind. He turned his back and raised his foot over the bigger trap stone. Everybody ready? Chapter 21. What the hell happened? Daniel asked from the safe room. The group was soaking wet, and despite Oren's wards, each of them sported multiple small bites all over. Emily was dancing around, hitting herself and flailing. Maddie hugged her, pinning her arms to the sides.
They're gone. We made it through the floor. None of them followed us.
The party had been making good time, clearing a big swath of plague rats from each trap. The large stones that triggered the mini waves of monsters had a cooldown time of just under a minute. By keeping close and using Oren's ward spell, they'd avoided the flying dagger traps and killed the 88 rats in each set. The fights didn't go off without a hitch, though. That many monsters meant that each person took several hits, swiftly draining Oren's wards. Oren himself had to use an ice sword to dispatch a good number of the rats. They had set off 8 different traps, including the first one, twice. It was on the 10th trigger that things went sideways. Emily, taking up the rear, was the first to notice something different. Wetness caught her heels, and when she turned to check, the moving wave of water had struck her just above the knees. If not for the increased strength and dexterity from Oren's utility ward, she would have been knocked to the ground. Instead, she only stumbled. Garrett hadn't been looking backward, and the wave carried him forward, right into Maddie. The two of them were slammed, spun, and half drowned as the wave pushed them down into the hard stone surface. While no kunai had appeared, the former weapon traps did set off more waves spilling at the group from behind. Daniel and Oren had enough warning to take the waves in stride. Maybe it was the few summers they'd spent at the beach, jumping into the surf. Maybe it was that both had learned to swim at a young age, and a few feet of water didn't faze them as much as the others.
With Day having no nearby large bodies of water, they later learned that only Garrett knew how to swim well. The rats could also swim. They wiggled through the water faster than they scurried, crawling up robes, pants, and cloaks. Emily's fire spells sputtered out after a few feet. Daniel struggled to hit more than a few at a time. Garrett and Maddie were just getting to their feet. They might have been able to turn the tide, no pun intended, but for one little mistake. In her haste, Emily had stepped back and triggered the first rat trap. A door behind them opened, and nearly 100 more swamped them.
"Run!" Daniel yelled, pushing through the rodents tearing each other up to stand on top and jump at the adventurers. Emily became an inferno, which created a constant fog of steam around her. Garrett was splashing away from the fire mage, more worried about the heated air than the rats biting him. Daniel slammed against the door at the end of the hallway and heaved against it. The 3 feet of water suctioned the door, and Oren quickly threw his strongest increase strength spells on him. Once Daniel pried the door open, water disappeared as it rushed into the doorway like magic. He tossed Oren and Maddie, just arriving, through the door. As Oren rolled into the safe room, he checked himself over. His latest ward had been bitten down by half. Maddie's shield was hanging on only slightly better. Both had taken a few points of health damage between Oren's reapplying his ward. Garrett had fallen through the doorway a handful of seconds later, followed closely by Emily. Daniel stepped through a bit more gracefully. Garrett's ward had survived better than anyone else's.
He'd been staying back and had only really been hit on the last foray. Emily had taken the worst of it. The second door's rats had clustered on her, burning themselves to death for a bite or two.
Without Oren there to re-up her shield, the rats had been able to do some damage. "Emily?" Oren spoke calmly as he approached her. Maddie was still helping her brush her robes down. "I'm going to heal you a bit, okay?" Emily's eyes were wide and panicked, but she nodded. Oren cast Heal Small Wounds and watched dozens of small bites close up. He snuck a Calm Mind spell on her as well, and Emily's shoulders slumped as if she was exhausted. "Thank you." Maddie held Emily's waist and brought her to the far corner of the safe room before they both sat. Emily mumbled an apology to the group as they made their way past. "It must have been the 10th trap," Maddie ventured. "When we triggered it, the dungeon threw something new our way. I guess we should have tried going slow." "Everybody is alive, and we passed the floor," Oren reasoned, pulling out a small cube Maddie had found in the guild's storeroom. It was a heater cube, a magical device that put out the heat of a fire. They weren't too expensive, but having one on a trip into a dungeon was a luxury most eschewed, because they were about the size of a child's lunchbox, but quite heavy. He set the cube down and turned it on, closing his eyes as the warmth hit him. "We can take a small break, and then keep going if you all want." Garrett and Daniel gathered close to the heater cube as well, letting the warm air dry their clothes. Emily's robes either had a self-drying feature, or she could control her own body heat, because she was already dry. Maddie made sure she was fine before heading over to the rest of the group. "Emily is feeling embarrassed about setting off the other trap," she whispered quietly to the boys. "If one of you says something hurtful to her, I'll make sure you regret it." "It wasn't just her," Daniel said, loud enough for Emily to hear. "In the rush to get to the door, I opened 2 more. The water coming at us like that surprised us all. We all made it through. That's all that matters." Garrett rubbed his hands together over the heater. "I'm just glad she didn't cook me. I like my women hot, but not like that." Maddie and Oren exchanged glances and held their breath. Emily chuckled. Then she laughed quietly, the tension finally breaking.
"We've been over this before, Garrett. You're not my type."
Emily stood up using the wall and made her way to the group. She didn't need the heater, but appreciated the warmth of their company. Daniel tried to steer the conversation back to the dungeon.
"Floor 1 had steel and water. No poison yet, though."
"The rats were called plague rats," Oren countered. "But I didn't see any poison or conditions on my status."
"You didn't look them up in your book?"
Maddie teased.
"That's not a bad idea,"
Oren said, reaching for the book. Daniel groaned.
"She's making fun of you, dork."
"And I don't care. I'd rather know for sure." Oren found the listing for plague rats and confirmed to the group that the monsters could carry any disease they encountered in large numbers into civilized areas, infecting multitudes, if not stamped out quickly. But the 1-star monsters were barely worthy of the lowest ranking in the bestiary. After everyone had a chance to calm their nerves after the first floor, Oren put the heater back in his dimension hole and finally checked his notifications. Experience gained, 154 XP, 2 XP times 77. Not too bad, he thought. He didn't have much skill with the sword, but swinging the sharp end at a mass of moving fur didn't take talent, just a little movement. Oren knew the rats were a best-case scenario for him, even with the minuscule amount of experience they provided. If only the water trap after 10 monster releases wasn't a thing, the first floor could have produced a steady trickle of experience for them all. Daniel pushed the strap of his pack up on one shoulder and rested Gertrude on the other.
"Everybody ready? Same plan for the second floor."
"Does anyone need a fresh ward, Oren?" Oren had already reapplied where needed and gave Daniel the all-clear. A moment later, they were stepping through the door to the second floor.
After the dark and narrow hallway that was floor 1, Oren blinked against the sun in the sky. He stood in a sparsely wooded forest with brush up to his ankles. A quick check of his map showed a host of monsters in the distance and a long trek to the exit. "At least nobody is throwing knives at us," Maddie commented as she glanced around next to him. "I'm picking up maybe 20 monsters between us and the exit," Oren said, pointing toward the second-floor door. "That way." Walking through the thicket was not a quiet activity, and it was only a few minutes before the party had their first encounter with the floor's residents. "Steel boar," Oren announced after a quick identify. He'd been able to spot a sliver of the metallic hide as it broke through 2 clumps of brush. Daniel dropped his pack and held Gertie like a baseball bat. As the boar broke through a small sapling and charged him, he swung with a quick pivot. The hollow ting of metal on metal filled the air as he battered the charging tusked pig a foot to the side. "Shit, it's got to weigh a ton," Daniel cried out as he leaped to the side. "Maddie, try to daze it." Maddie had already set up her signature spell, Shimmer Sight, and released the flying ball of light. Before it even hit, a lance of fire melted a coin-size hole in the boar's side, and 2 arrows struck the metal head, crowning it like spikes. Oren checked the monster's health. Steel boar, HP 88 out of 200. "It's over halfway down," he yelled out. "Hit it again!" Another lance from Emily, and more arrows followed. Oren threw a light strike, and Daniel waded into the middle to hit it a few more times. When the beast fell with a shuddering gasp, Daniel kicked it with his foot to make doubly sure it was dead.
Experience gained, 50 XP.
"That thing could take a beating for a second-floor monster," Daniel complained. "Any monster with steel in its name is going to be the same," Emily replied, poking at the dead monster with her staff. "I'd like to study this one for a minute if we have the time. I sent my first fire strike at the center mass, but the second at its shoulder. I want to see which one went deeper so we'll be able to know where to target the rest to bring them down faster." Daniel nodded and retrieved his pack. Oren followed him. "We should probably try and pick off any stragglers if we can. Most of the boars travel in pairs, and there are 5 in one group, but around the edges are a few standalones," Oren suggested. Daniel grinned at Oren. "Always thinking one step ahead. Thanks. I don't think we need to try to clear the floor. 5 of those at once might be too much. Do you think you can get us through without pulling the big group?" Oren double-checked. "It shouldn't be a problem as long as we keep the fights short. With 2, it might be harder, especially if one tries to run away." Daniel nodded and outlined the plan to the group. Maddie would mark whichever monster reached them first as the main target, and only after it went down would they turn their attention to the second. "Of course, we are going to try and only take out the ones that are alone," Daniel announced. "If we can move through this floor by avoiding a fight, we will." Oren hesitated before raising his hand. "Are you seriously raising your hand?" Daniel asked incredulously. He lowered his arm. "I have an idea on how we could avoid all the boars, but it's stupid and dangerous." Daniel's eyes twinkled.
Chapter 22.
"You want to use yourself as bait?" Maddie glowered at Oren. She had her spear extended, and Oren distinctly saw her hand twitch as if she wanted to stab him. "I can boost my dexterity, run around, and create a stampede, and then go invisible while the rest of you make your way to the next room. We aren't here to get experience. The goal is to defeat the dungeon." Oren still felt a twinge of guilt that they hadn't shared the defeat a dungeon quest with Emily and Garrett. Maddie, Daniel, and he had decided against broadcasting what his quests were. Daniel hadn't cared. Oren had voted to keep it secret, and Maddie had been the tiebreaker, saying they should only give them the quest if they were able to get something in return. "That's reckless," Maddie said,
the tip of her spear swooping in an arc as she gestured. You don't know that your spell will work against them. Some monsters can see through illusions like that. Also, you'd be on your own. If something happened to you, we wouldn't be there to help. Damn it, Oren. We wouldn't even know you'd need help until you didn't show up in the safe room. Daniel's smirk turned into a grimace. She makes a lot of good points, Oh. We can keep that plan as a backup if we get swamped, but only if it's absolutely necessary. We really shouldn't have too much trouble taking one or two at a time, Garrett piled on. If we do have too many on us, maybe Oren could pull them away, disappear, and then return to us. It'll take the boars longer to find us again, and we can move closer to the door. Emily moved up alongside Oren. What kind of invisibility do you have? Your build keeps getting more and more interesting. Camouflage, Oren answered. Sometimes the way Emily looked at him made him feel like a bug under a microscope. Fascinating, she whispered to herself. Then, louder, she asked, What made you take that spell? Why not go for the standard build? Oren felt his neck get hot. I didn't know how to get. I guess doesn't eventually turn into it, huh? Emily gave him another look. You really don't do any research before jumping into things, do you? Most of the time, I'm reacting to things trying to kill me. Being friends with a hero creates a lot of unique situations, and I'm trying to stay alive. I don't have the time to research every single thing I want to. Sorry that I'm not perfect. Oren didn't know why his voice raised throughout his response to Emily's question, but he almost shouted the last sentence. The rest of the party noticed their discussion, and Daniel moved to intercept. Emily held up her hand to forestall him. Turning to Oren, she spoke softly. Nobody is perfect. There is no best way to approach any skill or build, just what people have passed down as the easiest paths. Sometimes I forget that not everybody has access to the books and teachings available, especially outside Odrana. I'm sorry for what I said. As far as I know, does not ever turn into visibility, although it may be possible. Both skills are perception-based spells, but surrounds the caster with magic that deflects light and, in some instances, sound. Only blends the caster in with the background. The more complex the backdrop, the more likely you'll be seen. The one thing I remember about the two is that it is usually considered inferior. That doesn't mean it's true, just what I read. If you want, I can send a letter and make a few requests when we get back to Day to see if anyone I know can dig up more for you. Oren felt properly chastised. He'd yelled at a teammate again and only received an offer to help in return. Sorry I yelled at you, Oren mumbled.
I'd appreciate that. From what others have described, my spell makes it hard to look at me, and they naturally avert their eyes. I think the magic does something to others as well, instead of just making me harder to see.
Emily's eyes twinkled as she listened.
Fascinating. Some sort of disturbance field. Is it scalable? What level is it?
If you answer her, she'll never stop asking questions, Garrett warned.
He'd taken up his borrowed bow and was testing the pole again and again.
Oren shrugged. I don't mind. I've got it to level 2 and almost a fourth of the way to level 3. As Oren explained the difference between the first level and the upgraded spell version, Emily listened intently.
Attacking doesn't break the spell? Has to be at the 3rd level for that. Once you've unlocked the spell, which requires Mirror Shield and a light spell as the least expensive way known, you can only use it when standing still for the 1st level. The 2nd level lets you move around, but attacking or casting any other spell breaks it. Level 3 is when you can really move around a battlefield and do damage quietly. You're already there. Now I want to send off for some research to satisfy my own curiosity. Are you planning on bringing it to the 3rd level? As far as I can remember, additional levels have only increased the time component of the spell.
I'm not sure, Oren admitted.
I have so many things that I want to get still. Do you know how to upgrade Light Strike to Light Strikes? Nope, but I can find out when we get back. That's enough planning for now, Daniel butted in. Let's go kill some pigs. Emily nodded. The shoulders are the weak point. Garrett and I should be able to hamper one enough to cripple it. Can you take care of a second if we need it? Daniel smiled and twirled Gertie in a wide arc. It would be my pleasure.
With Oren leading the way, the party was able to avoid most groups of the steel boars on the way to the next floor. They encountered only 2 fights that they couldn't avoid. The first was a set of 2. As Emily promised, her attacks melted the boar's shoulder, making it tip as it struggled to run. Garrett positioned himself on the other side, and an arrow of mithril seemed to sprout from the other side of the boar. 3 more arrows punched into the monster before it fell to the ground. Oren had hit both with a light, doing the bare minimum to keep getting some experience. He'd spent his attention boosting Daniel again, as the last boost had worn off. With his strength maxed out, Daniel's combination of shooting star and gravity strike dented the second boar's chest so deeply that both its front legs were splayed. The grinding noise as it tried to run away was deafening until Maddie hit it with a shimmer sight. While the monster was dazed, Daniel rained 3 more strikes down, ending the first half of the fight. Emily and Garrett made quick work of their crippled boar. The second was a straggler. Everybody got a hit on that one, and it went down before it knew what was happening. Experience gained, 216 XP, 83 XP times 2, 50 XP times 1. Daniel glanced at his blue box. Did anyone else get a weird number for experience? The math doesn't seem right. Fractions are rounded down and don't stack, Emily said by way of explanation. What does that mean? Daniel asked. Emily pulled a mana potion from her bag and drank it. Oren forgot how much more mana he had than others sometimes. He was well under half his pool, but with Meditate, he was regaining more each minute. These steel boars give something like 250 experience per kill, but that has to be split among us. If we all get an attack on one, we'd get 50 each. But if only 3 of us do, then we each get 83 1/3 of a point of experience. Except percentages of a point get rounded to the nearest point. Anything below half a point, and you lose it. That doesn't seem right, Daniel complained. So an entire point of experience just goes poof? Emily's thirst for knowledge always shone brightest when somebody asked a question she didn't have an answer to. I know, right? There are entire fields of leveling philosophy that argue whether that lost point was ever there to begin with, versus there being some way to capture that slight bit of extra experience. Remember, we're only talking fractions of a single point of experience here, but it underpins the broader study of what experience actually is. If a monster has a set amount of experience it grants us upon its death, then why would the system not be able to handle keeping track of fractions? If the system sets that number, then why not make it so an exact amount of experience is earned, no matter the number of people who participate in the subjugation of the monster? Oren shook his cloak where it had gotten stuck against his potion belt. But it has to go somewhere, right? Something can't just suddenly not exist anymore. The fire mage's smile scared him. That's right. The theories behind that particular field of study get a little hard to follow without some higher-level system courses, though. What kind of courses? Are you talking about school? Daniel asked as he strapped Gertrude on his back and hefted his back again. Who has time to sit around and talk about the possible ways the system gives experience? Obviously school, and all kinds of courses, Emily answered. Almost everybody in Mistlight takes some sort of education before selecting their class. It's expected to have a base knowledge of most of the major branches of non-common classes before you turn 15, and to take another year of classes focusing on your path after you've hit your first level. Oren felt a tickle in his mind at the mention of Mistlight, but couldn't remember where he'd heard the name. Daniel and Maddie were walking a few steps ahead of the other 3, but Maddie's pace slowed. I didn't know you were from Odrana, Maddie said with a calmness in her voice. Oren heard the constraint. Emily missed the tightening of Maddie's voice, as well as Daniel's hand moving up to the hilt of his sword. Of course I am. I studied at the Synergies school for 4 years before traveling today to be an adventurer. I probably would have returned a year ago if I hadn't found that fire magic construct. Then I joined up with Tin and Garrett here and... What's going on? Maddie and Daniel had stopped walking and faced Emily and Garrett. Oren was behind the twosome, hoping this wasn't what he thought it was. Why didn't you tell us you were from Odrana? Daniel asked. His voice held none of the restraint Maddie's had. Being in front of him, Oren realized for the first time the fear a staring you down could bring. Why does it matter? Everybody is from somewhere, Emily shrugged and took another step forward. Daniel's sword swung out, and Emily's robes fluttered in front of her as she stopped on the spot. I think what Daniel is trying to say, Maddie spoke up, her hand gripping her extended spear but not pointing it yet, is why would you not specifically state that you are from the country that recently tried to kidnap him? Emily's joyful nature that came out while explaining things retreated behind her cold and calculating gaze. Oren felt her assess the distance between herself and the two in front of her. He even felt her attention fall on him a few steps behind her. Garrett had wisely taken a large step to the side. I didn't think it worth mentioning because I'm a member of the guild and live in Day. I haven't been home in years and had nothing to do with the kidnapping of Daniel, Emily said, bending slowly and placing her staff on the ground. She raised her hands in the air, straightening in an exaggerated slowness. I wasn't even certain that my country really was behind the kidnapping, despite hearing some rumors. If it is any consolation, I'm certain my family would have objected to anything of the sort. Your family? Ibarra. How did I miss that? Maddie took a deep breath. I thought it sounded vaguely familiar. Didn't the Ibarra family support the Synergies family when it took over Odrana? I didn't know your family was still around. Emily frowned. That's not exactly how it happened, but I don't think this is the time for a history lesson. Suffice it to say, right now my loyalty is to this party and the guild. If I left the guild and returned to my family, I wouldn't hold any position of power, nor would I be part of anything as pig-headed as kidnapping a hero. Daniel's eyes never left Emily. Garrett and Maddie waited patiently for whatever would play out. Oren caught the slight movement of his ever-present map skill and cursed. Whatever you're going to do, Dee, you better do it quick. We've got 2 groups of boars bearing down on us from either side. Daniel lowered Gertie. He leaned forward and whispered something to Emily. The fire mage simply nodded once. She swooped down and picked up her staff, turning to Oren. Which way? Oren pointed to their left. 2 from that direction. He then pointed behind Daniel. 3 from there. They'll arrive first. Emily glanced at Daniel. I'll take the 2 on my own. Daniel nodded and pointed at Garrett. You're with us. Try to take 1 down at least. Maddie, blind as many as you can. Oren watched everybody move into action. What about me?
Chapter 23. As Emily's hand began to glow bright red, and Daniel, Maddie, and Garrett moved away, Oren bristled at feeling useless once again. Nobody even thought to use his plan. He could have drawn one of the groups away and come running back. He could have drawn all 5 boars away and let the party continue deeper into the dungeon without being accosted. You always have to be the center of attention, don't you, Dee? Oren spoke aloud, but nobody was close enough to hear him. Fuck this. Oren hit himself with 5 casts of Increase Will at the 2nd level. Since his will was already at 43, the increase of 2 points became 9. His will increased to 88. He then cast 2 Increased Dexterity at level 3 for an increase of 35 per cast.
He didn't reach 100, but 94 dexterity was close enough. Oren ran to Emily. "Don't be stupid," he yelled as he ran by her. "Go help the others. I'm going to drive these two off." Emily shouted something at him, but Oren was already moving away from her. He ran as fast as he could until he saw the two steel boars charging down at him. He summoned an ice sword and swung at the rightmost one as he drew close. Moving as fast as he was going, Oren badly miscalculated. He'd thought his sword would hit the boar and draw its attention. The plan had been to dart in and out, enraging the beasts, before leading them off on a merry chase until his map showed him the party was ready to deal with the last two. Instead, Oren learned what happens when two fast-moving objects collide. The combination of his maxed-out dexterity, the momentum of the swing, and the boar's own motion sent shock waves of vibration up his arm. The sword exploded into small pieces of razor-sharp ice that quickly dissipated, but not before leaving dozens of cuts up his forearm and hand. Losing the sword didn't matter, as it only cost a single point of mana to summon.
The sting of the cuts was bad, but nothing he couldn't fight through. However, the vibration also shattered the bones in his arm and hand. Oren's scream of pain lasted only half a second before he triggered Mind Bastion and let the skill turn off the pathways to his brain that registered the hurt. Feeling the deep cold of logic seeping into every micro-decision, he realized his growing resentment toward the minimal damage he could do in a fight had triggered his need to fight like somebody else. I shouldn't be charging in like this. What was I thinking? He checked his mana. Just over 100 points after all the boosting and fighting they'd done. Oren darted away from the mildly dazed boar he'd struck. The ringing of its metal body was proof it had taken damage, but probably nowhere as much as Oren. His right arm was a mess. His hand was cramped into a claw, and two of his fingers were bent in a way that made Mind Bastion clamp down on the bile rising in his stomach. His radius, or was it his ulna? Whatever forearm bone it was had broken, and the white of the bone was sticking through the skin. He assessed the pain in his biceps muscle as well, not feeling it, but knowing it was there. A torn muscle, too? Using his left hand, he popped the top off one of the mana potions on his belt and downed it. As his mana pool refilled, he worked quickly. First, a cast of Heal Small Wounds at the highest level he could do. It cost a little less than the normal 20 MP, but he cringed at the waste of usable mana against the steel boars. The bone in his arm sank back beneath the skin, and his two mangled fingers straightened with an audible click. He'd only reset the bones, not completely healed them. He could still feel his hand refusing to close into a full fist, and his muscle felt tight, but he didn't have more time or mana to waste. He cast an inversed Increase Dexterity on the boar he hadn't hit. It was almost upon him. It took 2 more spells before the front leg missed its step and it fell into a heap, sliding toward him. Oren stepped around the flailing beast and walked with deliberate steps toward the first boar. It was snorting and pawing the ground, about to charge again at the intruder that had rung its bell. 3 dexterity-reducing spells hit it before it could take a step. The drop in its coordination had it scrambling like a first-time skater on the ice. It fell with all 4 legs splayed out. Oren summoned another and went back to the other boar. He began lightly poking the monster with his left arm, keeping pressure off the freshly broken right. Small dents in the metal body appeared. Oren checked its health and watched the slow drip of points being knocked off. "This is going to take forever," he muttered. He struck the boar twice more before remembering his new skill. Your touch becomes toxic, MP cost variable to toxicity. His mana was low, but he could spare a few points to test out the skill. Reaching his right hand out, he fed 5 points of mana to the skill
and felt a tingle along his fingertips. He brushed the cold metal of the bore, leaving deep green fingerprints that faded away as he watched. Oren heard footsteps coming up behind him and fell into a crouch. Emily was out of breath after trying to keep up with his sprint. She was also livid.
"Did you just break your arm?" she asked. "I heard you scream."
Oren switched back to his sword and poked the boar. He held his right arm up. "A bit, yes. I went ahead and cured it, but it still hurts a bit. I'll need to heal it more later if I can." Emily's eyes narrowed.
"You're different. What's happening?"
"A skill I have. I needed it to turn off the pain. Don't tell Daniel." Ding, ding, ding. He continued chipping away at the health of the prone boar. Emily glanced at it. She put her hand on its head. The skin touching the boar glowed red, and she slagged the metal into its brain. Experience gained, 125 XP. "That wasn't nice," Oren said stoically. "You stole half my experience."
"You need to fully heal your arm if you can," Emily said, as she walked toward the other boar. "Don't waste your mana. We need to hurry back and help the others."
"I'll be okay." Emily stopped and swung back around. Her eyes smoldered.
"Heal yourself now, Oren. Don't make me ask again."
Oren reasoned that he'd already done damage to both boars, and letting her finish them off would be quicker. Wasting his dwindling mana for some pain didn't seem like the best use of his remaining magic, though. "I'm going to head back and help them," Oren announced. "You've got this one, right?" Oren felt her movement. Before gaining way of the water, the quick grab by Emily would have stopped him in his tracks. With it, he spun, took her outstretched wrist, and bobbed under with a turn. He held her pinned against his chest with her arm twisted behind her, his sword against her chin. "Be very still," Oren demanded.
"What was that?"
Emily took a breath and released it in a huff. "You know I can cover my entire body in fire, right?"
"Before I push my sword up into your brain? I don't think so."
"What is wrong with you? Did you get hit in the head? If you don't heal your arm completely, it might not set right. Why aren't you listening?" Oren's brain changed gears, and he pushed her away a step, releasing his hold on her.
"What do you mean? I did heal the breaks. I already told you that."
Emily turned with the utmost care, moving slowly and keeping her arms wide. She had dropped her staff when he grabbed her, and she made no move to retrieve it.
"Oren, you told me your arm is hurting, and you're blocking the pain. That means something is still wrong in your arm. If you don't heal it completely, it could set wrong or leave you broken."
"How do you have a healing spell and not know about the time limits for fixing the body?"
"What time limit?"
Emily gave a tight frown before answering.
"If somebody is hurt badly enough, you only have a small window of time to heal them. It's why Lord Katamzano is still in a wheelchair, and why some people have permanent injuries. You can't seriously not know this. What kind of backwater town did you grow up in that you didn't have a healer?"
Oren examined his body. Using Analyze with Mind Bastion running gave him more information than he'd ever gotten before. He didn't just see the normal screen of Identify or the slight progress for his mana regeneration that he'd developed. He saw much more. Mind Bastion kept him focused on what mattered, and he tore his eyes from the data flowing in to focus on the abnormal status of his arm. Status: biceps tendon tear. Multiple transverse fractures to ulna, metacarpal, and carpal bones, set without union. Compound fracture to radius, set without union. Oren weighed the data and nodded at Emily. He then cast 2 more heal small wounds on himself, double-checking after both until the tear and fractures were gone.
I didn't know. Sorry for all that, he said, waving his hand to encompass the scuffle. Emily kept an eye on him as she turned and drilled her hand through the prone boar's head. Experience gained, 125 XP. We are going to have a talk later, Emily promised. A long one. Too much of your knowledge is incomplete. Sounds good. Oren didn't really care about later. We need to get back to the others. All 3 of their boars are still up. Emily didn't say another word as they raced back. Well, Emily raced. Oren tried his best to control the urge to leave her behind again.
He thought about increasing her stats to the point she could keep up and letting her deal with the consequences. But wasting a few minutes now was better than a full day or more for her to recover from the side effects of overbuffing. Garrett had taken down one of the 3 steel boars before they arrived. The prone beast looked more like a metal porcupine. Emily splashed a wave of fire between the remaining 2, keeping them from rushing an exhausted Daniel at once. He gave a nod to her before dashing off to swat one of them. Oren cast a light strike at each remaining enemy before slowing down the one trying to edge around Emily's wall of fire. His mana was absurdly low at this point, but he could always blood cycle if he needed to. No. Oren shook his head. He would replenish his mana before they moved on. It might be easier to use blood mana and then heal himself back up. He could do it a few times, probably up to 6 full mana pools. Well, not his current boosted pool, but at least his normal, non-boosted amount that... No! Oren slapped his face and took a deep breath. He released Mind Bastion and screamed as the delayed pain hit him. His arm was healed, but the nerves in his body were still messaging his brain that something was wrong. He used the last of the mana he was willing to spare to send another heal small wounds coursing through his body. Experience gained, 100 XP. Oren, are you all right? Oren could hear Daniel talking to him, but he kept his eyes closed as the cold feeling of the skill left him. He kicked himself at his stupidity. Did he even mean to trigger Mind Bastion, or was it going to automatically pop up anytime the pain was bad enough? He's been acting weird, Emily whispered to Daniel. His friend approached him and put a hand on his back. Oh, you can drop it now. We got them all. I already did. Broke my arm. Pain's almost gone. Daniel waited quietly, never moving his hand from Oren. As soon as the pain was gone, Oren checked his status. He sucked in a breath.
Are you okay? Maddie asked, stepping closer. I've got a health potion if you... Oren shook his head. I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. Something happened when Well, I guess... Do you remember how, when I tried to use Analyze before on my mana usage, I'd get question marks for how much I could do a day? Well, I used it while running Mind Bastion, and this is just easier to show you. Oren grabbed the relevant portion of his status screen and threw it to Maddie and Daniel. Mana maximum, 380, 530. Mana potion usable, 3/4. Blood cycle, 0/1520. I think I did it, Oren squeaked. That's how much mana I can use before it kills me.
Chapter 24. Daniel and Maddie knew how much Oren's accomplishment meant to him. Not only would the knowledge of how much mana he could safely use give him access to more buffing for the team, but he'd be less likely to hurt himself again. Daniel's smile turned sour as he glanced over Oren's back and saw Emily. She was studying Oren with her head cocked to the side. Oren, let's table this for now. But now Daniel glared at his friend, cutting him off. Later. Are there any more boars directly in front of us? Oren checked his map.
The party had already moved past the biggest group of boars, and only 2 pairs remained between them and the exit. Oren relayed the information. "We could continue straight on and try to thread the needle between the last 4, but I can't predict how they'll move," Oren explained. "I think it might be smarter to hit one group and travel around the edge." Daniel nodded. "That's what we'll do then." "How much mana do you have left, Oren?" Emily asked. She and Garrett had stood apart from the threesome as they were talking. Her question prompted Oren to check his full status again. "Shit, I'm really low." "You don't get to ask questions," Daniel said, pointing Gertrude at the fire mage. "We are going to have a talk about your country in the next safe room." Emily shrugged, completely disinterested. "You're going to be angry at me no matter what I say. That doesn't mean I won't continue to look out for the team. He used a lot of magic to take down the boars back there. He also was acting without any self-interest while under the effects of some sort of pain-dampening spell or skill. If we are going to go into another fight, I think we should all know what's going on." "Oren doesn't have to answer anything." Maddie placed her hand on Daniel's arm. "Daniel, she does have a point. They don't know Oren like we do, and he is low on mana." "I could take another potion," Oren offered.
How did you take down the boars so quickly? Emily saw an opening and questioned him. Did you use inverse and increase strength until they couldn't carry their own weight? Or did you use inverse and increase dexterity so they couldn't move their legs? Do you try to see which will be most cost-effective before you cast the spells?
Oren was sure she would have continued her line of questioning if Garrett hadn't pulled her away from the group and had some very animated but quiet words with her. His hands slashed through the air multiple times until she huffed and stomped farther away from the group. "Sorry about her," Garrett said with his easy smile, sauntering back to the 3 of them. "She gets into her learning mode and doesn't know when to stop." Garrett stopped just outside Daniel's striking range, a fact that did not go unnoticed by anyone, and tried to appear humble. As humble as the provocative man could, anyway. "I know you don't trust us. I get why. Just remember, though, while we are in here, we have each other's backs. Emily might be Emily, but she is loyal to a fault. I've never seen her shirk her duty or not give it her all. So maybe give her a break for not telling you she's from Odrana. At least until you all can have a nice chat. Preferably while I'm sleeping." The archer spun on his heel and moved back to Emily. He affably put his hand over her shoulder, and she promptly elbowed him hard. Twice. Daniel took a steadying breath. "How is your mana? Do you need a potion?" "I can take one if I need to, but I might just leave the fight up to you guys. No use wasting a potion if we're going to have a chance to rest in a few minutes anyways. I can always cast a spell or 2 in an emergency," Oren assured them both. "Maddie, can I talk with you? I think it might be better for you to ask Emily some questions. I'm getting too angry every time I look at her. She wasn't there."
She probably had no part in any of that shit, but still. Oren cast a spell, and Daniel's shoulders sagged as the stress and rage faded from his mind. Daniel quirked an eyebrow. "Did you just cast your calm spell on me?" Oren smiled. "I think it's worth it." Emily and Garrett had something to prove as they attacked the final 2 boars standing in their way to the next floor. Garrett rained down outsized stone arrows that slowed down their charge as Emily hurled boulders of fire at the monsters. Working in tandem, they reduced one beast to ash before the second reached Daniel's swinging metal. 5 minutes after, the group fell into the safe room, having successfully cleared another floor of the dungeon. Oren was setting up the portable heater again. Maddie and Emily were arguing in a corner of the room, while Daniel stood by passively.
Oren hit the switch and felt the gentle warmth spreading off the cube. He felt Garrett approach.
"Think they'll get over it?" he asked, pointing to the rest of the party.
Oren shrugged and turned to the handsome man. He hadn't realized how close Garrett had gotten. He gazed up, hesitating for a second before answering. "Imagine you were kidnapped and tied up to be delivered like a prize to Odrana. You escaped, but then found out someone you were working with was from there, but didn't tell you. How would you feel?" Garrett's lip pulled up into a half smile. "It would depend on how well I was tied up." Oren rolled his eyes. Garrett had been making jokes about everything since they started off from day. While he didn't mind the attention from the attractive man, his inability to take anything seriously had put a damper on any other feelings. Oren still felt conflicted. Back on Earth, he'd pined after Daniel's sister for years. He was beginning to realize it might have started when they were younger, when she'd paid slightly more attention to him than anyone else he'd known. He knew Garrett's reputation.
Emily was not averse to telling him off regularly. Oren had watched him make passes at everyone in the party, except Emily. He guessed, though, that Garrett had tried in the past, and Emily had told him exactly what would happen if he tried again. He liked the attention and the feeling in his chest when Garrett gazed longingly at him. However, he was beginning to think Garrett wasn't a one-person kind of guy.
"Does it always have to be a joke?" Oren whispered, turning away. "They'll work it out. I need some rest."
Garrett didn't respond and left, moving to a free corner to set up his camping bag. Oren felt something in him twist. He'd half-hoped Garrett would respond with something real instead of more innuendo. Silence was somehow worse and better at the same time. Daniel blew air through his nostrils as he stomped over to Oren. He threw his own camping bag down and sat on the floor.
"Maddie says I have to be nice. Emily's fine," he said, the anger in his voice palpable. "You seem really happy with that," Oren commented, sitting down next to him.
Daniel closed his eyes and took multiple steadying breaths. He opened his eyes after a minute.
"I'm not, but that's just my own anger at Odrana, not at her specifically. I can't avoid the entire country and all its people just because of a few dickheads. I still think she should have told us up front, though."
Oren pulled a few apples and a lump of cheese from his breaking off a piece and handing it to his friend.
"Maybe she should have."
Daniel narrowed his eyes and glanced sideways at Oren.
"I'm not forgetting that you ran off and did something stupid again. I'm pissed at you, too."
"Understandable."
Oren took out a knife and cut his apple into slices. Daniel threw up his arms.
"What is going on with you? One-word answers and agreeing with me on everything. What is this?"
"Just reflecting."
He offered the knife to Daniel. Daniel snatched the blade and chopped his apple into broken bits. He stared at the mess on the floor and then pointed the knife at Oren.
"You think I was unfair to her?
You think I'm lashing out because I was powerless against her country when they tried to kidnap me, don't you?" Oren used calm mind on Daniel for the second time in the last few hours. He waited until his friend's heavy breathing stilled. He also waved off Maddie, who was still talking to Emily, but had taken a few steps toward them upon Daniel's outburst. Oren took his own deep breath.
"Do you remember our big fight, when we were clearing out those rat dens?"
Daniel was dazed at the double whammy of the spell sapping his built-up anger and Oren's recalling of their fight. He simply nodded.
"You called me a creep for liking your sister, or something like that. I never really told you that I liked her, did I?"
Oren didn't wait for a response.
"When my dad left, and I started hanging out with you two more, I was still really depressed. You both did your best to cheer me up.
Of course, you still had soccer practice, or whatever it was you were doing, and your parents would bring you to all that.
Sometimes I'd sit on my front steps waiting for you to get back. Or maybe I was waiting for my dad to come back.